subscribe, like, comment and share to support the channel. Thank you for the support. Midst of everyone being dead, I, the one who was supposed to be humanity's strongest warrior, am also dying. I really don't deserve the title of the strongest warrior because I had almost killed all the seven-finned. So, why is it that in the steel of the ancient king, there was an eight-finned demon? We humans really failed to understand the extent of these demons' powers. Continued to says that it was his fault, that he had failed to live up to the name of the strongest. The eight-finned demon looked at him with golden eyes. Wondered what it was trying to do. It flew and landed right in front of him, reaching towards him. Thought it was going to torment his corpse because of what he did. Darkness overwhelms him and soon he woke up in an unfamiliar place. Where am I? Didn't I just die? It doesn't feel like a dream. This feels so realistic. What's happening? Isn't this my face? Where's my handsomely plugged face and gorgeous physique? Who am I? Where am I? He was in Helios City. If you understand what taking part in the warrior exam signifies, it's protection. Helios City's 3rd Squadron leader, Jin No Tang, in the year 3069, after the enormous steels of the ancient king brought the apocalypse to our world, thousands of demons flooded out from them and slaughtered us humans. After experiencing the brutal battle in which humans were nearly driven to extinction, humanity finally managed to come up with a way to fight against these demons, grafting equipment. By recycling the internal cores of these demons, humanity was able to utilize the grafting equipment to temporarily obtain strength on par with those demons. 60 years ago, our greatest and strongest human soldier, the man who all warriors hailed as their leader, took charge of all warriors around the world. They battled in what would eventually be known as the strongest demonic wave in history. The battle raged on for many weeks, and humanity was plunged into darkness. Finally, humanity's warriors managed to push back the demonic wave, causing the demons to suffer a tremendous loss in exchange for 60 years of peace and progress for mankind. I've reincarnated 60 years later? I exclaimed. But at the same time, we've lost countless heroic warriors. Even the strongest warrior, was said to have died in battle against several highest-ranked seven-finned demons. Therefore, this battle between humanity and demons represents mankind's tenacity and determination to bring forth the dawn of a new era. This was recorded in history as the Battle for Dawn. Recalled his memory. No, that's not right. The seven-finned demon was not just the highest-ranked demon but an even higher-finned one. I didn't get a clear look, but I saw it. Humanity has not understood the extent of the demon's capabilities. Jin No Tang continues his speech. Without them, we would not have survived until now. We would have neither our homeland nor our current lives if not for them. Warriors, pillars of society who embody protection, do you understand what becoming one means now? Everyone shouted, "Yes, sir." Mumbled to himself, saying this isn't right, catching the attention of the commander. He looks at him while he was mumbling and went to him, telling he doesn't seem to understand what a warrior entails, asking what his name was. Hesitates to answer him, thinking, would anyone believe that we are reincarnated 60 years later into this weak and skinny body? The command spoke, I never would have thought. This is an insult to that great name. You have the same name as the greatest warrior, You're just a stupid bastard who doesn't have a single ounce of a warrior's spirit. And yet, you dare to desecrate that great name. How dare you, yells as he punches straight in the face. Thought to himself as he flew from the punch. Is this body really so trash that it can't even react to such a simple attack? But I can't believe this body has the same name as me. Lands onto someone. The commander begins to walk away, saying, I'll be keeping an eye on you in the upcoming warrior examination. Attention! Everyone replied, yes, sir. Make your way to the examination grounds. I'm still alive, at least. Says to himself. The man holding says your name's right? It's a nice name. I'm Lon Snow. Nice to meet you. TCH. He's called You aren't any better. Did you think sharing a name would make you as strong as Ang? Said by Situliu, an evaluation soldier. How childish, she says as she leaves them. She's pretty stuck up, isn't she? My name is none of her business. Ang replied angrily. Snow mentions, do you not know who she is? She's the most promising warrior in our batch. Situliu is known as the cold-blooded demon and is also the eldest daughter of the most renowned martial arts family in Helios City, the Situ family. Situ, how does that name sound familiar? Ang thinks to himself as he pulls himself up. A bright flash covers them. Thanks. Whoa! What a dazzling display of brotherhood. Ah, don't mind me. Please continue. Ang asks who she was as he get a nosebleed. Snow asked if she just took the photo. Ang said that's not the point right now, and she says she did take the photo. She introduces herself as Suejo Yui, saying that the radiating bromance they had totally entranced her, making for good material. The guys think of her as a dimwit. At the fitness test venue, Ang is excited, saying my body may be in this state, but I'm ultimately still the strongest warrior. This test is easy, so just you wait. I'll definitely stun everyone by obtaining monstrous grades. First round of tests. Stage 1 of the fitness test, long-distance endurance test. Begin. Ang dashes forward, thinking to attain first place from just a single spurt of energy has to be record-breaking. Ang managed to break a record, the record of being in last place and having the worst record in the history of the long-distance assessment. Everyone laughed at Ang as he drops onto the ground. Fitness test stage 2, explosive arm strength test. F-duck, I sprained my wrist. Oh, I sprained my wrist. Ang, last place, was announced. Fitness test stage 3, explosive leg strength test. Ang had only managed to jump 1 meter, making it 3 out of 3, last place. Idiot, said Situ. Ang, your results for the fitness test put you in last place. You've obtained the worst results we've ever seen. You'll be eliminated. Brother Ang. Snow consoles Ang while Suejo says, is this the last time I'll be able to snap pictures of the place? That guy's results are simply awful. We can eliminate him right now, said a judge. There isn't much hope for that lanky monkey, but he does have the right to participate in the second round of tests. This will probably be his final assessment too. Let's begin with the second round, the commander replied. Next up, the second round of tests. You will be assessed on your synchronization with grafting equipment. Warrior examinees, please make your way to the testing venue. Ang smiled at the news, believing he has a chance. 60 years ago, the strongest with stable average synchronization rate of 96% and above, said Ang, this body isn't fit at all, but the synchronization rate is determined by one's willpower. Bunch of bastards mocked me. Just you wait and see. I'll show you the levels of synchronization rate that the strongest warrior can achieve, he said, filled with motivation. So this is what the grafting equipment looks like 60 years later. It's gotten a little lighter, Ang thought to himself. 39% synchronization rate. As expected of the strongest rookie of this year, Situ is in a martial arts family after all. I heard she's been undergoing harsh training since she was young. Nah, that's talent. Do you think you can get the top score on every test with hard work alone? Did you see her earlier? She's really pretty with a ponytail. I like it when her hair's loose, too. She's from a great family, she's strong, and she's beautiful. We really are background characters, huh? She's truly an unattainable flower. The crowd continues to talk. Not bad, Situliu. You got whopping 39%. Everyone at earlier, I'm sure it caused a sensation. I don't mind having more admirers, but it's still better to be low-key. Calm down, calm down. Situliu, you gotta keep your cool, she said to herself. As impressive as it is, this is only the assessment, but she already managed to get a synchronization rate of 39%. She's really strong, isn't she? Snow says. She's full of energy. I can feel the raging, imposing force hidden beneath her slender body. Snow continues to say. I can feel it too, said An. You don't seem nervous at all, though, Snow asked An. Oh, I'm good. I'm used to it, An replied. Used to it? Snow is surprised. As the assessment progressed, many rookies who endured the grafting equipment showed pained expressions, remarked someone. When one first undergoes grafting, a burden will be placed on the body due to the impact of the demonic core. Unable to withstand the pain, some would forfeit, explained another. I give up. I give up, I forfeit, yelled Suejo. The synchronization rate needs to reach at least 10% for one to pass, said another person. Synchronization rate 24%, announced someone making Snow pass the test. Of course, there were some unexpected scores too, added another. Suejo, warrior examinee. The synchronization rate is 30%. You have passed. We have found some seedlings with great potential this time. The commander says. Yes, including Suejo Yuhui, this assessment has already seen 6 examinees with a synchronization rate of and above. Compared to other C-rank cities, our current batch of rookie warriors is of pretty good quality. The lady reports. However, there are some inferior ones here too. As Ung walks up the stage, the crowd starts to talk, saying, Hey, it's that Ung guy's turn. Given his physique, I bet he'll vomit blood on the spot because of the burden on his body. Gah! Mama, in the first round of assessments, that idiot got last place in every single test. Laugh away, you inexperienced brats. Remember to pick up the used wipes from the floor later, Ong thinks to himself. I'll take the red strength core. Ong tells the instructor. Demonic cores collected from the battlefield can be categorized into different types. The most common ones are red, yellow, green, and blue. Red represents strength, yellow represents defense, green represents healing, and blue represents agility. However, there are 2 rare types of cores. The purple core represents imaginary power, and the black core represents time and space. The black core is especially hard to find. As for synchronization, the most important thing is willpower. The strength of one's willpower determines how much burden one can take from the demonic core. Moreover, it also determines one's mastery over the core. Grafting has succeeded. Are you ready? The instructor asks An. Yes, bring it on, An replies. A bright red light soon shines throughout the testing zone. What a strong reaction. Take a look. Take a look at the synchronization rate of the strongest soldier. An screamed in his mind. It has been increasing rapidly. It has already reached 40% in just a moment. 40%? Has anyone ever gotten a synchronization rate of 96% before? Raise it even higher. The instructors are yelling, in disbelief of what they are seeing. An forces himself to rise even further. What's going on? How could we be having such an absurd synchronization? Was there a mistake somewhere? The commander is shocked. It's still climbing. 65%. 70%, the lady reports. What's going on? 60% now? Is it me? Is the equipment malfunctioning? The crowd shouted, shocked by the results. I was once the strongest warrior, hailed as king by others, and if not for my low level of this synchronization, if not for my weak body, my imposing demeanor would have driven all of you to your knees. An stands up like a god and says, That's the difference between you and me, brats. But a sudden feeling like sinking into the ocean overcomes him. What happened? My strength disappeared. I can't move anymore, An tells the instructor. What the hell? It really malfunctioned. The synchronization rate instantly dropped to 10%. Yelling at An. Captain, we just detected that the demonic core has cracked. That abnormal core likely caused a data glitch. That was terrifying. The equipment, was malfunctioning. The commander was relieved to hear that. What happened? My synchronization rate stopped at 10%, correct? He asked her. Yes. He barely passed, she replied. Brother On, Snow yells, rushing over to On. Exactly. That only happened because of the abnormal, demonic core. And here I was, thinking he's amazing. Bah, the crowd says. Brother On, are you alright? Snow asks as On faints. You have a point. Look at that scrawny body of his. How could he have gotten that absurd synchronization rate? That synchronization rate is comparable to that of a captain from an S-rank city. Ha ha ha, the crowd continues to make fun of On. False. I wouldn't have been so easily beaten by someone less dazzling than me in this town. Never allow it. It's all my fault. Why did I try to compete with those brats? I'm glad I managed to pass. On says as he rests in Snow's arm. In the resting area, On wonders to himself, what was that just now? It felt like it came from the depths of my heart. It sucked out all my power in an instant. I've never heard of such a situation before. I clearly had enough willpower to maintain a synchronization rate of at least 80%. Even if it was a demonic core of the lowest level, it shouldn't have cracked like that. So, why did it happen? The doors open, and a man yells. Attention! Everyone in the room responded, yes, sir. Yes, sir. The commander enters the room and says, congratulations on making it into the final round of assessments. The practical test. You will now face a demon for the first time in your lives. I hope everyone here can pass this test safely and smoothly. Line up and head to the venue of assessment, now. Go! On tries his best to walk out the room as the commander stands beside him, looking at him and thinks as he clenches the red gem. I'm really curious about you, On. I wonder what you'll show me in the next assessment, hunting in the fog beyond the walls. Out in the open, the students are gathered in front of a massive wall. Someone shouts to open the compound door. Whoa! My God, this is the first time I've left the city after 60 years. Everyone lives in such isolated cities. Do you think the areas outside the gates are always covered in fog? The students discuss among themselves. The instructors yells at them, be quiet and leave the city. You should spend your time checking your equipment instead, or you could end up dead without even knowing it. Checks his equipment and thinks to himself. They gave me another intact strength cope, but I don't think the problem lies in the cope. Back then, my power dissipated once. Something in my body rejected it. Just what is going on? Is it a side effect of transmigration? As he walks out the door, a sudden feeling overwhelms him. The moment he stepped foot outside, a signal was sent all over the area. The demon beasts all sense it. Deep within a cave, the signal reaches a powerful demon. The demon, sensing it, stood up from its seat of bones and bodies, and couldn't believe that there was another demon that outranked it. What is that? Were all those things I saw demons? At that moment, I felt as though something was resonating deep within my heart. Ang is terrified at what he felt just now. Are you moving or not? Situ asks Ang as she stood behind him. Ang says sorry. Brother Ang, what's wrong? Snow asked as he approached both of them. The instructor in front yells the four at the back. Group up. The rest of the students are prepared, so hurry up and get over here. The four of them rush to join the others. Oh! Was forming a team your strategy? Sujio asks on. No! I was just don't drag the team down, Sichu tells on, but in fact she was feeling scared that nobody would want to team up with her. Let's go, brother On. We've got to do our best. Snow pats on back. The team is formed. Suijio says as she takes a selfie. Dispelling steel, a black steel made of a solid stone mixture. The stone contained within is a special substance that can dispel the fog. The instructor announces to the students. You will undergo a teamwork assessment in teams of 4. Make sure you all know what the test entails. It's venturing into the fog beyond the walls. Each team will now receive combat daggers as well as a mini fog dispelling device, made of the same material as the dispelling steel. Your mission is very straightforward. Enter the fog and make your way to the designated area. They have been marked with lights. Insert the device into the fog, hunt for demons. Your individual strength and cooperation will both determine whether you pass or fail this trial. Cooperation and individual strength are both crucial. All of you are now tasked with hunting in the fog beyond the walls. It is the terrifying trial rookies must face at the end. In this world covered in fog, the only way to survive is to have a strong team and the courage to face your fears. In the world covered in mist, the warriors are expected to face the unknown dangers that lurk in the mist. Good physique and skillfulness are not the only qualities needed to become a warrior. One also requires a strong mentality, fearlessness towards the fog, the ability to cooperate and rely on their team while facing the unknown, and the ability to overcome one's fears. To earn the title of warrior, the participants need to get a good look at the area, fight the demons that appear at random, and make their first kill. The speaker announces the assessment is over for one team, and the next team needs to get ready. A woman with orange hair is seen standing high above on the walls. She says out loud, "There are lots of outstanding rookies in this batch. My target is clear, though. The only one I'm interested in is Situlu from the Situ family." This was the Helios City 2nd Squadron leader Dada Gel. She turns and asks two others, "How about you guys? A seedling from a martial arts family. If she's guided well, she might become a great warrior," replied by 1st Squadron leader Joel. "There is another person worth watching out for the commander said as he looks down at the students. He thinks to himself, "I have sent it for checking, but there seems to be nothing wrong with the core. So what exactly happened back there?" As Gel taps his head and says, "What are you thinking about, Tang Tang?" "Don't call me that," Jean shouts while blushing. Joel says that Gel is the only one who can make you blush since the start, Tang Tan. "The same goes for you," Jean says to Joel. On a side note, have the demons' grades been confirmed? We must ensure that the test venue only contains the finless demons we prepared beforehand. Gel asks the both of them. "Yeah, don't worry. To ensure the participants' safety, we've checked over and over in the past few days that no one-fin demons are to be found within Helios City's vicinity." Jean replies, "If one really appeared, we've got to do everything we can to protect this batch of future warriors," said by Joel as the three of them watch over the students. The instructor calls out to the next group saying that the current group have finished and that the venue has been set up. The crowd talks as the next group was with Situlu and An. The four prepare themselves as An says that it's their turn now. Situ grabs the capsule from An, confusing him. She dashes forward quickly, turning back to tell them to follow her dazzling self. An is annoyed, wondering why she liked to have so much attention, and yells out to follow her. The three of them quickly chase after her. Situ jumps up high, flipping through the air before landing the capsule into the device. Gel says she has a recovery core, but her physique is no worse than those with the blue cores. Is this what the foundation of someone in a martial arts family looks like? Three red demons roar as they dash towards Situ. An yells to Snow breakthrough. Snow replies, "Got it." He preps himself before making a gigantic leap towards the demons, landing between them and Situ. The demons jump towards Snow as a yellow energy covers his fists. A yellow shield blocks the attack of the demons. Jean sees this and is impressed that Snow had gotten used to the core power. An arrives, telling Situ and Tomo to kill the demons one by one. They agreed. Covered in the aura of their stone, green, red, and blue, the three of them rush to the demons. Round 1, Tomo versus the demon. She easily slices it up and dropkicks the demon straight to hell. Before the demon could even land on the ground, Snow uses the 1-inch punch to send it flying. Joel praises their teamwork from above, noting that the girl in blue has enhanced the rhythm in her movements in a perverted way. Jean calls him out. Round 2, Sidhu versus the demon. She leaps and stabs the demon on its belly, causing it to explode in a green explosion as she walks away. Round 3, On versus the demon. He knees the demon in the balls, thinking to strike its 3 vital areas first: the neck, chest, and abdomen. As he rolls alongside the demon, knowing that his current body can only bring out a limited amount of power in one go, he thinks to use this battle to test his limits. He speeds over to the demon in an instant. The monster readies its fist to punch Ong as he dashes to it. Ong dodges the punch with ease. He returns a punch back to the monster, causing it to roar. He thinks that he didn't respond quick enough. The monster tries to kick Ong, but he dodges by bending backwards. He switches the knife to his left hand, turns over from the bent position, and stabs the monster in the stomach while thinking that his body coordination is poor as well. The monster shakes in pain and tries to claw at Ong, but he takes the knife out, leaping to the side, and slices the monster right in its mouth. The monster falls to the ground as Ong lands behind it, thinking he still doesn't have enough explosive power. The others look at him from the back. Snow says that he thinks Ong was just playing with his opponent, while Tomo hopes she captured Aang's fight on camera, and Sidhu thinks Ong just wanted to take the spotlight and was doing it on purpose. Up on the walls, Jel asks who the scrawny boy was and said that he was impressive. Joe adds on that Ong moves like a veteran as all 3 leaders looked at Ong. Jean remains silent. Back at the battle, Ong is sweating hard. He wipes his sweat, concluding that with this new body he would not be able to use any of his old skills, and that after moving a while he had already ran out of breath, making it worse. He takes a step forward as he finishes assessing himself. The monster was bleeding all over as Ong rushes towards it, telling it that it's time for it to die. But before he could reach it, something came out from the ground. The red spike appeared right before his eyes. It pierces the monster straight in its stomach as Ong was blown away from the impact. The team looks at it, wondering what it was, as the tree roots surrounds them. A clawed hand emerges. Within the monster's body was 2 claws. It rips it apart, showing another monster inside. Ong is shocked to see this. The new monster slowly comes out. It lets out a bloody scream that could be heard all the way to the city. The leaders sense it. Jean felt it and showed signs of fear. He shouts out loud, "One fin demon." He orders all cadets to retreat to the city. The cadets all run for their lives in fear. Jel and Joel jumps down quickly, landing on the grounds below. Dust covers the area from the impact of the jump. Both of them quickly run towards the cadets who were retreating. Jel tells them not to panic and to stay beside leader Jean, as he will escort them back to the city. "Human? But I smell a demon?" said an eerie voice. Ong looks at it, terrified, wondering what it was saying. The monster walks slowly and asks which one. It gave off a hellish aura as it walks to the team. Snow, Tomo, and Sidhu all shake with fear as Sidhu compares the no-fin demons earlier, that it was nothing compared to the one-fin demon. She visualizes that from its aura alone it could rip her into pieces in a blink of any eye. She couldn't even move her body. The monster stands tall in front of Ong as he thinks that his current body is no match for a one-fin demon. For the first time, Ong was experiencing what normal warriors felt when facing a fin demon. The monster counts as it put its clawed hand up. A bright red light emerges from each of its fingers as it wants to bring all of them back with it. A fast laser hits all 4 of them in the head. They lose consciousness, and all fell to the ground. The monster looks back as the tree root behind it cracked. Leader Jel and Joel breaks through the tree roots. Joel shouts at the monster, telling it not to touch the cadets. It laughs at his face. As the leaders rush to the cadets, the tree roots surround themselves around the monster and the cadets. The monster smiles as the roots covers it. It's said by as the monster and cadets disappear into the ground. The leaders are shocked that a monster had taken 4 cadets. The ground near the hole swells up and starts to move, alerting the leaders. Joel says to go after it. Deep in the forest, Leader Gel and Joel inspects the ground tunnel, seeing that it finally stopped. Gel tells Joel that Jean had checked the place 7 days in a row to make sure that a one-fin demon would not appear, so how did one come? Looking at the tunnel, Gel curses, saying this has never happened before. A figure from above calls their names as they look up. Jean had arrived and was asking where the cadets were. He shouts at them, asking why they stopped searching and that they should continue chasing after them. Joel asks Jean to calm down and tells him that the tracks stopped here. Gel added on by saying that the demon dug underground once it reached this point as Jean inspects the tunnel. Jean touches the track. A memory of his younger brother comes into his mind. "Bastard!" he yells as he smashes the ground. He talks to himself, saying it's his fault and that he should have checked properly. "It's all my fault!" he screams. Joel tells them that they should head back as the people in the city will be panicking and that the three of them can't be away from the city. Gel stays silent. She then comforts Jean, saying none of them wanted this to happen and that he needs to calm down. Jean pushes her hand away from him gently. He slowly stands up and tells them both to go back and that he'll search for the cadets a little longer. Joel asks Jean to stop, but Gel interrupts him, telling Jean to make sure he comes back before sunset. Jean with a sad face turns to her and says, "Yeah, I know." He runs into the fog. Gel tells Joel that they wouldn't be able to convince Jean to stop, and Jean scratches his head, agreeing with her, saying that Jin's little brother was taken by a demon in the past and that he had been blaming himself for that ever since. She then says that if Jin's younger brother was still alive, he would be the same age as the cadets. Looking at the sky, she says that Jean thinks of the cadets as his younger brother. In a dark cave, someone wakes up. It was He wonders where they were. He looks around and sees everyone tied up, but at least they were alive, he says. A voice from the darkness whispers to "You woke up?" Quickly turns his head and sees the one-fin demon behind him. Struggles to free himself while the demon walks past him, saying that woke up so quickly, making him different. Notices a piece of bone on the ground while the demon walks in front of him, saying it was very curious. But something blocks his mouth. The demon slams hard into the pillar he was tied to, making it crack. It holds Aang's face close and asks him why he smelled like a stronger demon than it. Replies, "What the fuck are you talking about?" as it squeezes his face. Releases his red aura, making him free from the restraints and causes the demon to fall back. He quickly lands on his feet and grabs the sharp bone. He slices at the demon, but it dodges it easily. The demon readies its claws, saying how lively. It swings its claws at but dodges it with a backflip. He quickly backs away from the demon, thinking to himself that if it was him from the before, he could have taken the demon's head before it could even react. He also has to save the other three. Once again, rushes towards the demon. He analyzes the demon as a red cord, making it agile with flexible joints that allow for quick reactions and attacks. "That's useless," the demon said as it reaches out with its claws. Tilts his head, hoping to dodge. But the demon's claw pierces through him. Holds onto the demon tightly with its claws in his body, as this was the only chance he had. He spots the weakness and stabs the demon in its joints. He holds the arm tightly and rips it out. The demon yells as looks at it and says that it shouldn't have looked down on him, as he had killed a ton of one-fin demons before. But the demon smiles. It knees in the stomach with extreme force, causing he cough up blood as his eyes turn white. The demon flings across the area with dust all around the place. Deep in the dust there is a hole in the wall. Aang's blood was splattered from the impact on the wall as his body just sits there not moving. The demon tells him he may know its weakness, but it was a wood type with a red core, as its arm regenerates. "I can mend myself," the demon says as its arm completely heals. Opens one of his eyes and sees that it can heal itself. He was shocked to know that the demons have evolved after half a century. "You're the one that looked down on me," the demon says. It bends its clawed finger. Spikes rips into Aang from the wall behind him. The demon calls it to come as Aang's body is sent flying towards it with the tree roots. The demon grabs Aang's head. Aang glares at the demon as it holds his head. The demon lets go of Aang's head, saying it doesn't understand him and to forget it. Aang looks at the ground in a blurry state, believing that the spikes had punctured his internal organs and that it was so painful to the point he couldn't breathe and that he was gonna die even though he just reincarnated. He looks at his teammates thinking they would die too. He recalls his past memories of his teammates dying in front of him. Aang says I'm sorry everyone as his eyes slowly close. He laughs as his blood drips on the ground, saying he couldn't accept this. The demon looks at Aang and sees that he was dead, calling him a weak human. It wonders if it will evolve if it eats Aang. The demon opens its mouth wide and decides to eat Aang. But a figure appears, releasing a strong aura from Aang's body, asking the demon if it would eat him. The demon senses the powerful energy and immediately backs away from Aang. A voice from Aang's body says, "You can't die here like this, or else all my plans will go to waste." The red core cracks. The mysterious voice continues to say, "I can't believe that the last silver of my consciousness would be used here like this." The demon shrieks at the terrifying presence. The demon realizes the power was increasing from 5 fin to 6 fin and more as Aang's body is covered in a deadly red aura. Aang's body completely heals as the red aura enters his body, slowly changing him one by one. Soon Aang completely changed. He opens his eyes, and a huge red pillar emerges from him. It pierces the ground straight into the sky. Demons around the area were shocked by it. The aura reaches the demons and erases them from existence. The red pillar of aura slowly disappears as the red energy converges deep underground. A red demon is floating in the air and says, "I am the only 8-fin demon that exists. The Crimson Crystal's strongest existences. Your king." The 1-fin demon stutters, calling the red demon an 8-finned and its king. "Kneel," the red demon says. And it kneels before it. "Speak my name." "Crimson Finned King," the demon replied. The Crimson Finned King was on misty ruins. Jean is seen speeding through it, until something catches his eyes. He sees 2 demons and dashes to them, appearing behind one of them in an instant. He whacks and strikes them hard, raising his leg high, striking down hard on the demon. Jean had finished patrolling the area, but only saw 2 two-fin demons in the area. He looks up, sad that the children were not here. Staring at the sky, he believes they should find them before nightfall. But an intense red pillar of power appeared behind him. Waves of power were seen moving through the air. He covers his face, wondering what the hell it was. Seeing the source of the pillar, he realizes that the children were over there. Back in the cave, Aang in demon form descends in front of the weak demon. Fins began to grow back on his feet. He stands in front of the demon as it calls on its king. The 8-fin demon could not believe that the sky was as dark as before when it makes its return. It tells the demon to answer its question from when he vanished. The 8-fin wonders if the 5 demon lords were still alive. The demon bows down, telling the 8-fin that the 5 demon lords are still alive, and their positions have not changed. The 8-fin remarked that they were still living peacefully with one another, but begins to laugh out loud, unleashing a powerful aura. The 8-fin strikes the air, saying that the 5 demon lords have forgotten what they did to him. The 8-fin explained that he chose Aang to be his container as he was the strongest, but never thought the body would be so weak now. And that this was its last consciousness and was wasted in this situation, and if it wanted to appear again, it will only be at the time of its awakening. It trembles as it touches its throat, thinking that Aang was testing its patience, and that it needed Aang to slowly awaken and understand the Fin memories. The demon asks the king if the Fin memories were the same ones they used. And the king explains to it that its race was unique and with Fin memories, they stood above all demons. And that Aang, unlike other demons, just needs to devour demons of higher levels to promote. The king tells the demon that this was the gift that gave to Aang. The demon raises up, shouting that it would do everything to support the king, willing to give up its right and left arm. but the king slices it into pieces, saying it was not worth to do so, and that its only worth was to awaken Aang's first fin memory. The king tells Aang it has prepared the first step, and to not disappoint the king in the future, as it needs Aang to awaken to the eighth fin. As the king slowly disappears from Aang's body, Aang falls as the king tells it that when the time comes, as Aang's core absorbs the demon memories, that the king will awaken once more from its slumber. The core and the demon blood mix together, allowing for Aang and the king to become one. Aang recalls a memory of a soldier dying in front of him, calling him the strongest king. The soldier tells Aang he doesn't want to die. Aang tells him he won't as he reaches out to him. The soldier grabs Aang's hand hard, as his face turns into an undead, telling Aang why he was the only one still alive. Aang wakes up from the nightmare, thinking it was only just a dream. Voices called out to Aang. It was his teammates. They were happy to see him awake. Sui-ji leans close to his face, asking why his hair color changed and if it was because of the demonic door. Aang couldn't believe she came this close, and asks her what she meant. He looks around, asking if all of them were okay since the cave. Jin appears, telling Aang that it seems that he remembers something. Appearing with all the leaders, he asked Aang to tell them what happened. Aang was surprised to see all three captains in the room. Jel tells him that Jin was the one that brought the four of them back. Jin whispers to her not to call him Tang Tang in front of him, but they all heard the nickname Tang Tang. Joel tells them they found them outside the cave, that they were unconscious, and that no demon was found, making it easy for them to bring them back safely. Jel tells Aang that he was the only one that experienced changes, showing him a mirror. Aang stares at this reflection, wondering why his hair changed. He thinks about what he should tell them about the cave and his reincarnation, but decides not to say. He tells them that he just woke up vaguely, and now wakes up in the hospital. Jin remains silent, thinking back to the blood he found in the cave, wondering what caused it. Joel sits beside Aang, telling him he saw his results, and that his foundation was weak, but when fighting demons, he seemed very calm. He looks at Aang, asking if he had fought demons before. Aang tells him he didn't and only studies hard about fighting demons. Jel is impressed by him for being a bookworm, saying that many people should be like that. But Aang remembers about his test results, asking them what they were. Sui-ji appears again, telling him that he passed and they were still a team. His team tells him that Jin had made them a team, making it fate. Sidhu tells Aang that they have fallen behind the other teams, surprising Aang. Jin tells Aang that he was asleep for 3 days, and that his team had 0 points now. Aang screams out that he couldn't believe that he was in a coma for 3 days. The team wears their armor and prepares. The crowd in the city all look curious about the Aang's new team with Captain Jin. Jin begins to inform the team of the rules, and that they have officially become warriors, and congratulates them for returning from the one-fin demon safely. He then informs them that the 4 of them are a team, under his command, and he was in charge of 9 teams and wants them to stand out. Aang raises his hand, asking how they could stand out. Sidhu turns away from him, asks they were currently ranked last. Jin explains to them that they had a point system, to stimulate healthy competition through point rankings to improve teams. They can obtain points by completing mission, and the captain and team with the lowest points will be punished. As seen in the back of Jin, the punishment will be being demoted to the cleaning crew. Aang looks around, realizing why the city was so clean. Jin announces that Sidhu will be the team leader as she has the highest points. No one objects to the choice except Aang, thinking why they didn't choose the strongest warrior. Taking a step forward, Sidhu shouts loudly that they will complete their mission. The day soon reaches the afternoon. Jin turns to leave, telling them to look at other teams' points and decide on a mission. He advises to find him if they face any problems. Jin dismisses the team at once. Sidhu tells the team to look at the mission board, as their team was far behind the others. But Sui-ji tells her to stop, and that something else was more important. Sidhu turns around embarrassed, wondering what it was that she missed. Sueji tells her that they needed to take a photo as a team first. Sidu stares at her in disbelief. An whispers that small teams as a whole was not a bad idea as he smiles widely. A photo is taken of their team, aka death flag for the three of them. Jean is seen with the other captains, asking what they think. Jean tells them that there were signs of demons' blood splattered all over. Joel looks him, wondering if he though the kids did it. Jean tells him he suspects An, because he could smell a familiar but unquown stink from him. Jel hugs him from the back, saying he was overthinking, and that the kids are back safe and everything's fine. She tells him that the team seems strong and that he should take care of them, so he won't lose to hers, but Jean tells her he was serious. Joel just smokes his cigarette, telling him that they will keep an eye on An. Back at the city mission board, An is staring at it. He was happy that there were 3A rank missions and they could earn 10 points with each. But Sueji and Snow tells him that a rank mission were difficult as Sidu remains silent. He explains to An that, even though A ranks give more points, they result in more casualties than C and C rank missions. An tells him he understands, and tells him that if that's the case, as all the mission are taken of the board, he and Sidu tells the team that they should take it all. The team is now seen running through the jungle. An presses onto his red core on his chest, causing it to activate and spread out a gold machinery. He looks back, seeing wings on his back, amazed that this was Nano Wing. It allows him to quickly dash past the others towards a huge boulder, and slams against it once he arrives. An looks at his hand, imaging the Nano Wing disintegrating and changing into a weapon. A dagger soon formed in his hands from the Nano Wing. He holds it tightly in his handle, amazed that this was nano equipment, and that technology had truly evolved in the past 60 years. The rest of the group arrives at the boulder. Sidu asks them if they were ready, and they all respond with a yes. She informs them of the 2 no-fin demons as their targets, and that they needed to kill them in one go. She shouts at them to follow the plan and to head out. They dashed out of the cover of the boulder, with Snow leading the charge. The demons are alarmed by their arrival. They roar fiercely as the team approaches them. Sidu thinks to end this quickly as they head over to the demons, as they can't afford to waste time, because they have 3 more A-rank missions to complete. Snow arrives first to the demons, slamming his foot deep within the ground. He kicks up, creating a giant wave made of stone, blocking the demons' attacks. But the demons are confused, as Snow and the team had disappeared from in front of them. This was according to Situ's plan, as Ang and Tomo were the ones to incapacitate them. Ang and Tomo appears from both sides of the demons. They slices the legs of the demons in order to stop them from moving. Ang turns to see the demons, thinking he can't wait to see them flail after he breaks their joints. Both the demons kneel onto the ground due to Ang's and Tomo's attack. Snow appears before the 2 demons, preparing his mighty fist up their ass, and slamming both their jaws shut with an uppercut. With the demons now in the air, Situ appears, thinking to end this fight in a magnificent manner. Her neon strikes lit up the place, as she manages to land all her attacks. The demons both start to glow up from her attack, because of the overload treatment skill. They blow up, as Situ thinks of her performance as splendid. Tomo places down the device, clearing the fog at last. Snow wipes the sweat off his face, happy that the fight was over, as their mission was to dispel the fog, which was harder than the exams, and took way too long to complete. The demons dropped a red core. Tomo giggles happily seeing the red core in her hands as the team gathers. Sita thanks the team for their hard work and that they've earned 10 points, as Ang is surprised to see the completed missions automatically destroyed. So high-tech, he says. Tomo explains to him that there's a chip in the mission, linked to the point leaderboard in the city. Once the mission is completed, the leaderboard updates the points instantly. She tells him that they had completed the dispelling the fog outside the city mission, and asks if she could take a look. She sees that they still had 2 missions left that were both pretty difficult. She drops to the ground, thinking how hard the missions were gonna be, and that they still had a way to go. Snow laughs, telling her it won't be easy, but they had their team working hard. Sidu calls for their attention, wanting to go through their plan. And it was that they were gonna finish the 2 remaining rank missions, and more rank missions, to aim straight for the top. Tomo sees her as sparking, deciding to take photos of her, as Snow is fired up, wanting the team to hurry up straight to the top. Snow calls out to brother Ong, asking what he thought of the plan, but Ong tells him to just call him Ong, no brother, as they were comrades. Ong stretches and tells them that the plan was right, other teams were working hard, and they needed to be more active. Ong thinks to himself that he never expected to feel this way, after living across 2 lifetimes. He thinks of his team, as they had made him feel his youthful passion again, making one energetic. Ong tells them they need to complete their mission before sunset, and they should go now. Tomo is excited to go for the mission, as Sidu thinks that Ong stole all her cool lines. The sun slowly starts to set. As Snow calls out to the team that he was done tying up the demon, he shouts out loud, happy that the team captured 3 demons alive. Sidu checks the tranquilizer, seeing that they had run out of tranquilizers to capture no-fin demons, as each team were given a few special bullets. Ong looks curiously at the weapon Sidu was holding. Sidu couldn't believe that Ong needed another explanation, so she tells him that it was called Demon Tranquilizer Gun, created from nanoparticles, but was harder to create and using it was far too complex. Ong then inspects the demons they captured, curious to see that demons could be captured using tranquilizers. He recalls in the past, where they had to knock out the demons using force, which made researchers upset as the demons would have brain damage. Snow informs them that they had completed the mission, before they ran out of tranquilizer bullets. And that in order to capture 3, they needed to kill an entire group. Tomo stretches her fine body, saying they needed to go back to the city before sunset, as it was an ironclad rule, if they were late they would be punished. But on a side note, damn, I may be AI, but that booty though. Okay, let's take a moment to appreciate the artwork here, lads. 1, 2, 3, and now back to the story. She turns to them, saying they should go home to eat dinner, making Ong think about whether he had a place to call home now. Sidu agrees with Tomo, saying she needed to go back to the dojo, they just needed the coordinates for the researchers to collect the demons, making the mission complete. But as she asks them if they felt a murderous aura, a red shriek of light passes by them. A bullet is seen curving through the air, destroying all the demons' heads in one gun, like that movie Wanted. Situ and Ong were shocked to see this happen in front of their eyes. A voice speaks out to them, saying they can't let them complete this mission, as a barrel of a gun is revealed. The team shouts, "Who's there?" hoping to find the person responsible. Another team appears in the tree and on top of a boulder. That team asks if Aang's team were the ones who took all the A-rank missions. The red hair with a mask then tells them they were the ones planning to take those missions. "Who let you have them?" he asks. Aang asked who they were. The mysterious red mask told him that they were Black Gun, a squad that joined squadron leader Ji Yaotang in the last assessment. In simpler terms, they were Aang's seniors in one of the 9 squads, as explained by the red-masked person. The red mask asked the team member how many new squads had joined Ji Yaotang this time. She replied that there were 3. Looking at Aang's squad, the red mask told them they were a rookie squad who had not shown respect to their seniors yet, being rebellious. Suddenly, they all leaped forward and appeared right in front of Aang's squad, expressing their disapproval of the fact that Aang's team had taken all the A-rank missions for themselves without seeking approval from the seniors and not taking them seriously. Meanwhile, Lu was staring at the dead monster corpse. It was the same monster her team had spent a significant amount of time and effort capturing. She looked at it intensely, clenching her teeth tightly as she thought about the tremendous amount of hard work they had put into capturing these demons. She asked the red mask who their leader was. Just as he asked why she hadn't asked her team to greet them yet, Lu dashed towards him in an instant. She spun in the air, attempting to land a kick on the red mask. However, he easily dodged her kick by bending backward, as if he were in the Matrix. Confused by her actions, the red mask yelled at her for daring to attack her seniors, labeling them as undisciplined rookies. Anger consumed Lu as she readied her fist to attack, telling the red mask how dare he call themselves their seniors. Before she could attack, her her teammates appeared and held her back, urging her not to act rashly. They reminded her that they were still their seniors, and it would be better to talk things out. While they restrained Lu, they told the Red Mask that they were being unreasonable and couldn't just kill the demons they had captured with so much effort. However, the Red Mask laughed off their claim of being unreasonable. With a disapproving gaze, he told them that this was a competition and that they were being naive. Lu's anger flared up at the mention of being naive. Internally, she labeled the Red Mask a bastard for ruining their mission. As a leader, she questioned how she could face her squad now. She screamed in her mind. Snow then turned back to call on. As he was about to discuss the situation and suggest talking it out with the seniors, Ong dashed past him in a red blur. He leaped right in front of the Red Mask, kicking him straight in the face while telling him to F off. Red Mask's team shouted out in worry. Ong stood tall and expressed that he had never seen people oppressing rookies and that the rules were bullshit. Aang's team was shocked and surprised by his actions, but Lu gave him a thumbs up. Red Mask was trembling in pain as he held his face, calling them bastards for treating their seniors this way. He called out to his team, Black Gun, to get ready for battle. The three members readied their weapons in agreement with the Red Mask's order, preparing to attack Aang's team. However, before the clash could happen, a voice echoed loudly in the air, shouting, "What buffoonery!" Jean appeared instantaneously between Aang and the Red Mask, just as they were about to attack each other. Jean grabbed onto Aang's leg while simultaneously blocking the Red Mask's punch. In a single fluid motion, Jean hurled both of them in different directions, sending Aang and the Red Mask flying back to their respective teams. Aang thought to himself that he couldn't see the standards of modern warriors, as they wouldn't even be fighting. Jean appeared wearing a red deadly aura, covering his body. He turned to the two squads and scolded them for not caring about their survival when the sun was about to set. Red Mask complained to Jean that Aang's team had started the fight and even tried to smack the mask off his face. Lu looked at the Red Mask and called him a child for complaining to Jean, which angered the Red Mask. Tomo then brought out her camera and showed Jean the photo proof that Red Mask's team had killed their demons. Snow was surprised to find out that Tomo had taken pictures. Jean asked them if they had taken the A-rank mission of capturing demons. Lu informed him that they had already completed the mission, but the Black Gun squad destroyed their efforts. Jean closed his eyes, showing understanding. He explained to Aang's team that while they might think Black Gun had gone too far, it was actually a common experience for rookies. He looked at Lu and told her that their response was up to them. Jean further explained that the city only looked at a squad's points and that all forms of competitive actions were allowed. These rules applied to every city. He continued by saying that as warriors, they would face greater challenges in the future and wouldn't be dealing with these basic threats. He concluded his speech by stating that he had intervened in the fight only because the sun was setting, and they should return to the city. He then told the Red Mask that he felt embarrassed for him, having a rookie team steal an A-rank mission from them. The Red Mask could only respond with a simple yes, sir, and slowly made his way back to his team. As he walked away, he turned to Aang and asked for his name. Aang looked at him and simply replied, Aang. Shock registered on the Red Mask's face as he heard the name. He began laughing out loud, telling his team about Aang's name, while Aang remained silent, stating that the Red Mask had asked for it. As the Red Mask left, he told Aang that he wouldn't allow his squad to easily earn points from now on. Steam erupted from his body as he vowed to make sure that Aang's team would rank last on the leaderboard this month. He walked towards his fallen mask on the ground, pointed to his injured face, and promised to return the favor. He then grabbed his mask and placed it back onto his face while calling out to his team. They all disappeared in an instant. Jean informed Aang's team that Black Gun might not be the strongest squad, but they would do whatever it took to distract and destroy their mission progress. They were known for their swift execution, led by Red Mask, who excelled in firearms. Although he hadn't used a firearm in the previous fight, Jean was sure that Black Gun would win if both teams clashed. Upon hearing this, Lu fell into silent contemplation. Jean concluded his speech and told them it was time to return to the city. Lu decided to forget about the conflict and urged the team to move on. She looked at Ang, wondering why he was spacing out and if he was just trying to look cool. But before leaving, she told him that his kick was pretty cool, catching Ang's attention. Snow asked if they wanted to have dinner, but they all declined, mentioning they had plans. However, Ang had his own plan of capturing the 3 demons alive by himself. Night falls upon the city, with a large moon shining overhead. An announcement is made, urging the citizens to remain within the city for their safety. The repeated warnings emphasize the importance of not leaving. Meanwhile, Ang hides himself, reflecting on the fact that he hasn't seen many people since the warning. He assumes they are likely at home due to the lockdown. Curiosity piques his interest, and he contemplates what homes look like after completing the mission. Peering out from his hiding spot, he notices that people are not as vigilant as he expected. Spotting a sign indicating a temporary emergency gate, Ang squats down and ponders whether the city is short-staffed or if they simply believe no one would leave at night. He compares the present situation to his past experiences, noting that in the past, day or night didn't matter during their missions. Ang is confident that finding demons at night will be easy and that he can capture 3 no-fin demons with his previous life's forceful approach. He smiles at the thought of capturing the 3 demons before morning, despite the potential interference from Red Mask and his team. Ang considers himself a genius for devising this plan. Suddenly, a voice startles Ang, and he turns to see Lu standing beside him. Lu finds it exciting to sneak around at night since becoming a warrior, as it grants her more freedom. Ang, now standing up, tells Lu that she scared him. She questions his reason for sneaking around at night during the lockdown, although internally, she is delighted by the idea of venturing outside the city at night. Ang whistles nonchalantly, pretending not to understand what she is talking about and claiming he was just taking a stroll. It's worth noting that Ang, despite being the strongest warrior in human history, struggles to lie convincingly. Lu looks at him, aware of his poor acting skills, and Ang's stomach growls loudly, exposing his subpar performance. Frustrated with his acting, Ang gives up and admits to Lu that he wanted to surprise the team by completing the mission that Red Mask's team ruined earlier. Since Lu discovered his intentions, he asks her not to report him to the higher-ups. Planning to return, Ang is taken aback when Lu insists on joining him, surprising him with her determination. Lu smiles and asks about the plan, feeling like a genius herself and getting excited at the thought of Red Mask and his team's reactions. Ang questions why Lu let out an evil chuckle, but Lu denies doing anything mischievous. Meanwhile, atop the high walls, 2 warriors can be seen. One is yawning, while the other is busy eating. NPC 1 expresses how torturous standing guard feels, remarking that anyone leaving the city at night must have a death wish. NPC 2 tells NPC 1 to be quiet, calling him an idiot, and warns him not to let the other squadron leaders hear such statements. NPC 2 explains that the gap in the gates is for emergencies. In the past, human survivors sought refuge in the city but were tragically killed by demons due to the gates opening a few seconds late. Since then, almost every city decided to leave an emergency gap in their main gate to prevent such tragedies from recurring. NPC 1 apologizes for his lack of knowledge, but NPC 2 reassures him, taking out an item that brings joy to men in the middle of the night, a photo book featuring female warriors from other cities. Blushing happily, NPC 1 holds the newest photo book, and NPC 2 cautions him to be careful with it, given its cost. Both of them giggle as they enjoy the photo book together. Seizing the distraction, Lu and An seize the opportunity to sneak out of the city. As An looks ahead, he recognizes the area as the previous assessment venue, where the fog is denser at night. He calls out to Lu, instructing her to follow him in a particular direction. Eventually, they reach an empty area, and Lu notes that they are far enough from the city to avoid detection. The decaying forest will provide adequate concealment. Ang informs her that it's time to initiate the plan. He will lure the monsters, and she will knock them out with brute force. Ang leaves the area first, instructing Lu to wait for his signal. Lu's hands tremble as she contemplates Ang's confidence in venturing alone into the night fog. Uncertain whether her feelings are fear or excitement, she focuses on the task at hand. With determination, she looks ahead, prepared to launch her attacks once Ang returns. Ang reappears, being chased by a huge red demon. Lu is shocked by Ang's ability to serve as bait. Ang lands on a tree, deftly evading the monster's attack. He calls out to Lu, who appears right behind him, and they simultaneously kick the monster in the face. They continue this strategy of striking the monster's faces, making it easier for them to capture the creatures together. They employ their elbows to knock out another monster, using coordinated attacks from both sides. However, this method of capture drains their stamina and strength. Wiping the sweat off his face, Ang acknowledges that he still needs to train his weak body, realizing that these no-fin demons used to be mere playthings in his past life. Lu brings a monster to Ang, indicating it's the last one and that they are finished. She finds the mission more exhausting than her dojo's strength training. Ang instructs her to leave the monster there, explaining that no-fin demons lack intelligence and do not save their own kind. Furthermore, they would not approach the city. Leaving the three monsters behind poses no problem. Ang taps the monster's head and assures Lu that their combined attacks ensure they won't wake up anytime soon. Tomorrow, they will return to this spot to submit the monsters for the mission. Lu expresses curiosity about Ang's knowledge, prompting Ang to hesitate, realizing he may have said too much. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a creepy voice from above, exclaiming, "Found you." Fear grips both Lu and Ang as they look up to see two demons perched on a tree, giggling and claiming to have found the human. The demons remark that Ang smells like them. Lu, filled with terror, spots the two fin demons, while Ang curses internally, wondering why two one-fin demons appeared simultaneously. Aware that they would be overpowered in a fight against the demons, alarms sound, and lights activate in the city. The three squad leaders, accompanied by the two NPCs, appear behind them. Joel informs everyone that signs of one-fin demons have appeared, instructing them to scan the area with spotlights. The two NPCs agree, shouting affirmatively. Jel asks Jean why one-fin demons have emerged and speculates if it's the same one from the assessment. Jean assures her that he found the demon in an underground cave and is certain it was dead. Spotlights begin scanning the decaying forest, revealing the presence of the demons in the same area as Ang and Lu. The NPCs alert the captains that two one-fin demons have been spotted. Joel calms everyone down, ordering the city gates to be shut and the defensive turrets to be prepared. He ponders what might have attracted two demons to appear simultaneously. The defensive turrets are activated and begin charging up. However, someone shouts to hold on and not to close the gates. Jel is surprised to hear this from Jean, who explains that there is someone out there. Joel calls for spotlights to be directed toward the source of Jin's concern, revealing Ang and Lu in the same area as the two one-fin demons. Jel asked why they were outside the city at night, but none of the captains had any idea. As they surveyed the area, they noticed three captured demons. Jean closed his eyes, finally understanding why they were outside the city. He explained to the others that Ang and Lu wanted to capture demons at night because their progress was hindered earlier in the day. Joel added that their talent and reckless desire for good performance had caused this problem, something common among rookie warriors. Jean hyped himself up, covering his body in a red aura, preparing to jump. He exclaimed that Ang and Lu would receive the worst punishment when they returned. Jin's powerful leap created a shockwave, pushing everyone back. Jel called out to him and turned to Joel, informing him that she would go with Jean for the rescue and leave the command to him. Confused by her upside-down jump, Joel shrugged it off, knowing he wasn't the rider. Jean and Jel leaped from the top of the wall, with Joel watching from above, realizing that a rare night of drinking had been ruined. He saw the intense impact of their landing and their dash forward. One of the one-fin demons noticed the captains approaching. Ang told Lu to hide behind him, saying they needed to wait for help and stall for time. Ang wondered if the demons were here for him, just like the one-fin demon from before. He questioned whether it was because of his rebirth or something that happened in the cave. Lu stepped up, suggesting they should fight together. The one-fin demons opened its mouth in a creepy way, indicating a desire to fight back. Both demons leaped down from the tree, but one of them disappeared instantly before landing, while the other landed in front of Ong and Lu. Suddenly, a red demon appeared between Ong and Lu, raising its arm, threatening to kill the useless one and targeting Lu. However, Ong managed to body slam the red demon away from Lu's attack. The red demon's strike destroyed the ground, sending shockwaves to Ong and Lu. The red demon praised Ong for his quick reflexes, while Lu readied herself and kicked the red demon's face, telling it to eat dirt. To her surprise, she realized her kick was held back by water strings, and the red demon taunted her. At that moment, the blue demon appeared, blocking Lu's kick with its water strings, and told her to look. The blue demon's strings wrapped around Lu's body effortlessly, causing her to scream in pain. Ong called out her name in concern, but before he could do anything, the red demon reappeared before him with its fist ready, admonishing him for being distracted. However, a heavy fist suddenly smashed into the red demon's face, giving it a shock. Jean appeared and sent the red demon flying, warning it not to even think of hurting the two young warriors. Jean and Gel appeared in front of Ong, surprising him, and reassured him that they were safe now. Gel examined the two demons and recognized them as a blue cord water type and a red cord earth type. She realized they needed to save Lu first. The blue core water type was agility-based, while the red core earth type was strength-based. The red demon remarked that it was lucky to block Jin's attack, or else its head would have exploded. Meanwhile, Joel noticed the situation and wondered if they were at a standstill. He yelled out that they were too close and commanded the defensive cannons to be ready, warning them to avoid harming their own people. Another warrior appeared, calling out to Joel. She informed him that they had detected a large number of no-fin demons heading in their direction. Joel asked how many, and she replied countless. Fear and sweat overcame her as she trembled, explaining that it was a demon wave. The red moon's glow covered the aura, and the ground shook heavily as endless streams of monsters emerged from the forest. The demons screamed and shouted as they rushed forward. Joel clenched his teeth and gave the command, "Sound the alarms. All warriors prepare for combat." The command echoed through the air as alarms and sirens blared throughout the city in response to the incoming demon wave. The warriors in the city rushed towards the walls, preparing to assemble in their squads. Jean took note of the demon wave, realizing that the demons were well prepared since they had made such a big move. Ong added that they had passed them and were heading straight for the city. Gel informed them that the demon wave had been called by the two demons, emphasizing the need to eliminate them quickly. Lu shouted to them that she was fine and urged them to help the city instead, feeling like a burden and neglecting her duty. However, the blue demon covered her mouth, telling her to shut up, while she struggled to free herself. Determined, the three of them leaped towards the demons, with Jean leading the charge. He yelled out that they would bring Lu back with them. The red demon laughed like the Joker and slammed its hand into the ground, summoning two waves of large red spikes from the earth towards them. Jean warned Gel to watch out as the spikes approached. Jean and Gel dodged the spikes, while Ong effortlessly broke through them. Jean and Gel attempted to break the spikes, but Ong realized that they weren't attacking him. The red demon appeared beside Ong, suggesting they go. Ignoring Aang's presence, the red demon dashed towards Jean and Gel instead. Jean wondered why the red demon hadn't stopped Ong. As Jean and Gel fought the red demon, it warned them that spacing out would result in death. The blue demon tightly held onto Lu, urging Ong to follow. Suddenly, Lu was sent flying backward as a large stream of water carried her away from the group. Ong called out to her, but his strength was lacking, and he struggled to think clearly about the trap to separate him from the leaders. Jean saw Ong standing alone and shouted at him, telling him not to follow the demon as he couldn't defeat it. However, Ong couldn't ignore Lu after witnessing the look in her eyes. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing he couldn't abandon her, and decided to follow her. Deep within the decaying forest where Lu was previously kidnapped by the blue demon, the blue demon suddenly stops running away and places Lu in front of itself. It stares intensely at Lu, creating a moment of artistic appreciation. Now, let's return to the story. The blue demon finds Lu intriguing and explains that one-fin demons are interested in the rich emotions of humans. It had heard that humans scream when they feel despair. Beg, the blue demon demands, wanting to hear Lu plead for mercy. However, Lu remains silent, staring back at the demon. Perhaps it's because there is tape covering her mouth. Lu manages to remove the sticky blue substance from her face, revealing that her mouth was covered and making it impossible for her to scream. The blue demon then orders her to scream, but Lu remains defiantly silent. The demon wonders if Lu is even worthy of begging for her life. Lu, unyielding, tells the demon that she belongs to a martial family that taught her never to bow her head before an enemy. Cowardice is considered shameful in her family, so she challenges the demon to either kill her or face her in combat once again. The demon remains silent for a moment, processing Lu's words, but then bursts into laughter. It kicks her in the face, expressing its anger. It taunts Lu, claiming that she was merely bait and will soon meet her demise on the ground. But Lu, displaying the utmost confidence, gives the demon a powerful side-eye. Just as the blue demon approaches Lu with malicious intent, a voice calls out, breaking the tense atmosphere. An appears, wielding his knife and pointing it at the demon, demanding that it release Lu and acknowledging himself as their target. Lu looks at An, puzzled by why he came alone. The blue demon rejoices at the sight of An, realizing that their trap has worked, and that he was the true target all along. Lu wonders about the demon's claim regarding An being the target. An prepares himself with his knife and asks Lu if she is all right. She assures him that she is fine but urges him to leave, recognizing that he cannot defeat the demon on his own. In a fit of anger, the blue demon kicks Lu in the stomach, criticizing her for being noisy. Aang's anger intensifies as he pleads with the demon to spare Lu and offers himself as a substitute. However, the demon dismisses Aang's words with a giggle. Suddenly, a rapid stream of blue water propels itself toward An. The blue demon, once again in front of An, warns him that both of them will meet their demise. An attempts to slice the demon with his knife, but the demon swiftly evades the attack. It retaliates with a powerful punch, which An manages to block with his left arm. Realizing his body is unable to keep up with the demon's swift movements, An ponders whether the demon is of a water type. He contemplates the evolution of demons over the decades and their acquisition of new attributes. Aang's body begins to bleed as more cuts appear, making him realize that his current physical techniques are insufficient. He acknowledges that both he and Lu are in danger of losing their lives. Meanwhile, as Lu lies on the ground, she wonders why Aang came alone, knowing that he is no match for a one-fin demon. Her attention is drawn to a sharp spike on the ground in front of her. Determined not to remain idle, she moves closer to the spike, understanding that she cannot sit still and do nothing. Taking advantage of Aang's arm blocking the blue demon's attack, he recognizes it as a chance and swings his knife with intense power. However, the blue demon captures the blade with its watery form, mocking Aang for supposedly killing the one-fin demon in the cave. Aang vehemently denies any knowledge of such an event, but the demon scorns his attitude and decides he must be punished. Gripping both of Aang's arms, the demon twists them in various directions, breaking the bones. Aang's agonizing screams echo throughout the forest. Holding Aang in the air, the demon accuses him of dishonesty and delivers a brutal knee strike to his stomach, further inflicting harm. The force of the kick sends Aang flying backward. The demon demands that Aang reveal his secret but finds him lying motionless on the ground, believing that its kick has disemboweled him. Aang contemplates his own frailty, realizing that he couldn't even defeat a one-fin demon despite falling in slow motion. Meanwhile, Lu notices that Aang is in grave danger and takes action to free herself, even resorting to cutting her own wrists to make them bleed. As the demon advances toward Aang, threatening to devour him for not admitting his secret, it licks its lips, anticipating that consuming Aang will lead to its own evolution. Just as the demon reaches for Aang, a blade materializes behind its head. The demon swiftly dodges the blade as Lu appears behind it, catching the blue demon off guard. With a swift motion, she lands a kick on its chest, followed by another, flipping backward forcefully and sending the blue demon flying away from Ong. Lu skillfully lands on her feet, her eyes now glowing a bright green. She warns the demon not to dare to harm her squad member. Surprised by Lu's escape from its binds, the blue demon addresses her, acknowledging her determination and the blood on her ankles and wrists as a testament to her ruthless escape. Lu boldly tells the demon that if it wants to kill one of her squad members, it should start with the captain, who is her. The demon responds by releasing water from its body, shaping it into numerous blades. It warns Lu not to dodge the water blades, and they begin to approach her. Lu, exerting all her strength, does her best to deflect the attacks directed at her, and Ong whispers to her, advising her to dodge instead of deflect. However, Lu insists that if she dodges, Ong will be struck. She realizes that the number of attacks is overwhelming. As the demon raises its hand toward Lu and Ong, water blades rise from the ground around Lu's feet, attacking her from behind. Lu screams in pain. The demon withdraws its hand, causing Lu to be flung straight toward it, beckoning her to come closer. It grabs Lu by the throat, holding her high in the air, relishing the prospect of humiliating her instead of ending her life in battle. Its teeth are visible as it sadistically informs Lu that soon she will be screaming to the fullest extent. The bluefin demon grabs tightly onto Lu's neck, asking her if she wanted to die in battle. It raises her up high in the air, telling her that it won't kill her but instead wanted to humiliate her. The bluefin demon gives a grin as it tells Lu that she will be screaming soon enough. Ong could barely keep his eyes open as he watches the bluefin demon holding onto Lu far away from him. He thinks about Lu and how he wanted the bluefin demon to let her go. His hand trembles as he tried his best to stand up but couldn't. His thoughts were in a mess as he thinks that it was a shame that he was reborn just to watch his teammate die in front of him. Ong realized that nothing had changed at all, and that as the once strongest warrior, he needed to rely upon a young lady to protect him in the end. He continues to think of himself as useless due to the fact that he couldn't even protect himself and much less anyone else. The red core on his chest started to crack and pieces of it fell out. Aang's aura started to unleash in heavy waves from his body. His eyes glowed red with fury as he thinks about being allowed to be spared from the agony of watching another teammate die before him. He shouts in his mind that there was nothing he can do. Aang's furious aura was powerful enough to catch the bluefin demon's attention. It turned around to see what the cause of the powerful aura was. But multiple shrieks of red deadly aura went past it. Lu had vanished from the bluefin demon's claws. Aang had managed to instantly save Lu from the bluefin demon's claws by surprise. Wounds appear on its claws as it realized that Aang didn't attack it at all and wonders if the injuries were from just the wind pressure alone. Aang looks at the heavily wounded Lu and tells her that she had done a great job on her first time as a leader. But Lu asks him if he was really Aang. As Aang's face was revealed to be showing a bright glowing red eye, he tells her to leave the rest to him. Aang places Lu onto the ground gently to allow her to recover from her wounds as the demon stares at them. It spoke out telling Aang that he really smelled like the demons and that he was really so strong. The demon was happy to see that Aang actually had a secret. Aang then turns around and began to walk to the bluefin demon. He tells it that he doesn't know what happened exactly. Aang starts to notice that there seems to be power surging from out of his chest and that it was shooting upwards. He closes his eyes as a red line appeared near his eyes, thinking that the power felt like it was going to pierce through his body. But he suddenly screams out loud, unleashing a devastating red aura as if it was death itself. Changes started to flow into the red core on Aang's chest, till it transforms itself into a white core with a black symbol on it. The bluefin demon recognizes the white core as the King Fin's core. It was shocked and alarmed to see that it resided on Aang's chest. Lu was still heavily injured but could sense something coming from Aang. She looks at Aang and sees his body covered by the red aura. Aang slowly walks to the bluefin demon, telling it that he knew something. And that the something was the fact that the bluefin demon was going to die. Aang had awakened his one-fin form as a single horn appeared on his head. Back to the captains Jean and Gel, who were fighting against the red fin demon. It soon senses a powerful aura that was felt by its entire body. The red fin demon then looks in the direction where Aang was and realizes that one of its kind had a strong aura that was enough to cause its head to spin. Genie appears close to the red-fin demon as its attention was distracted for a moment due to the powerful aura. He readies his fist and tells the demon to not get distracted, before punching the red-fin demon right in its chest with a heavy blow. The force of Jin's punch could be felt immensely as it caused a shockwave to erupt from the demon's back. Jel then appears from the air after leaping forward with her legs bent back. She drops kicks the red-fin demon straight in its face as if this was the WWE. Her drop kick sends it flying toward the dead trees in the forest. But her attack doesn't stop and she leaps forward to where the red-fin demon was with an intense blue aura in her eyes. The red-fin demon tried to steady itself from their combined attack and realized how they were so strong and that it could not defend itself properly. Jean and Jel appear suddenly right in front of the red-fin demon, catching it off guard. With a combination of attacks from Jin's fist and Jel's kick to the stomach of the red-fin demon, a red glowing ball of light appeared from its back, which soon erupts into a powerful deadly laser beam attack, causing a hole to appear on the red-fin demon's body, as if Cyclops from X-Men attacked the demon himself. Jin's and Jel's attacks had sent the red-fin demon into mid-air. It looks at the gaping hole in its body and curses at them for daring to open a hole on its body. The red-fin demon then decides to go out with a bang like it's the 4th of July by using its red core. Jel sees the bright red light coming from its body and realizes that it was going to self-destruct. She runs over to cover Jean from its explosion, but Jean tells her to let him protect her instead. The red-fin demon's body started to glow bright red as it tells Jean and Jel that they should die together. But before it could explode, something fast and yellow pierces the red-fin demon's arm and into its side, causing the red-fin demon to travel a great distance away from Jean and Jel. A large metallic spear or arrow was seen to have pierced the red-fin demon before it could explode. The red-fin demon cursed damned humans before drawing its last breath. Both Jean and Jel were got off guard in seeing what had happened to the red-fin demon. Jel then realizes that it was due to the defensive artillery as she looks back at the city where numerous warriors were seen battling an endless horde of demons right outside the gates of the city. Joel was dashing and cutting through the demons with his blade as they were trying to climb the city's walls. He comes to a screeching stop before seeing a huge crowd of demons all reaching up to climb the walls. He looks at the demons with a nervous expression on his face as he knew that there were too many demons to kill. He proceeds to shout out a command, telling everyone to return to the city as the demon wave was approaching. He yells out loud for Tang Tang and Jel to return as well. Jel informs Jean that they needed to return to the city as its citizens needed them. But Jean turns away from the city as he thought of Ong and Lu needing him more. But Jel tells him that she felt just as bad as him and that they weren't just squadron leaders, but warriors. GYAT damn, am I right everyone? I'ma leave this scene in here for everyone to enjoy before we get back to the story. Comment below if this was the best part. Jean closes his eyes in pain as he realized that what Jel said was true. He then yells out to go support the city, as they both rush to help the city from the demon wave. The bluefin demon's voice could be heard deep within the forest asking why a human was the same as a demon. Lu was fully unconscious on the ground as the bluefin demon trembles over in fear at the sight of Ong as he walked closer to it. The bluefin demon then tells him that something was not right and wonders if Ong was truly stronger and why there was a fin growing out of a human. But Ong didn't reply and simply stared at him with his yellowish eye and horn growing out of his forehead. He then tells it that maybe this was the reason for his reincarnation, the fact that he was given this demonic power to change everything, as he points a finger upwards which casts a green light. He then flicks the green light backward, which seems to head straight toward Lu, who was on the ground. The green light started to spread itself over Lu. It slowly started to remove the injuries and heal Lu back up. The bluefin demon was surprised to see that Ong could heal someone and wondered if he was a wood type. Ong tells the bluefin demon that he could vaguely recall what had happened, as memories of when the kingfin demon took over Aang's body during the time at the cave flashed through his mind. Ong then tells it that he may have absorbed the wood type power from the one fin demon back then. Tree branches soon appeared from below the ground and started to circle around Ong as he tells the bluefin demon that if he absorbs it, maybe he would get the power of water. The tree branches soon combined into one another and cast a huge shadow over the bluefin demon. It yells out, "What is this power?" I've never seen it. Never seen it. Ong was T-posing over the bluefin demon as he stood over it on top of the wooden structure he had created. Ong proceeds to tell the bluefin demon that he was excited to see the extent of the demonic power with his hand fully changed into a red demonic skin tone with black nails. Ong continued to stand on top of his wooden structure as he exudes a deadly red aura into the bright moon night. The bluefin demon trembled in fear at the fact that Ong could absorb the abilities of a one-fin demon's core and that he had turned into a demon himself. Ong smirks at the fact that it was interesting for him to see a demon trembling with such intense fear, as before in his past life he had never seen such a thing. Ong proceeds to stomp his feet hard onto the wood, before diving headfirst towards the bluefin demon as it trembles in fear of what Ong had become. With a smile on his face, Ong tells the bluefin demon straight to its face to hit him with all that it got. This catches the bluefin demon off guard. Ong tells it that he just wanted to see how strong he was in this form. Agreeing to his request, the bluefin demon started to cast its ability while asking Ong what he was and whether he was human or demon. It shouts as it attempts to hit Ong, but Ong leaps backward and easily dodges its attacks. Ong backs away from the bluefin demon and glossed over the fact that it could manipulate elements. He then stretches his demonic hand forward, telling it that he had recalled that the wood-type demon he absorbed had a certain skill. A certain green aura started to appear on his demon hand as he crunched his fingers together. Tree branches soon erupted from the ground below where the bluefin demon was standing at. The branches soon reached its face and slowly crept around it. The tree branches then tightened themselves around the arms, legs, and neck of the bluefin demon while raising it into the air and off the ground. Ong proceeds to cross his arms together while still using the wood-type powers. He smirks and clenches his fists tight together, saying that this doesn't seem hard at all. The bluefin demon tried to reach out with its claws and said that it was getting strangled. It screams out in pain as Ong watches from afar, telling it to go on and struggle. The bluefin demon started to gasp for air and muttered that it needed to use its trump card, just as the water started to leak from its body. The bluefin demon soon disappeared from the clutches of Aang's wood powers as large torrents of water are seen heading towards him. The bluefin demon had used his trump called Disintegrate. Aang gazes at what just happened and remains silent. He jumps back from where he previously stood just as the large torrents of water slam the ground, causing cracks to appear everywhere. But the bluefin demon appears right in front of Aang with its body made of half water. Just as Aang was retreating backward, the bluefin demon giggles and tells Aang that it was not enough and reaches towards him with its massive clawed hand. It tells Aang that he couldn't kill it and grabs onto Aang's arm as he tries to defend himself. Its clawed hand grips hard onto Aang's arm and tells him that he was a wood type, and that he couldn't disintegrate like it could, before ripping Aang's arm away from his body in a swift motion. Aang continues to remain silent even after having his arm ripped out. He continues to block the incoming attacks of the bluefin demon as it laughs in Aang's face, telling him that the demonic power was something a human could never understand. The bluefin demon was finally able to land a hit on Aang as it kicks him right in the stomach, screaming out that it was stronger than Aang. The deadly kick sent Aang flying and crashing into numerous trees in the forest. But Aang was smiling even after having his arm ripped and being kicked in the stomach. As he flies through the air due to the power of the kick, time seemed to stop for a moment. A giant hand made of wood soon appeared behind Aang, catching him in the air and stopping him from flying back any further. Aang then stood up and started to walk towards the bluefin demon, telling it that it was right about how he did not know how strong the demonic power was yet. Aang then looks up and asks the bluefin demon if it knew that Aang was the strongest warrior and that he was good at learning new things. Aang proceeds to tell the bluefin demon that all he needed to do to kill is to learn and familiarize himself with demonic power non-stop, just as his wood-type power seemed to heal and create a new arm as if he was the one-fin demon that took him to the cave. The bluefin demon was shocked to learn that Aang had figured out how to do wood-type self-regeneration in an instant. Aang then shows off his new arm to the bluefin demon, telling it to look and that he did just as he told it, about the fact that Aang was good at learning new things. Aang then takes a heavy stomp onto the ground, before placing himself into a runner starting position stance. He dashes forward with insane speed and with murder in his eyes. As he continued to run toward the bluefin demon, A tree branch appeared right below his foot and lifted it. Jumps off of it to gain speed, and continued to do the same as he propelled himself forward with greater speed with the help of the wood power. The bluefin demon was alarmed to see that was already right in front of it. It tries its best to back away from but something went wrong. It looked at its foot and realized that it was tangled with tree branch skill, which came sneakily from the ground below it. Hands soon appeared on the bluefin demon's face. He grips it hard onto it, causing the bluefin demon to scream in fear as his body releases a deadly red aura all around. Looks at the bluefin demon's face with a smirk. He said, "Don't run away." With the tree branches erupting from the ground to lift up. He now stood over the bluefin demon, causing it to kneel before as he holds its face close to his. Cracks started to appear on the bluefin demon's face as told it that he was getting bored of their fight. The bluefin demon screams out about its insides just as bright green bubbles started to appear all over it. Continues to hold on tight to the bluefin demon's face as it screams out in pain with green lights appearing out of its body. A green explosion was soon seen, just like the ability of Lu. Stood still with his body unscathed from the explosion, but the bluefin demon was no longer present. Shards of blue color were then seen floating in the air. A piece of the blue shard behind soon started to leak water. Water started to flow around a blue core in the air. The bluefin demon had reappeared once more, calling stupid and laughing at the fact that it could disintegrate its body just as it launches another attack at from the back. But spikes soon appeared from below the ground, piercing through the bluefin demon's body in many places, stopping its attack from ever reaching in the first place. Turns around and tells it that he knew about it and that its core, which was vital to demons, was not able to disintegrate itself. Carries himself over to the bluefin demon with his tree branches, calling it a stupid thing and that it had overestimated itself. The bluefin demon tried its best to reach out to its blue core that was exposed due to tree branches. But grabs it right in front of its face. Informs the bluefin demon that once a demon's core is destroyed, even a 7-fin demon would die, much less you. He grins with an evil smile and tells the bluefin demon that he was going to be taking its water-type powers. The bluefin demon soon met its demise as its body slumped over motionless. Its body soon began to turn into water. And water soon flowed down the spikes and onto the ground. Stood victoriously while holding the blue core into the air as the red moon shined brightly in front of him. He then smashes the blue core into pieces and proceeds to drink the water that came out of it, while laughing like an evil maniac. He tells it to make him stronger. Demonic thoughts were invading psyche. Was finally able to absorb the power of the blue core, making him able to use water abilities. He wipes his mouth, saying that the blue core didn't taste that bad. He turns back to see the green healing aura surrounding Lu as she continues to lie on the ground unconsciously. With a closer look, her wounds had been completely healed. He uses the blue core water powers to transform himself into water to head over to Lu's body. He soon arrives with his body mostly in water. Continues to look at her with his eyes fully transformed into the demonic king's eyes. A voice speaks out saying that demons devour, humans kill. Hears those words and repeats them: demons devour, humans kill. As he raises his arm high into the air to strike Lu down with a smile on his face. He then unleashes a powerful downward strike that breaks through the green healing barrier that helped Lu to recover. Blood is seen splattered in the air. Aang's demonic hand could be seen trembling near Lu's face. "Damn it," Aang mutters as he bites his lips hard enough to the point they started to bleed, while veins appeared on the left side of his face. Aang had stopped his demonic hand from piercing Lu's face with his own hand. His demonic fingers could be seen pierced through his other hand. He tells the demonic side of him and the voice in his head to stop it. He struggles to hold himself back while shouting about how he could kill his own ally, and that all he wanted was for Lu to be safe. He curses the voices in his head. Aang lets out a terrifying scream that sends shockwaves into the air, telling the voice to get out of his head. The demonic Feng King could not believe that Aang could resist its will. He smiles and says that it was interesting as he fades into the darkness. Back at the city gates, the numerous warriors of the city are seen battling an endless horde of demons. Snow and Suagio are seen back to back facing the demons, Snow was upset over the number of finless demons that were starting to scale over the walls of the city. He unleashes a powerful blow onto the ground, causing a shockwave to erupt. It sends the finless demons close to the top into the air. He turns to Suejo to ask her where Ong and Lu were, as they were the only squad that hasn't had all their members gathered together. Suejo causally dodges a finless demon's attack from the back. She tells him that she had heard from the other teams that there were 2 warriors who had snuck out of the city and were targeted by one fin demon. She then stabs the blue finless demon in its throat, informing Snow that she believed that the 2 warriors were Ong and Lu. Suejo commented that she was worried about them. Snow is shocked to hear that Ong and Lu had snuck out of the city. Suejo touches her head while telling Snow to stop asking her all these questions about being targeted by a one-fine demon, as she couldn't imagine how bad that would be. Snow decides to unleash his anger onto the countless waves of finless demons, cursing at them and wondering why 2 one-fin demons had to appear. The both of them rush towards a blue finless demon that had reached the top. He tells her that they should focus on enduring the demon wave for now. Jean and Jel are seen rushing back to the city at full speed. They have finally reached the outskirts of the city, where they immediately strike down the finless demons that were within their reach. Joel speeds his way to join Jean and Jel. He then asks about how their cores were doing. Jean was seen in the air with his fist raised high into the skies as countless finless demons watch him. He slams a powerful fist into the blue finless demon, smashing its face into bits and sending shockwaves that pushed away the other finless demons. He then turns to Joel to tell him that his core was not that exhausted and that Jel's core should be in the same state as his. Jel's magnificent chest was moving up and down as she weaved past the countless finless demons. She thinks about the fact that the higher the explosive power, the more core energy is depleted, and because of that the strength exerted becomes weaker. Thankfully Jean and she were able to fight together against the red one-fin demon. If they hadn't done that, their cores would have been depleted, which would have made the demon wave a whole lot more problematic. She sends a finless demon to fly towards another one with an immense leg kick to its stomach. The 3 of them were now close to one another while facing the endless stream of finless demons. Jel asks Joel what they should do next. Joel continues to cut down any finless demon that got close to him, telling Jean and Jel that since they had killed the one-fin demon, the attacks of the no-fin demons had decreased significantly, and since the other one-fin demon is gone, the finless demons that were present were like soldiers without a commander, causing them to attack aimlessly. But although these no-finless demons have no thoughts of their own, they at least understood the idea of the fear of death. Joel then informs Jean and Jel that they should make the endless horde of finless demons fear them. Joel's fighting spirit erupts in a blue aura as he tells them that they should use this opportunity to weaken the finless demon's desire to attack, and to buy time for the soldiers on the wall to call for backup. Each of them had to be wary of their cores as well. "Let's give them an explosive battle this time," Joel shouts with a crazy look in his eyes. The cores on Jin's and Jel's chests began to shine brightly as they agreed to Joel's plan. The finless demons looked up to the skies as 2 red streaks of light shot up into the air. Jean and Jel had jumped up high to the point that they were over the city and its walls. They prepared to unleash a powerful attack from the skies, as Jean tells Jel that they should make these bastards explode till there's nothing left of them, as they both jumped into the skies and dove headfirst downwards. Their paths of red lights intertwined in the sky as the countless finless demons could do nothing but watch them fall from the sky. A powerful red impact in the form of lightning destroyed the ground where the horde of finless demons was, sending the others flying through the air due to its immense shockwave. A gigantic hole could be seen from the sky as a dust cloud formed a circle around it just barely outside the city. 2 figures appear in the dust with their cores shining bright red. Jel informs Jean that this was the second time that they had to utilize their cores in battle if they included the attack on the one-fin demon as well. Jean tells her that if the cores on their bodies had no limitations, he would have been able to utilize this form of his to keep killing the demons. They both then took a step back and launched into a powerful red wave that cuts through the endless hordes of finless demons. Joel stood alone against numerous finless demons that were watching him. His blue aura rises from his body as he comments about the strength of the red cores was truly the most explosive. He then dashes through the waves of finless demons as well and heads towards the city wall. He smiles with joy as he cuts down the endless waves in front of him with his knife. Joel was a battle maniac. Snow and Shujio watched from above on the city's gates as the three squadron leaders tear through the endless horde of finless demons. Shujio wipes out her camera and takes a photo of them, commenting that it was an amazing moment as it was her first time witnessing their squadron leaders in action, showing off how strong they were. Snow watches the squadron leaders with a deep gaze. His thoughts were filled with awe of the squadron leader's strength, which represented the strength of a warrior with a one-finned core. Snow is so jealous as he wanted to be like them. Joel exhales heavily as smoke could be seen coming out from his mouth while a sweat drop drips down his face. Joel, Jean and Jel were now back together with their backs facing one another. Joel asks if Jean and Jel were alright. Jean replies that they were fine and that their bodies could still take it. Jel informs Joel that at least they were having a good time killing these demons. The three of them were standing alone in front of the city's gates surrounded by endless numbers of finless demons. Joel notices that the finless demons were beginning to back away and had stopped their attacks. He informs Jean and Jel that it looks like their plan was working and that it was about time that they cheered up the other warriors. Joel shouts out to the warriors, "Replenish your strength. Keep on fighting. The demon wave has been forced to retreat." The warriors on top of the city walls cheered upon hearing Joel's words as they shout out that their three squadron leaders were the best. Joel heard their cheer and stated that it was wonderful to hear. But something catches his eyes as he shouts at Jean and Jel to watch out as something was coming their way. They sensed the presence of a powerful one-finned demon that had appeared all of a sudden behind the finless demons. Jel wondered if it was the last one-finned demon. The smoke reveals a figure carrying something with a bright red light on its chest. The finless demons did nothing to the figure but only stared at it. The three squadron captains were shocked to see something. They see the figure of An carrying Lu through the demon wave. An wore an expressionless face as the squadron leaders called out his name. An continued to walk through the horde of endless finless demons after the squadron leaders called out to him. The finless demons could only stare at him as he walked by. Jel was shocked to see both An and Lu while being curious about what had happened to the one-finned demon that was with them. Joel became nervous at the sight of them walking past the finless demons, as even though they had beaten those no-fin demons into retreating, An couldn't come to them just like that as they would be devoured by the finless demons in an instant. What he feared soon came through as the finless demons started to lunge toward An and Lu. As the finless demons started to pour onto An and Lu to devour them, the squadron leaders rushed in to help them as Jean yells at the demon bastards to stop. The claws of the finless demons are reaching for An and Lu. Their claws reached closer but An had not yet reacted to their actions. He turns to them with his demonic king eyes and unleashes his red demonic aura, telling the finless demons that were reaching him to get lost. The finless demons were shocked to see the appearance of An and stopped in their tracks. A shockwave came out of Aang's body that sent the endless horde of finless demons back, enforcing their retreat from him. A red finless demon is seen kneeling on the ground before Aang. It struggles and moans before running away from Aang. The other finless demons were shocked to see one of their own runnings away. The rest of the finless demons then followed suit and began to run away from Aang and Lu. Aang could only stand still as the endless waves of finless demons run past him to escape. Jean comes to a screeching halt as he witnesses what had just happened. He was shocked to see that the demon wave filled with the finless demons had actually started to retreat. The warriors on top of the walls soon witnessed the same sight. They cheer and rejoiced that the demon wave had finally retreated, meaning that the warriors had managed to successfully protect the city from it. A warrior was curious about why the demon wave would have suddenly retreated. He wondered if it was because of the attacks from the three squadron leaders that managed to scare the demon wave off. Another warrior tells him that it was because of the squadron leaders' attacks and nothing else. Jean turns around to hear the cheers of the warriors and their shouting from up high the walls. They complimented the squadron leaders' explosive attacks that had managed to strike fear in the enemy and scared them into retreating. But the three squadron leaders felt that something was off and wondered if it was truly them that had managed to cause the demon wave to retreat. Jean then turns to look at Aang, wondering if it was because of him that the finless demons began to run away. Aang could finally let out a deep breath before dropping onto his knees. Jean sees this sight and was alarmed by it. The three squadron leaders quickly rush to Aang's and Lu's side as they see that Aang had completely collapsed, causing Lu to fall onto the ground as well. Aang could barely keep his eyes open as he sees the three squadron leaders rushing towards him. Jean shouts out to Joel and Jel to save them and that they would talk about what happened later. Aang is then seen lying on top of a skull that was seen when he was in his half-demonic mode. A voice tells Aang that he must really like using its power. Aang slowly opens his eyes, showing his tired pupils, and asks the voice who it was. The voice responds to Aang that they had met once half a century ago and that he should still be able to remember it. Aang recalls his memories of the eight-fin demon with wings that had approached his past self when he was dying. He tells the voice that it was one of the two eight-fin demons that he saw and wanted to ask it how many eight-fin demons there were. But the voice tells Aang not to worry about the number of eight-fin demons as he would soon know the number of them in the future. Aang's eyes open widely as he sees the eight-fin demon king chilling right beside him. The eight-fin demon introduces itself to Aang as the Crimson Fin King, the strongest eight-fin demon. Aang could only stare in silence at the appearance of the Crimson Fin King. The Crimson Fin King thought deeply about the fact that Aang was not even scared upon seeing it, which made it no wonder how his consciousness managed to reject its will from before. The Crimson Fin King noted that Aang was truly the strongest soldier. Aang backs away from the Crimson Fin King, asking him why he had chosen him, but the Crimson Fin King assures him that he doesn't have to worry about being harmed by him for now. But Aang brushes off his reply, yelling at him about what was happening to his body. The Crimson Fin King touches his head and notes that Aang has been asking so many questions. The Crimson Fin King's hand had suddenly appeared right beside Aang's face, which shocks him. Another Crimson Fin King appeared behind Aang. He holds onto Aang's face, telling him that he will soon learn about his plans eventually and didn't need to be in such a rush. It points a sharp fingernail at Aang's body, telling him that his body was its as well, and due to a variety of reasons the Crimson Fin King might have to hibernate for a long time. He caresses Aang's naked body with its clawed hands, telling him face to face that in order to keep the both of them safe, Aang needed to work hard on evolving himself in the future. The Crimson Fin King that was holding onto Aang slowly vanished from him as he stares at the other Crimson Fin King that stood up in front of him. The Crimson Fin King reaches its hand towards Aang and continued on from what the other Crimson Fin King was saying, and that Aang needed to get closer to the near-perfect being that the Crimson Fin King was. Aang slowly stands up and laughs at the Crimson Fin King, asking it how low it thinks of us human beings. He yells out at the Crimson Fin King that it was a bastard and that he would kill it while attempting to punch the Crimson Fin King. But a voice shouts at Aang, telling him to wake up. Aang was seen half asleep in pajamas holding onto something. Shujio and Snow could be seen in the background rushing towards him as Aang was shocked to see that he was holding onto Lu's shirt with his fist raised in the air. Aang could stare at Lu's naked chest and commented that it was so white, but then realizes something was off. He had the monkey pervert face as he thinks about what he was doing. A slapping sound is heard in the air. Aang is seen on the ground being grappled by Lu's employees, who cursed him for doing what he did to Lu. They couldn't believe that Aang had the courage to grope Lu, and that even if he was Lu's savior, what he did was unforgivable. Another employee yelled out that they should cut off his hand and kill him afterward. Aang could only take in their attacks as a red handprint is seen on his face. Snow wondered if he should join in or stop it, while Shujio is seen taking photos of what was currently going on. Lu buttons her shirt with an embarrassed look, telling the employees to bury Aang after they were done with him. Nonsense, said a voice behind Lu, causing her to turn around to see who it was. A man wearing a white uniform is seen standing with the three squadron leaders, asking Lu if that was how she was going to treat the savior of her life. Everyone in the room lowered their heads in the presence of the white uniformed man's arrival. Lu bows her head and calls him father, while the other employees called him master. Aang was still on the ground when he heard what they called the man in the white uniform. It was Lu's father. Joel introduces him as the leader of the famous martial arts sect in Helios City, the head of the Sidhu family called Sidhu Sungong. Joel then asks Aang if, since he was from Helios City too, surely he would recognize the man in front of him. Aang stares and thinks deeply that this man was the father of his comrade and the one who seems to have been taking care of him since he was in a coma. Aang proceeds to bow and show his respect to Lu's father, greeting him as sect leader Sidhu and thanking him for the good care that he had shown him. But sect leader Sidhu laughs it off and tells Aang that it was no worries. He touches Aang's shoulder and informs him that since he had saved his daughter's life, the Sidhu family is extremely grateful for his courage in rescuing his daughter. He turns to Jean and tells him to tell everyone that they can take a rest in the Sidhu family's dojo and that they would celebrate the demon wave's retreat later. The 3 squadron leaders bow their heads and apologize to him for the troubles. He informs the 3 squadron leaders that he had watched them since young so they didn't have to say such things and to treat the Sidhu family's dojo as their own home while taking care of his daughter. He explains that Lu has a pricky personality so they needed to punish her accordingly and train her well but made sure to not show her any special treatment. Jean informs the leader that there was nothing to worry about and that the 3 squadron leaders would do their best. Lu was upset over what she heard her father tell the squadron leaders. But Jean informs the others that they needed everyone to leave the room except Aang. Aang was caught by surprise. The 3 squadron leaders were now alone in the room with Aang. Jean then talks about the one-fin demon that had appeared in the warrior exam and about the demon wave, asking Aang if he knew anything about it. But Joel cuts him off, telling Jean that even though Aang was his own team member, he should not hesitate in his words. Joel then informs Jean that he would do it instead. Joel calls out to Aang to ask him a question. The 3 squadron leaders' aura erupt intensely as they glared at Aang when Joel asked him if he was a demon. There was a brief moment of silence between the captains and Aang after Joel asked the question. Aang remained speechless upon Joel asking him if he was a demon. The captains continued to stare at our boy. Aang decides to laugh off the question and ask them if they were kidding. He explained to the captains that Lu when he had just narrowly escaped the clutches of a one-fin demon, but Joel wasn't impressed by Aang's answer. He tells Aang that the other one-fin demon was killed by Jean and Gel. As he continued to walk closer to Aang, he looks at Aang with a confident look and asks him another question. You killed that one-fin demon by yourself? Joel continues to question Aang by leaning forward, asking him how did he escape with Lu. Aang began to feel uncomfortable at the questions that Joel was asking him. His thoughts started to go haywire as Aang wondered if he was really out of options here. He begins to think of what kind of excuse he could give the captains as they were getting suspicious of them. Joel gives Aang a huge bombastic side-eye that causes his own eye to glow a fiery purple aura. He asks Aang if the reason he was able to escape from the demon's clutches was because he was their accomplice. The bombastic side-eye from Joel caused Aang to sweat profusely as he thinks about whether he should reveal his secret now, but wondered what would become of him if he does. He thought of how the captains would rip him to shreds the moment he reveals his secret to them. Aang continued to think deeply about how the captains wouldn't let this opportunity go. He knew that they wouldn't believe him if he said he was human, as they would treat him as a demon after all, since his body houses the strongest demon called the Eight-Finned King. Joel interrupts Aang's thoughts as he unleashes his core power. A blue aura spreads around them as Joel summons a golden knife in his hand. He tells Aang that if he stayed silent, Joel would have no choice but to resort to violence. Aang's hand trembles upon hearing Joel's threats, thinking to himself about whether he should fight it out with the captains. Gel, our mommy of this manhwa, comes in between both Joel and Aang. She holds onto Joel's arm, telling him to cut it out. She poses in a very interesting way to capture our viewers' attention. She explains to them that only demons with 4 or more fins can turn into humans. To her, Aang didn't seem like a 4-fin demon, but even if there was such a possibility, it would be pointless for him to come into their C-rank city. Jean adds on to Gel's explanation and informs them that demons do not save their companions. They do not understand the concept of comradeship and were selfish and ruthless beings. Jean brings out a past memory and tells them that Aang had risked his life to bring back Lu to the city, so it made Jean not think of Aang as a demon. Joel breaks the tense situation in the air, but cheerfully patting Aang's back. He then asks everyone why so serious, telling the other captains that he knew to stop as he just wanted to tease Aang a little. Joel then tells Aang that it must have been hard on them since he and Lu both cheated death together. Jean recounts Lu's testament that she told them. She stated to the captains that she had fainted while fighting the one-fin demon, and that she doesn't remember anything else. Jean looks at Aang and asked him what exactly happened since he was the one that saved her from its clutches. Even Gel joins in with the questioning with a delicious mommy stance. She asks Aang about whether he had really defeated the one-fin demon. Yes, mommy, he even ate the blue demon core, but we can't tell her that. Even Aang's eyes trembled about seeing her glorious figure after being asked, but he soon realizes that he could come up with other possibilities as he was previously concentrating on the demon within him the whole time. Aang decides to play the role of an idiot and tells the captains that he managed to defeat the one-fin demon because he was a genius. All three captains were too stunned to speak upon hearing that sad excuse from our hero, but nonetheless our hero was happy about his excuse as he blushes. He tells the captains that he could instantly absorb most of the energy in a core and make use of it. This skill allowed Ang to use strength far greater than usual temporarily, which was his secret weapon. Gel reconfirms Aang's claim by asking if it is method of absorbing most of the energy in the core was similar to the effect of the captains activating their core's energy. Ang immediately agreed to what Gel said, hoping that the captains would believe the explanation. The captains briefly and quietly exchange glances with one another on whether to believe Aang's reasoning. Joel breaks the silence with laughter and tells Ang if what he said was really true, then it would mean that he was an actual genius. Jean continues to question Ang about whether he had used the same power during the previous incident to defeat the one-fin demon in the underground cave. Ang agrees with Jin's question and explains to him that the first incident was when he first discovered this power. Ang had felt his body absorb all the energy in the core, so that he could use all that power in an explosive attack. He even managed to blast the demon's body to bits after catching it off guard. But he soon lost consciousness after that because it was his first awakening. This time was when he had used the same method to kill the demon that captured Lu. But because his body couldn't withstand the sudden surge of power, he collapsed right after carrying Lu back. Jean hears the explanation and took a moment to think about it. If Aang's words were true, it would explain why Jean had found his core on his chest broken into 7 pieces. It was probably caused by the absorption of power beyond the core's limits. But Ang was still sus to Jean as he continues to wonder if that really what happened, and if it meant that Ang was truly a genius. It's mommy time to speak as Gel tells Ang that if what he said was really true, then it meant that his ability was beyond his control right now. As his method was similar to how the captains would activate their core power, Gel explains to Ang that the captains had undergone a lot of training. When activating the energy, they can minimize the burden on their bodies because they can control the process. Hence it was important for Ang to not utilize this power before fully controlling it, as it could place him in danger. Jean pushes past mommy and tells Ang that he wanted to put his power to the test. Jean wanted to experience the powers of the so-called genius. Jean exudes a daddy red aura around his body as he tells Ang that they were going to the arena. The scene changes as our boys are seen in the middle of the arena. Ang wears his glove while posing like a male fashion model. Knowing that this test was because Jean was still doubting about what Ang said, Jin's hands are seen slamming against the ground in a heavy manner. He prepares himself in a stance and tells Ang to come on. Ang nervously tells Captain Jean that he would be in his care. Ang looks at the predator mode that Jean was in and knew that he couldn't fight him in his current state, even though the captain's skills were what he considered the most basic of the fundamentals in his past life. But his current body couldn't use those same skills. He touches the core on his chest, thinking about whether he should use the demonic power within him. Brace yourself, Jean shouts as he launches straight at Ang with the speed of a torpedo. Jean takes a swing at Ang as his body was covered in flames, but Ang manages to step side his attack with ease. But the attacks don't stop as Jean takes another heavy step before giving Ang a bombastic side kick to his face. But Ang once again manages to dodge the attack by bending it like Beckham. His eyes were focused on the feet of Jean. Foot fetish maybe? Ang turns around to witness the immense power of Jin's kick as it made a massive gaping hole in the arena, just like your mom after spending a night with me. Just kidding. Gel shouts at Jean to not overdo it. Jean looks down upon Ang and informs him that other than the rest his reaction time was pretty good. Ang continued to think that it was thanks to his battle experience from his past life that made his reaction time pretty good, but he was sure that this was his limit. Jean raises his fist high up in the air and tells Ang that it was time for him to take things seriously. Jin's fist attack slams into the ground as an explosive of dust and smoke is seen along with the destroyed ground. Smoke and dust could only be seen from where the both of them stood. Ang escapes from the explosive punch made by Jean, surprised at the fact that Captain Jean was destroying the arena as if it was his own private property. But Big Daddy Jean appears from behind with his hand stretches out to give Ang a big hug. His huge hand grips around Aang's neck, giving off choke me daddy vibes. Jean looks at Ang and asks him if that was all he got. Ang knew that he couldn't escape from Jin's grasp with his current body state. Jean decides to side-sweep Aang's legs, causing him to fly towards the wall with a heavy landing. Joel and Gel were shocked to see what Jean had done to Ang. Joel tells Gel that this was too much and that they needed to end this here. But Gel reminds him that Jean wasn't the type to take things too far and that they needed to give him some time. Jean continues to taunt Ang. "Is that all you got?" he shouts, telling Ang that he couldn't be a genius with just those skills. Ang held a determined look in his eyes as he hated the thought of being underestimated. He slowly stood up with his butt facing us, recalling his past life where warriors would refer to him as king. To Ong, Jin was still just a kid. Steam started to emit from his body since he called himself a genius. He would fail Jin's test if he couldn't prove it, but since he was reborn, Ong knew that he couldn't live up to the same standards he had in his past life. Ong grew a grin on his face as he thought of secretly using some power from the demonic bastard that was inside his body. Our little boy finally gained the powers of the demon as a deadly red aura covers his body. He starts to flex and walk towards Jin with his new powers. The captains were shocked to see the powerful aura that was emitting from Aang's body as they watched from afar. Aang calls out to Jin slowly as he walks even closer to him. Aang tells Jin that it was his turn to attack just as an image of his past self manifested itself within Aang's red aura. Jin was too stunned to speak as he slowly sees the magnificent aura that Aang was unleashing. It was a massive red storm of aura that compromises of both his past self and the eight-fin demon king. Even more red aura started to erupt from Aang's body as he stood still in a massive crater that had been made from the force of his powers. His synchronization rate was increasing from 18% to 19% to 20% to 25% and finally 30%. Aang could feel his blood being stimulated despite the low rank of his core, but as long as he could utilize the consciousness inside of himself, he would be able to establish and grow the potential of this body. Joel asks Jel if she could feel that Aang's synchronization was still increasing. Jel was surprised to learn that and wondered if Helios City had finally found the genius of the forgotten C-rank city. Even Jin could only stare in shock upon seeing that Aang's synchronization had shot up to 40% and was still growing. He recalls that Lu's synchronization rate was 39%, but Aang had surpassed her by now. Aang called out to Jin, which broke his train of thought. As he slowly approaches Jin, he tells him not to be distracted. How the tables have turned. Here I come, Aang said as he leaped forward with his fist readied. His punch landed straight onto Jin's body, which catches him off guard. Jin smiled upon blocking Aang's attack, realizing that his speed was twice that of the usual and that his stats have gone up as well, but a smile crept onto Aang's face as he calls out to Jin once more. That was a feint attack, Aang shouts as he does a break dancer move on the ground, shocking Jin. Aang had returned the side sweep kick that Jin had given him from before. Jin continued to smile as he praises Aang in his head for doing a good job. Jin couldn't believe that Aang had taken the opportunity while he was being distracted. Jin had blocked him just to be hit in my lower half and lost my balance. What a clever way of attacking someone. But Aang's attack didn't stop there as he readies himself with another stance. Aang lets out one more ferocious high kick which Jin still manages to block with ease. Joel was amazed with the series of moves Aang had made, making him wondered where Aang got so much fighting experience from. Against someone known for their close combat, fighting so closely isn't very good of an idea, a voice said out loud, causing both Joel and Jel to turn around to see who it was. It was Sidhu Sun Gong, the Sidhu family's sect leader. Jel and Joel were happy to see him here and wondered how long he had been behind them as they couldn't even sense his presence. Sun Gong informs them that it hadn't been long. Joel informs him that they had to use the arena, which might have caused a minor inconvenience. Sun Gong was unsure whether the damages in the arena could be called minor, but Joel assures him that Jin would pay for the damages. But Sun Gong said it was alright as he just wanted to see the guy who had the same name as the greatest soldier to ever exist, and to see how well he fights back against Jin. Back to the fight. Jin manages to grab onto the ankle of Aang. The kick had forced him to move back a few inches. I've got you, Jin said with a confident look in his eyes. Sun Gong explains that in the past with Jin, when he was young, if he sees an opportunity to attack you, he'll catch it accurately, even if it's a brief moment. Not to mention that after years of fighting against demons in close combat, Jin had cultivated an incredible battle sense. Aang won't be able to free himself easily from the ankle grab. As Sun Gong was afraid that Aang was going to learn quite a heavy lesson, Jin could be seen with his fist raised high in the air, about to give Aang a beating like how our parents do to us. But Aang smiles and says, "No, I'm the one who caught you, squadron leader Jin." Just as his past self manifests itself in the form of a red aura around Aang, Aang once again bends it backwards like Beckham in the air, which surprises Jin. Aang returns a massive greeting to Jin by giving a huge headbutt. I mean, 2 heads are better than 1, right guys? Sun Gong and the captains were shocked to see what just happened as Jin flew back from the impact of Aang's attack. Jin recovers from the recoil of the attack but grunts in pain while calling Aang a bastard. Meanwhile, Aang gracefully lands back on the ground and tells Jin that the bones of humans are very sturdy, but their foreheads are soft. Take note of this, viewers. Aang doesn't stop his attacks and begins to rush towards Jin once more. shouting at him that it was still his turn to attack. Jin could only stare in wonder, but he soon regains his composure. He readies himself for Aang's incoming attack. "Come get me," Jin shouted as his eyes glow red. Joel commented that Jin was no longer going to hold back anymore. Before Aang could reach Jin had destroyed the ground beneath them in a single move. Aang was impressed by this as it showed that Jin was attacking and defending at the same time. He then stretches his hand out, which showed a faint red glow. Aang thinks to himself that Jin should try a little of the demonic energy he has. The faint red glow soon turned into a massive clawed hand figure in front of Aang. He squeezes his hand hard and used a skill called Crushing Explosion just as the figure of the eight-fin Demon King appeared behind him. Jin could only once again stare in shock as he sees that his attack had been blown away by Aang in a single move. The area was filled with smoke and dust. Aang quickly disappears from the sights of Jin in an instant. Aang then reappears once again from behind Jin just as Jin did to him before. Jel noted that Aang was using Jin's move of using the smoke to get into an opponent's blind spot against Jin himself. Joel called Aang a petty guy. "Imagine getting your move stolen in front of your eyes, guys. Painful." Sun Gong tells the captains that they were wrong because Aang had an incredible learning ability. Jin was able to turn around in time to face Aang's attack head-on. He shouts at Aang, "That's my move. Don't you forget. I'm more familiar with it than anybody else." Jin screams, just as their attacks were about to land on one another. But something happens the moment they fist cross each other's. Sun Gong tells the captains that Jin had lost. Aang had won the exchange of blows. His fist gave out a one-punch man power as a large amount of smoke is seen exiting from Jin's body. It turns out that Aang had missed his punch. Jin could only look shocked from the strength of Aang's fist and wondered if he had missed on purpose. Aang explained to Jin that he had always used the method of restraining his opponent and attacking immediately. If Jin hadn't held back in the beginning, Aang wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. It was also due to the Jin's forehead concussion that caused his sight to be disorientated, which was why Jin thought that Aang had 3 afterimages, causing Jin to make a mistake, to which Aang used to his advantage. With a confident smile and a wink, Aang asks Jin if he believes in him now. Jin closes his eyes for a moment to think. Is he a genius? He wonders, as a massive fist print had landed on the wall right behind them, giving off Saitama vibes. Sun Gong's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree, thinking that with Aang he might be able to do something for them. Footsteps could be heard approaching the training arena, which catches everyone's attention. Our 2 waifus and Snow appeared at last. Shujio asked them why they haven't shown up for dinner yet, as the Lu family had prepared a variety of delicious food in an extra-large room. But her face was filled with shock over what she sees in the training arena. "What did you guys do?" she shouts. Aang chuckles nervously and tells her that most of the damage was done by Captain Jin. Lu wonders if Aang and the captains had been sparring. Joel teases Jin that he had lost against Aang, but Aang tells him that it was because Captain Jin was used to fighting against demons and was not used to fighting a brat like Aang. Sun Gong laughs out loud, telling Aang that there was no need to be so humble, and since they had sparred enough they should celebrate with a good dinner now. Aang thanks Sun Gong for the offer and tells him that he was going first. Sun Gong stares at Aang leaving in silence. He thought about the characteristics he had shown, such as unwilling to admit defeat, strong, knows how to handle things well since he helped Jin save face. Both his strength and intelligence are full of potential. Sun Gong then calls out to Lu. He looks at her and tells her that Aang wasn't too bad, and if she was interested in him, of course she is. "Our boy is the main character, HUH, she shouts as her face blushes while being shocked over what her father had asked her. The night goes on as the moon continues to shine brightly in the sky. Everyone was seated at the dining room table, talking amongst themselves as they ate. A glass is raised by Sun Gong, who calls out to everyone. He starts a speech off on the behalf of all the citizens living in this city. He would like to thank all of them for their efforts, for those warriors who had battled till their last. We are extremely grateful to them. He then singles out Aang and calls him an amazing young man. He thanks Aang personally for saving his daughter. Aang stands up and bows his head, saying it was his honor and that it was something that he should have done, so there was no need for Sun Gong to thank him. Jin appears out of nowhere, slamming his fist down hard onto Aang's head, causing him to turn from a manhwa into a cartoon. He scolds Aang for trying to take a drink when he wasn't even of age yet. "I'm an adult already. I'm 18. Aang yelled at Jin. He questions him about how all warriors needed to be 18 years old in order to participate in the warrior exam, but Jel laughs at this interaction. She tells him that Jin was just using the opportunity to take revenge on him. Sun Gong joins in the laughter, telling everyone that it was fine. He mentions that it was great that Ang was already an adult. As he mentions those words, Lu looks up to him, her face wore a slightly embarrassed yet annoyed look. Afterwards she lets out a silent sigh and started to wonder. A flashback is shown from when Sun Gong and Lu were in the training grounds. He tells her that he had been watching the fight just now, and that Ang was quite good. His talent and potential was no less than hers. He continues to lecture her, stating that even she, someone who thinks of themselves higher than everyone, would feel attracted to our boy. Lu was puzzled by what he just said, but her inner thoughts was going wild again. She blushed heavily and wondered what kind of traditional thinking was that. She should be the one who's attracted and what not. She tells her father to not be ridiculous, recalling a certain lucky incident from our boy who ripped her shirt open from before, seeing the Nepal mountains in the snowy region. She calls him a dummy in her mind after recalling that incident with him. The flashback ends with Shujio holding her precious camera. She was happy to see that there was so much good food. She giggles over the fact that she and Snow were benefiting from being a part of Aang's group. Snow decides to change the topic. He asks Aang about how he had managed to scare the one-fin demon away, as it was amazing. Aang became flustered upon hearing that question from him. Jean cuts into their conversation, telling Snow that Aang was able to take a portion of a core's strength and use it to temporarily increase his strength exponentially. Jel joins into the talk as well. She explains that Aang's ability was similar to the squadron leader's ability to utilize the core's strength. Aang was able to unlock that dormant ability when his life was in danger, but it was also incredibly dangerous. Since Aang had never received any training for it, the ability would cause a big strain on his body. The more he used it, the more irreversible injuries he would probably get. Joel tells Snow that Aang and Jean had a sparring match just now, and that the amount of strength Aang showed was incredible, but he needed more training. Otherwise his body wouldn't be able to tolerate the amount of strength it can use. Aang thought deeply about whether he should have told them that he had absorbed 2 one-fin demons' cores, and that one of them had the wood-type regeneration ability, allowing for his weak body to instantly regenerate, even if it couldn't keep up with the backlash. Aang brushes those thoughts away, thinking that he couldn't talk too much about it. He decides to just let them think that he had an ability similar to theirs, which was a better option. Aang tells Snow that the squadron leaders were right, and that it was why he probably ended up losing consciousness after using it. He tells them that he needed to train his body a little more, laughing it off slowly. Snow is impressed by this. He tells them that he never noticed that he had such an ability. Snow and Shujio now couldn't fall that far behind him. Shujio whips out her camera, telling Aang that he was amazing, and takes a photo of him. Lu listens onto their conversation, surprised to learn that Aang had that kind of ability, which made it no wonder that he could manage to save her. Jean moves on to saying that originally, Aang and Lu were going to be punished for sneaking out at night, but since they had killed a one-fin demon, they had redeemed themselves from punishment. Both Aang and Lu were glad to hear that. Joel giggles and tells them not to be too happy, since the team competition was still in progress. Jel smiles and informs them that their group was in last place, and that they really should start preparing to push themselves. Aang tells them with a confident look on his face and his fist raised high that their team aims to reach the top. A month passed after the demon wave, and the competition for team points reached its peak. In order to earn more points, many of the teams started going for A-rank missions, and for a while, missions were incredibly difficult to obtain. As such, Lu and the others discussed between themselves, and came to an important decision, that they would find a golden goose. The red-masked dude was surprised to learn that Aang's group wanted to challenge his team with points. They were betting using their points, challenging other teams. Aang's target was the Black Gun group. Red Mask looks at them, asking them if they remember the kick from the last time they fought. Nonsense, said Lu as she stood with the team. She tells them, 10 points, solo battle, 10 points. The Red Mask said as he places his mask back onto his face. He tells them that the fight between their teams was almost equivalent to an A-rank mission, so how dare they ask for so many points, but the Red Mask was fine with it. He tells them that there won't be a squadron leader Jean to stop them from beating them to a pulp, so they should settle all their grudges right here. All 4 members of the Black Gun group eyes glowed red. Come at use, said Red Mask. We arrive at the town battle arena, where multiple warriors are seen gathering around the arena. Whispers and talks were heard all over. They talked about how a new team was using points to challenge an older team, which made them a foolish team. All of them wondered about which team it was that was being so arrogant enough to challenge the Black Gun group. Red Mask tells them that there were lots of people watching this, and that now would be the best time to admit defeat. so that Aang's team wouldn't come crying about how the Black Gun Group bullied the new teams after they've lost. Aang tells him that the winner has yet to be determined, so there's no way we'd know who loses in this battle. Aang looks back at Red Mask, asking him about why he wasn't representing the team as the captain. He explains to Aang that his team had sent a person up who was a girl, so he did the same to ensure that Aang's team wouldn't use that as an excuse to not give up their points after losing. Thankfully the Black Gun Group's vice-captain was also a girl, and that she was more than enough to face off against Aang's entire team. I see, said Aang as he wore a smile. He then advises Red Mask that he shouldn't look down on their captain either. His eyes glowed as he tells him that Lu was not your usual helpless little girl. Shujio snaps photos from her camera announcing that Lu was starting her fight. The match begins with Lu walking to the girl that had antennas on her head. Her green aura covers her entire body as she tells the vice-captain that they should end the battle quickly. Her inner thoughts were filled with the desire to get all 10 points. The vice-captain asks Lu if she was the young lady from the Sidhu family who was also known as the Unsmiling Rakshasa. Let's see how well you'll do against me, she says while holding a long black needle covered in a deadly purple aura. Here I come, shouted Lu as she dashes quickly to the vice-captain, but the vice-captain manages to block Lu's hard punch with both her arms. As she protected herself, the vice-captain wondered if Lu was really just some green core with a regenerative ability, but her speed was like that of a blue core. But Lu does something that catches her off guard. Her fingers were pointed onto her arms and sparked out a green electrical light. Disarm, she said in a prepared stance. Lu thought about how she was right. Although these older teams became warriors before them, they relied a lot on their teamwork. In solo battles however, they had no idea how to defend or attack. They were great with teamwork but are terrible in solo battles. Green veins appeared on the vice-captain's arms, causing her to drop her weapon and whimpered in pain. She looked at her arms, thinking that Lu had inserted her energy into her muscles so that they would spasm out of control. But Lu's attacks didn't stop there. She tells the vice-captain that leaving herself open to attacks, that's a taboo in close combat. She goes hard, hitting the vice-captain all over her body relentlessly. Red Mask was surprised to see that she was hitting all the joints and tendons. The vice-captain soon collapses onto the ground after Lu had ended her attacks. She tells the vice-captain that the Sidhu family is the best at close combat. Thanks for letting me win. Lu flips her hair and started to walk back. The Black Gun Group remaining members rushed onto the arena to help their vice-captain. The crowd whispers amongst themselves, saying that Sidhu Lu is the brightest star amongst all the newbies, and so Aang's team must have relied on her to get to where they were now. Aang laughs and tells Red Mask to remember to transfer all 10 points to their team. Frustration and anger came across his face as he thought about how Lu was pretty good. He shouts out that he would be going on next, and issues a challenge to Aang. He tells them that they were willing to bet 20 points. Hearing the 20 points catches Lu's attention. She poses seductively and agrees with his bet. Her inner thoughts were happy to know that there was 20 points to be won, but Aang tells her that since their captain had just finished fighting, she ought to take a break. Aang tells Lu to let him go up instead. Red Mask became even more angry after hearing what Aang had to say. He shouts at him that he had no right to do that and to get lost. Red Mask only wanted to fight against his captain. He then poses a proposition to Red Mask. He tells him that since Lu was his captain, then it should be proper for him to defeat Aang first before having the right to challenge her. Aang continues to taunt Red Mask, asking him if he didn't have the courage to fight against him, what else could he do? The vice-captain was able to recover and commented that what Aang said was a terrible way to start a fight as Red Mask remained silent, but he broke his silence, pointing a finger onto Aang's chest. He tells him that he was going to beat him until his own mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. The Black Gun Group members couldn't believe that their captain was baited so easily. Snow calls out to Tomo that Aang was about to fight. This prompts her to take out her camera to take pictures of the upcoming battle. Soon enough, Aang and Red Mask stood alone on the arena as the crowd continued to watch from the sidelines. Red Mask starts the battle by summoning his weapon. He tells Aang that he had changed his weapon to the training weapon that uses air bullets, so there was no need to worry about getting injured, only that it will hurt like a bitch if Aang gets hit. Aang stares at his new weapon, surprised at the fact that there were bullets made for training now. Back in his day, there was no such thing. If gunners wanted to hone their skill, they could only bring real guns to the battlefield. Aang warms up by jumping and tells Red Mask to make sure to aim well. A member of the Black Gun Group shouted out that Aang was really a newbie, since their captain's aim is known to be incredible amongst all the warriors. Red Mask tells Aang that it was good that he was confident. He decides to let him use whatever weapon he'd like, so that he wouldn't dare say the older team bullies him. Afterwards, Ang thought about how he only had a dagger on him right now. However, the weapon he used in his previous life was something that he misses, as that weapon was incredibly unique on its own, and it was his companion as well. He wonders if the weapon was still in that place. Ang tells Red Mask that it was fine as he didn't have a preference, so Ang decides to just use his fists, which would work. Hearing Ang say that he would use his fists made Red Mask give off a confused look on his face. Even the members of his group were shocked to see that Ang was just using his fists. Red Mask began to laugh so hard that he bends it back like Beckham. He was amused at the fact that Ang was going to use his fists to fight against him, and wondered if all newbies were this arrogant. I've given you the chance, since you chose not to use any weapon. I'll let you do just that, Red Mask shouted. Ang digs his ear, thinking that Red Mask was so talkative, and wondered if there was a silencer version of his mask. An image of a lion hunting a rabbit appears. Red Mask tells Ang that even a lion attempting to catch a rabbit will do its best at killing it. Red Mask swears that he won't give Ang any chances, so that he could take back those points they lost with a single breath. Alright then, do your best, said Ang with a confident look on his face. Snow tells Tomo that he would have loved to see their faces after finding out that Ang had single-handedly killed a one-fin demon, and won a spar against squad leader Jean barehanded. Tomo replies back to him that was why she was excited for Ang's fight. Lu thought about how Ang had won against Jean, which she saw as annoying. She begins to wonder if Ang was really better than her. She became all teary-eyed, knowing that as the captain of her team, she couldn't be weaker than her teammates. She blushes as she kept thinking about what her dad said every time she sees Ang's dummy face. She tried her best to remove those from her head. A hand is raised in the air calling, "Ready, let the battle begin." The referee had finally started the battle. Red Mask immediately dashes to the side of Ang. He thought about how the longer the weapon's range is, the stronger the damage gets. Red Mask wanted to pierce 1,000 holes in Ang's body before he even get to reach him. Lu was startled to see the reaction of Red Mask. Instead of shooting immediately, he's using his footwork to find a better position. She was worried for Ang now. Meanwhile, Ang was closing his eyes in the battle. He thought about how the squadron leaders knew the extent of his strength, so there was no need to hide it any longer. His goal this time was simple. It was for the team to get first place. Not to mention that if he were to fight that demon inside his body, he would need to regain his strength from his previous life. But no, Ang knew that he needed to be better than his previous life. He needed to get stronger than what he was before. Red Mask had finally gotten around Ang and was looking at his back. He aims his weapon towards Ang, asking him if he was spacing out. If so, die. He unleashes a powerful attack, shouting out that he won't let him win. Ang finally opens his eyes. To become stronger, the demon in his body, he needed to use it from now on. With his mind more focused than ever, he sidesteps the attack from Red Mask with ease. After dodging the attack, he bends down before instantly leaping towards Red Mask. He came at an incredible speed towards Red Mask, but Red Mask knew that Ang would rush towards him. He loads a new set of ammo into his weapon. "My right hand has tracking bullets, you dumb truck," Red Mask yells out as he aims his weapon towards Ang once again. He unleashes a few rounds of his new ammo. These were sticky high-speed bullets that were hard to dodge, even for those blue-cord demons. The bullets that Red Mask had sent out formed a web around Ang as he reaches closer towards him. Red Mask knew that as long as one of them hits, the rest of the bullets will follow suit and hit the target. Ang thought that this was perfect. He instigated Red Mask into being his opponent so that he could show his strength. As the bullets reached closer to Ang, he uses the water-type core powers to bend his body into ungodly shapes. The Black Gun Group member was shocked to see Ang dodge their captain's bullets. They were surprised to see Ang's speed that was as pliable as water. They couldn't see what he had done. Red Mask finally backs away even further after Ang dodged his bullets. He aims his weapon once again towards Ang, who was inches from him. "Damn it, I was planning to use my ultimate to win this," Red Mask shouted. A member from Red Mask team smiles. He knew that his captain's gun has the ability to store energy inside it. The energy will then match the bullets and fire a beam of energy. Red Mask had finally aimed his weapon at point-blank range into Ang's face. He tell him to try to dodge this strength and accurate explosive bullet at this distance, but Ang wasn't afraid of it at all. His fist glowed bright green as he uses the wood-type core powers. The ground beneath Red Mask's foot began to erupt. Wooden roots appear and clam down onto his foot. He looks at it all confused and wonders what was happening, being confused by the ground. Red Mask had pointed his weapon into the wrong direction. He shot up into the skies instead of at Ang. The crowd goes wild as they realize that Red Mask had shot upwards and misfired. Ong had finally gotten close enough to Red Mask that he could hold onto his weapon with ease. Ong grabs onto it and pulls it closer to his body before karate chopping Red Mask's arm. With a swift turning on his feet, Ong had managed to drop kick Red Mask straight into his stomach as if they were in WWE. The members of his team called out to him with concern together. From a distance they could see that Red Mask had flew back a distance after being kicked by Ong. He slams Red Mask's weapon onto the ground. 20 points, give them to use, Ong declared with a smile on his face, and with his foot on Red Mask's weapon, Red Mask continued to sat on the floor, trembling with pain, and wondered how this was possible. Snow and Tomo cheered Ong on, saying that it was nicely done and that he was so cool. Lou could only think about how she was unable to track his speed. She wonders what kind of footwork has Ong been practicing. After the battle had ended, Ong had won 30 points from the Black Gun Group. Ong and Lou's battles had successfully stirred the interest of the other teams, and many of the young warriors were eager to battle them. Even many of the older teams took up the challenge of fighting against them. After tasting the fruits of their labor, the 4 warriors of Team Lou started to use the rules of point battles to gain their points. With Snow and Tomo's victories, Team Lou had more wins than losses, and their points slowly piled up. With each battle, their team rose tremendously in ranks, and finally, at the end of the month, Team Lou had reached the first place of squad leader Jin's ranks with incredible speed, finally getting the chance to participate in the final competition. The final battle between the top 3 teams will soon begin. Team Lou had more wins than losses, and their points slowly piled up, raising their position in the ranks at an amazing speed. When the end of the month came, Team Lou achieved the first place in squad leader Ji Yaotang's team rankings, stunning everyone with their quick progress. They had earned the spot to participate in the final competition. Joel talks about how every time they enter the town at the end of the month, seeing the archaeological site really gets him in the feels. Watching each team progress and grow, even if it's just seeing the same faces again and again, he soon wonders how long it took for Lou's team to get from the bottom to the top of Jin's team rankings, since it was not easy to come out on top like that amongst 9 teams. Jel tells him that she had heard that Lou's team had used their points as bets. They had battled against other teams and wound up winning more than losing. She calls it a messy and desperate method, but she then points out to Jin that he himself didn't even try to stop them. Jin tells her that Lou's team had relied on their own strength to earn those points, so there was no reason for him to stop what they were doing. Their team already had Ong and Lou, and they were never weak to begin with either. When Jin had looked closely at all the members of the team, and the other 2, he realized that Snow and Tomo were pretty good too. The captain soon came to a stop in front of a door. Joel talks about how it was the first time in many years since a new squad joined the finals between the 3 teams. Word is spread to the point that everyone probably knows already. Jin then places his hand onto the door, telling the others that they should go as he opens it. The open door revealed a giant coliseum where numerous hunters were gathered together. Jin tells the others that they should look forward to see who will be the final champions in this competition. A young lady is surprised to learn that a new unnamed squad managed to rise in ranks to reach the finals. She wonders what Captain Jin had given to his teams for them to get strong so quickly. It turns out that this young lady belongs to the top team from Captain Gel. It was called the Starflower Squad. She appears to be the team leader as her members tell her to not let the other hear what she just said. A young blonde man is seen sitting down with a cocky look on his face. Free experience points for our boy. The blonde man continues to tell his team that Captain Jin's highest ranking team is actually a newbie squad. He though that the captains were trying to scare them by exaggerating things, but they found out it was true. This was Captain Joel's winning team, the Brilliant Squad. Tomo is seen stretching her body while also spying on the other teams with her camera. She noted that the teams looked like they were ready to go. Snow informs them that the Starflower and Brilliant Squads were the strongest teams under squad leaders Joel and Gel, and were also pretty famous in Helios City. He also explains the rumor that the next 3 squad leaders, specifically, the 3 squad leaders that'll take over squad leader Jin's position, will be selected from amongst them. An wonders if they were that amazing. If so, their teamwork need to work a little harder. An continues to think that even though his body was a weakness, thanks to his secret ability, he should be able to fight against someone with the strength of a one-fin core warrior, such as squad leader Jin. He smiles over the fact that it shouldn't be a problem for his team to get first place. Rather, An was more curious about what the captains would be rewarding them with. Our favorite mommy starts to walk into the arena. She calls out to the children to gather around her. The girl squad called Starflower were the first ones to come over to her. The girls tell her that the Starflower squad was ready to take first place, and that they wanted an extra reward if they got to first place this time. The other girls wanted Gel to bring them to the brink city to buy some clothes. A mocking voice appears, asking if the greatest goal of the Starflower squad was just to simply buy clothes at a brink city. Amazing, the voice said in a mocking tone. Gel and the girl squad turned to see who it was. It was the young blonde man. He walks up to them, telling them that his team was looking forward to seeing stronger warriors in the brink cities so that they could spare with them. The girls were angry over his remarks, shouting at him that he didn't know what he was talking about. They explained to him that buying clothes was equally important to girls. "You dumb bastard." The girls continued to whisper amongst themselves, calling the brilliant squad annoying and that their squads could never get along. "You young fellows have so much energy," said another voice. It appears that Captain Jean and Joel had finally arrived as well. Joel looks at the squads and teases them, asking them if they were going to fight till they fell for each other. Both team leaders were disgusted by remarks, asking him why he was always thinking about such flirty things. As the captains and squads talked to one another, Jin's attention was pulled elsewhere. He looks at Lu's team and tells them to gather around as well. Lu agrees and tells her squad to move. Soon enough all the squads were gathered in front of the captains. Jin tells them that he was sure that everyone here knew quite a bit about each other, so he wouldn't be doing any introductions. He explains to them that the finals have 2 segments, and are split into a team competition and a solo battle. Points will be used to determine the winner. Gel continues on with the explanation, stating that for the rules and further details, they'll tell them more once the competition begins. To inspire them all to fight harder, the captains will be showing them this competition's reward. With a wink and a smile, she tells them that she knew all of them would aim for first place to get the reward, so they made sure that the competition's reward will not disappoint. Joel takes over to announce the rewards. He tells them that the competition's first place will be able to stay and intern at brink City for a week. All the members of the squads cheered loudly upon hearing the reward. They couldn't believe that they got the chance to go to a brink City and were even more motivated to get first place. But An was confused by the loud cheers. Snow couldn't believe that the reward was actually going to a brink City, so he asks Tomo about what she wanted to do if she got there. Tomo tells him that she would be buying a better camera. The cheers soon ended as Jean tells the team leaders to come and draw their lots. As the team leader of each squad walked up, their members still couldn't believe that the reward was the brink City, as they have heard that those cities had more things compared to C-ranked cities. An continued to think on his own as the others started to talk about the rumors about brink cities. They heard that there might be 2 Fin-core warriors in those cities. Those warriors were then considered even more stronger than their squad leaders. The warriors were looking forward to meeting the 2 Fin warriors, but An continued to think about how there were still a lot of things that he didn't understand after reincarnating half a century later. He didn't even know about brink cities, as back in his time, his cities were never split into ranks. They were all fighting for themselves and fighting to survive. He recalled that Snow had told him that Helios City was a C-ranked city, and that was one of the lowest ranks. After that comes B-ranked city, then A-ranked city. City ranks were assessed based on the warrior's strength and ability levels. Those with 1 Fin-core and 2 Fin-core warriors are ranked as C-ranked cities, whereas those with 2 Fin-core and 3 Fin-core warriors were ranked as B-ranked cities. Those with 3 Fin or 4 Fin, maybe even 5 Fned-core warriors are categorized as A-ranked cities. The city that assess all these cities is the only S-ranked city, the Breaking Dawn City. It was also called the City of Hope, and is situated right in the center. The Breaking Dawn City is supposed to be enormous. Not only do they have 5 Fin and 6 Fin-core warriors, they also have the strongest 7 Fin-core warrior. It's the city with the strongest people. Could only think about how the S-ranked city, the Breaking Dawn City, sounded pretty flashy. He wonders how good it'd be compared to the city he led previously. But after that huge battle 60 years ago, he wonders if the city he led still exists. And those comrades of his. An felt saddened over the thought of his old friends, but a voice soon calls out to him. Snow and Tomo appeared by his sides, telling An that he really likes to daydream. Tomo tells him to stop spacing out, pointing to Lu while telling him that it was their turn to shine. Lu picks the slot and reveals to her team that they were first. Soon enough it was Team Brilliance against Lu's team. The announcement stated that all the weapons have been changed into training weapons, and that this round's battle is the Brilliance Squad against Team Lu. Tomo wonders if they should think of a really cool squad name as well, since they have yet to get their squad title. Snow agrees with her that they needed to come up with a great squad name so that when they tell others it would sound cool. An agrees with both of them and tells them that they should discuss this after fighting. Lu on the other hand was feeling nervous for the upcoming battle. A team as lazy as this still wants to get first place? Questioned the blonde man. He tells his squad to listen up. He orders them to find a person to target on the enemy team by themselves, as he was personally going to fight against team leader Lu. Understood, responded his teammates. The captains were seen above them as Jean raises his hand. He shouts out that the competition starts now. Upon hearing those words, the blonde man orders his men to scatter out. Lu sees this and immediately knew what he was doing. Her mind wonders if he wanted to do solo battles. It was a good plan if their strength was higher than theirs. But sadly, Lu's team had decided to fight together. Noted that it seemed like Lu knew about the strategy that the other team was going for their squad. They would get the best result by attacking the leader immediately. The biggest weakness of a solo battle is that you're only fighting for yourself. If the team leader falls, the others will also lose their morale. An was impressed by Lu for well assessing that. A member of the other team wonders if they should attack Lu first. Then they decided to change tactics, flank them, surround them completely. Change of plans. We'll get the leader first. Our target is sit to Lu, were the orders given as three of the other team leaps onto Lu as she ran. But she remained calm and gave out her own orders. Remain as a group, cover. Hearing those commands immediately sets Tomo Snow and Ang to block the attacks from the other team from reaching Lu. The blonde was surprised to see this, but he prepares himself asking Lu if she really thought that she could take him down. Don't you dare look down on me, he shouts. He soon braces himself and lunges forward towards Lu. The others could be seen in the background fighting the other members. As Lu leaped towards the blonde man, a shining red orb light appears in his hand. He looks at Lu with a smile and tells her to come at him, but then he places his arm with the red orb in front of himself, telling her to get obliterated by this light attack. Everyone on the battlefield took notice of that bright light. Lu covers herself with her arms, turning around to tell her team to close their eyes and to protect themselves. Lu couldn't believe that the blonde man could concentrate energy into his hands and make them explode with light, but to her surprise, even his own teammates were affected by his light attack. Jean covers his eyes from the light, knowing that the young man still likes to use that kind of attack in fighting style till now. He then questions Joel about why he didn't warn him about it, as the blonde man's light techniques is great in solo battle, but if it's a team match, it'll also affect his teammates. Joel tells Jean that he had told the blonde man many times, but he just refuses to listen to him. Joel guesses that he still needs to encounter a setback for him to actually make changes to his fighting style. The blonde man spins the knife in his hand, thinking that a newbie like Lu couldn't possibly take on his light attack right on her face. He figures that her team won't have any fighting power after he finishes her off. He finally takes a swing to Lu as she covered her eyes from the blinding light attack. The blonde man didn't care that she was from the Sidhu family either, but another hand appears and blocks his attack to Lu. Ang had appeared and intercepted the blonde man's attack with ease as he stood between him and Lu. Oi, said Ang as he wore glasses made up of water. He questions the blonde man on his technique, asking him if he didn't think about how his technique would affect his teammates. With his leg raised high into the air, Ang strikes the left shoulder of the blonde man with enough strength that it causes the ground beneath them to break into pieces. But the attack seemed to have no effect as the blonde man was able to get away from Ang. He looks at him and questions when he made the visors that he wore out of water. Ang tells him that fighting in a team match without even considering his teammates was a terrible idea. The visors that Ang was wearing were made of water, which is reflective and thick, cutting off most of the bright light. Ang thought to himself that utilizing the water element, which is usually for absorption, to reduce the blinding attack was a great idea. Lu had finally touched ground after the light had vanished, but she was surprised to see that Ang stood in front of her. Her eyes were open wide, wondering when he stood in front. He turns to leave but tells her that he was going to leave the rest to Lu, so she could finish him off. Lu looks over to the blonde man who was holding onto the area where Ang had kicked him, thinking if Ang had managed to beat him, and wonders if he did it when everyone was blinded. She finally thought of Ang as not being so bad as they crossed paths. She immediately takes the chance that Ang had given her to rush over to the blonde man in an instant. The blonde man was surprised to see that Lu still dared to rush to him like this. It made him determined to blast her again with his light attack, but as he tried to move his arm, he realized that he couldn't. He blames it on the weird guy called Ang who had managed to dislocate his shoulder by kicking it. Being unable to move his arm allowed Lu to give him a powerful blow to his stomach. She tells him that he was right, that battle should be finished quickly. She continues to land an endless barrage of punches onto the blonde man. Meanwhile, Ang was very relaxed. He had just helped Snow and Tomo here and there, but they were pretty good martial artists themselves. They started to get better and better at their battles, but a sound soon catches their attentions. Lu stood over the beat blonde man's body, telling his team that their team leader had lost, and questioned them on whether they still wanted to fight her team. Seeing that their team leader had lost made them lose their morale, so the remaining team members decided to give up. "It's finished," announced Jean. Joel on the other hand tells him that they had expected this. Jel notices that Ang has yet to use that ability of his. Jean continued to remain silent as he watches the battle. The members of the Starflower squad were shocked at what just happened. "You lost," shouted their captain as she asked them if they were serious. She wonders if it was because of Situlu and whether she really was that amazing. The blonde man was still being prideful and told her that they had just underestimated them. He informs them that they were up next, so as their longtime rival, the blonde man wanted to give them a fair warning. Lu's team had gathered together once again for the next battle. The leader of the Starflower squad could only think that her mood had been ruined by what Brilliance had said and called it annoying. Jel tells them from above that Team Lu will be up against the Starflower squad. All weapons have been changed into training weapons, so let the battle begin. The Starflower squad moved out at once, as their captain tells them to not be fazed by what Brilliance had said. All they needed to do was follow accordingly to what they've trained. They mustn't mess up their formation. The team members hears the commands and responded that they understood. Snow sees them coming and started to charge up. He needed to put all of strength into the single punch, so he lets it rip. He swings his fist with his yellow powers into the ground. It sent shockwaves throughout the arena as it breaks the ground beneath them while providing a shield cover his team. Ang was impressed by this as it provided him with a cover to use his green powers. "Rise!" he shouts as the wooden branches started to appear from below the ground. The Starflower squad was alarmed to see this, wondering where the tree roots had come from as it entangles them. Ang could only smile as he could see that it was working. It seems to him that the powers he had absorbed from the demon could still work, since he had gotten wood and water. He didn't know what other elements were left. "Our boy is slowly becoming the Avatar." Lu then calls out to Snow, who immediately responds to her call. He takes the chance to instantly leap towards the Starflower squad. Covered with his shield, he reaches them in an instant. Seeing coming causes the members of the Starflower squad to dodge it and scatter from their formation. The leader gave out commands to spread out and regroup quickly, but knew that they had been forced out of their formation. Soon enough, the two waifus appeared in front of her for a joint attack. They combined their kicks to attack the squad leader, who manages to block their attacks. As she blocked Lu and Tomo's attack, she turns to her team to ask for help, but all she could see was that Ang and Snow were busted fighting them. Ang had managed to solo fight two of her members, which the team leader sees. She recalls the warning from the Brilliance squad, where the blonde man warns her to be careful of the one they called Ang. Based on his own assessment, he noted that Ang was probably the strongest in their team. He compared Ang to a chess master who managed to connect the entire battlefield together. Tomo then appears right in the face of the team leader. She tells her that she needed to keep her focus on her and Lu. "And what if I don't?" shouted the team leader as she reveals to them that she was an agility user. But this doesn't faze Tomo, as she instantly reappears behind her, telling her that she was an ability user as well. With her thick legs spinning in the air, she manages to place the team leader into a headlock with her legs. Lucky girl. Lu's team cheered on that they had won and complimented Tomo for a job well done. Jel informs the other captains that this battle was finished too. Joel adds on that Lu's team had won all of their battles in this team competition. The scene changes to the competition solo battles. The captains inform the squads that next up were the solo battles, so they were given the chance to challenge any member of any group. Both team leaders of the Brilliance and Starflower squad gave each other the cooperative bombastic side-eye to one another. They announced together with their fingers pointed at Ang that they wanted to challenge Team Lu's Ang. Jean informs them that solo battles are done 1 versus 1, so he asks them about which one of them will go first, but Ang cuts him off saying it was no worries, and that in order to conserve time, he asks the both team leaders to fight him together instead. Absolute Giga Chad mad lad. The solo battle continues as Ang stood alone against the two captains from the Starflower squad and the Brilliance squad. Ang looks at them and thought about how this was the last battle and that he should start taking it seriously. The blonde man stated to the female captain that it appears as if they were being overly underestimated, but the female captain was too focused on wanting to make Ang regret being so arrogant. Jel gives out her instructions from above once again. She tells them that the rules were the same as before, and that the battle will not end until one side has admitted defeat, or if they've lost all ability to compete. She then commences that the battle begins. Hearing those words instantly made the two captains rush to both of Aang's sides as he stood still. As they rushed to Aang's sides, the blonde man tells the female captain to not forget about their plan. She hears him and tells him to stop nagging as there was no way that she would forget it. Aang himself started to move as he kneeled down heavily into the ground with enough force to break it. In an instant, he appears in the face of the blonde captain, who was shocked to see this. The female captain shouts at him to watch out as Aang was right in front of him. The blonde captain was annoyed with Aang's sudden appearance. He questions him if he thought that he was easy to take down, and warns Aang to stop looking down on him. The blonde captain had once again prepared his light skill. Seeing him cast his skill this early made the female captain wonder if they were skipping to that part of their plan. A flashback is seen where the blonde captain is explaining their plan. He tells her that since they were fighting together they needed to win this battle, that way they could both be able to continue the competition, and maybe even fight for a chance to go to the brink city. The blonde man had a plan that will definitely lead them to there. He hands over a special battle visor which was the only one in his possession and tells her to wear it. These visors could shield her eyes from his light skills. The moment he blinds Aang, he wanted the female captain to hit him with everything she has. As she took the visor from him, she couldn't believe that he would give her something this precious. He looks at her with a determined look in his eyes, informing her that Aang wasn't easy to take down, but if they wanted a chance of going to the brink city, they needed to work together. He tells her to remember his flash was the signal. Once she saw him using it is when she needed to immediately attack Aang. We return to the moment when the blonde captain uses his light attack. He tells Aang to not even try running as the current flash was 5 times stronger than the last one. Even the squad leaders in the stands had to cover their eyes from the blinding light. Jill was alarmed to see that the blonde captain was gathering so much energy to form the strong flash of light. She noted that it was stronger than the one he used in the team battle. Joel, on the other hand, was concerned over the fact that his core wouldn't be able to handle using so much energy in one go. He understood that the captains were planning to end this battle quickly. Helma would wanted to take a photo of Aang's battle was blinded as well as she complained about the light and that she couldn't take photos like this. The female captain was now focused on the battle. She thought about how Aang must have lost some of his sight from the flash and that she needed to max out her speed as long as she can take him down quickly. She then spots Aang covering his face directly in front of the flash attack. The female captain appears right behind him with her fist raised high in the air. She wanted to take down Aang with this Aang, but our boy ain't a NPC. He turns to her and tells her that he was right. Aang knew that she was the one who was in charge of attacking him. Seeing his reaction causes the female captain to freeze in her tracks, but she soon notices something off about Aang as he stared at her. She felt his gaze. His riz was too strong as it felt as though she was being preyed upon by something scary, as if it was about to drown her in the ice-cold sea. Seeing her stunned gave Aang the chance to use his water element skill. He summons the water and it stretches out to the female captain. It soon formed a fist that held her tight within its clasp. The female captain could only grunt in pain as Aang squeezes her tight to the point her visor fell off. The blonde captain continued to try his best to cast his attack. He wonders why she was screaming in pain when she was the one who was supposed to attack him. She yells at him that it was obvious. The tables had turned and now she was the one that was being attacked, and since her visor was knocked off, the female captain couldn't see anything now. As soon as he was done with the female captain, Aang turns his attention back to the blonde captain, telling him that he was sorry as their plan was about to fail. Using the water element in one hand, Aang uses his other hand for the wood element as tree branches appeared and wrapped itself around the blonde captain. Soon enough he threw both the captains to the side. Both of them simply dropped onto the ground. Jean continued to watch from above and sees that there was smoke right after the flash, but he soon became worried over the fact that if these brats weren't careful, then they might get injured. He instantly leaps down from the stands as Jel calls out to him due to his sudden action. With a heavy landing that removes some of the smoke, he looks up to check on the kids, but something shocks him. He froze in fear over the demonic aura that Aang was giving off as Aang walked out of the smoke. He appears in front of Jean and informs him that it was over. Soon enough the smoke began to clear up. The warriors who were watching the battle noticed that the smoke has disappeared. This made them curious about whose captain it was that was standing across from Jean, but someone else tells them that it was neither of their captains. Lu watches the battle and tells that it was someone else with a smile on her face. She tells him that it was Aang as he stood victorious over the knocked-out captains with a smile on his face along with the visor. Aang's team soon came over to the battleground to greet him. Snow was super excited over Aang's victory as he was curious about how he managed to attack them despite the flash, and that he was even able to defeat 2 people at once. He tells On that everyone who watched only managed to regain their sight once the flash was gone, but by then, the battle was already over. On gave off a nervous look as he came up with an excuse. He tells Snow that he did it by snatching the visor that they were using, but he only thought that he was good of him to take it from her as he just wanted to play with it in the first place. Snow grabs On and rubs his head while telling him good job. Lou didn't say anything to him but only thought about how she always felt that On was hiding something, but Jean soon calls out to their squad. He tells them to stand at attention. He then congratulates them on winning the competition and placing in first place. Jean compliments on having done well for each of his battles as each one of them had been a wonderful surprise for him, especially the fact that he had fought back despite being attacked by both team leaders. On smiles and replies that he was praising him a little too much, but what he thought was that he was originally the strongest soldier of humanity. Even with his weak body he couldn't lose to those two children. Using his past battle experience to win and some abilities to end the battle quickly could be considered bullying them. Jean then informs the team that since they had gotten first place, it meant that they had won the prize as well. He tells them that tomorrow was when they may travel through the underground tunnel and make their way towards the nearest brink city. They may also begin their week of internship there. Hearing the amazing prize was theirs made Snow and Tomo rejoiced loudly. Jean then tells them that they would be ending things here and that they should prepare to head back and gather here in the morning. As the team walked back they talked amongst themselves. Snow tells them about how he heard that there were 3 Fin Corps warriors in Brink City and that he was looking forward to seeing them. Tomo tells him that she was willing to help him take photos. An then asks Lou if she was planning on doing anything in the Brink City. Lou replies that she was thinking about it. Joel looks at them and spoke out that An was truly terrifying. If he had used all of his strength, even the squad leaders wouldn't be able to defeat him either. Jean agrees and tells him that An didn't belong here, and that he will keep moving forward. Joel then asks Jean if he was planning on taking them through the underground tunnels, which was good as it was safer underground than on the surface. Jel reminds them that they still needed to be alert either way as a couple of no-fin demons still managed to slip in. Jean tells her not to worry as they would kill any no-fin demons that showed up and that the 4 of them would be fine without him. The underground tunnel, winding and confusing tunnels used for transport and travel in the past when the cities were still prosperous, they've been abandoned, and are only used as a method of travel between cities these days. But a warrior is seen running through those same tunnels as if his life depends on it. He looks back and shouts in horror as a bright light approaches him quickly. The bright light soon cuts him into pieces. That was so bad. Even the drawer had to censor it. A demon held onto a warrior's head, talking out loud that these human soldiers were weak and that it was bored. It continued to speak out loud that it was lost and wondered how it had gotten lost underground. This was a double-fin demon whose ability and element were unknown. Mountains of dead warriors were left in its wake. The double-fin demon had a killing record of 21 newbie warriors, 9 single-fin warriors and 2 double-fin warriors. Tomo was amazing by the sight of the underground tunnels. She exclaimed that this was the first time she had known about something like this. As the group was being led by Jean, Tomo continued to snap photos of the tunnel as they walked, stating that it looks like the underground tunnel were constructed a long time ago, making her wonder when it was built. Jean informs her that the underground tunnel had existed even before he did, making it extremely old. Tomo continued to ask if people were still using the tunnels as it looked like it was deserted. Jean explains to her that after the Battle of the Breaking Dawn, where many courageous warriors sacrificed themselves, there was a sharp decrease in the number of elite soldiers, and they had no way of initiating a huge land expansion or multiple missions. The energy crystals that they depended heavily upon for survival started to decrease severely as well, and due to severe lack of energy crystals that was used to provide them huge amounts of energy and power, this huge underground network was gradually abandoned. This tunnel was built during the era of their greatest king, An. Hearing that made Tomo tease An. She tells him that the tunnels were built during the era of the king that shares the same name as him. An happily plays around with Tomo and told him that of course it was. Hearing him being happy to share the same name started to make Jean angry. He finally snaps at our boy. He yells at him over his reply, shouting at him that he was just sharing the same name as their king and that it didn't mean that he did it himself. Jean then yells at him to stop making jokes using the greatest warrior of humanity. An replies back to Jean that there was no need to ruin his joke like that. Tomo teases them by saying that it appears like Jean is completely furious with An, but even Snow was laughing at the back. It turns out that our Ice Queen herself found it funny as she lets out a quiet laugh while calling An a dummy. Jean finally composes himself, thinking that he was too relaxed whilst interacting with them. Jin leads the group once again while informing them to be more aware of their surroundings as it was time to continue onwards. Ang looks around the tunnels and could only feel ashamed, as the idea of the underground tunnels had been suggested by him back then, but he realized that there was something wrong with what Jin had told them. Whilst this was called an underground tunnel, it is actually a huge maze of underground networks. It wasn't just to link up all the large and small cities, it was the safest and most prosperous trading route, but Ang never would have thought that the greatest plan that was said to be made that year was eventually turned into complete ruins after his death. Snow then begins to wonder about the energy crystals that Jin had told them before. He asks him if they were similar to the demon cores within their chests. Jin tells him that he was right, as he could think of them as the combination of the demon's core. He explains that a single demon's core can provide a warrior immense strength, but what would happen during the process of refining those demonic cores? He asked. According to basic principles, after each repeated failure, the result of those refined cores would result in a huge energy core, the energy crystal. These energy crystals were strong enough to be able to power an entire city, similar to that of electricity back in the day, and many high-ranking cities would organize demon hunts to collect those demonic cores in order to refine them into energy crystals. These crystals would then be distributed according to the rank of each city. Jin this time will be bringing them to the B-rank city called Pether City, not just to help increase their experience and knowledge, but also to obtain the distribution of Helios City's crystal. Hearing the explanation made Tomo think about what if the city's energy core was depleted completely, and there were no extra cores for them to switch them out for. She asks Jin about what would happen then. Jin looks back silently before revealing that the entire city would become completely paralyzed. The entire group were shocked to hear that. Jin explains that without the energy that the energy crystals provides, normal life would be unable to continue, and the city's most important function, defense mechanisms and weapons, would become useless. Lastly, without those protective mechanisms and the inability to continue functioning normally, people would be forced to leave their homes and to take refuge elsewhere. That would cause a huge calamity for the city. No one spoke about Jin had revealed the seriousness behind the energy crystals, but he laughs it off, telling them that there was no need to worry as their Helios city wasn't a large city, and that their current energy crystal that they have is able to provide them with at least 3 more months of energy each time they proceed towards Pether City. This time was when they will be collecting the energy crystal for future preparation, not because the city is already in danger. Tomo gave a mean face to Jin as she thought about how it was so bad of him to describe it as though it was such a scary event, but Jin continues to lecture them about having to be prepared all this time. As a B-rank city, Pether City has more than just a few double-fin core warriors. They even have 2 triple-fin core warriors. He then tells them that he had heard that one of their triple-fin core warriors managed to achieve a synchronization rate of an astounding 69%. Yeah baby. The 3 members of the group were surprised and excited to learn that there was a triple-fin core warrior whose synchronization reached 69%. Yeah baby. But Ang wasn't impressed by this, as he noted that the one currently standing behind them was a 7-fin core warrior with a synchronization rate of 96%. Tomo soon comes across a red button that was covered by a plastic casing. She looks at it and wonders what it was. "Stop! Don't push that button!" shouted Ang as Tomo was just about to press the big red button. Hearing the sudden shout made Jin turn around. Bam! Sound was heard. Jin had knocked some sense into Tomo. He warns her to stop touching things carelessly here and thanked God that Ang was keeping an eye out. Tomo kneeled down in pain over being hit, and explains to them that there was just a button there and that her hand couldn't stop itself. Jin places the cover back onto the red button while explaining to them that this was an emergency button to forcibly close the tunnels. This was used to close down the tunnels and separate them when emergency situations occur. Absolute closure was written on a sign placed above the big red button. Jin looks up and asks them if they had noticed the circle that was behind them. He explains that the moment the button was pressed, a thick metal wall will close off the tunnel. This could only be used in emergency situations to keep other tunnels and cities safe. Ang was glad to know that it seems like the tunnel's most important ability is still working normally. But a sudden dreadful feeling overcame him. Ang's eyes focused as he felt the intense bloodlust. He senses that the bloodlust was coming from in front of them and that it seems that something was closing into them. Ang immediately steps forward in front of the ground while activating his core to summon his dagger. Jin then felt the intense bloodlust. He looks at Ang and was surprised to see that he had actually detected before him. But Jin knew that his nose couldn't be as sharp as his, which made him wonder if Ang had detected with just his intuition. But he removes those thoughts from his mind as he knew that this wasn't the time for it. Jean activates his core as well and orders everyone to prepare for battle while placing their bags down and getting into squad formation. They soon could see massive amounts of blood splat all around the tunnels. Jean looks at his foot and sees the blood that was coming from the direction of Pether City. This made him wonder about what could have happened there, but a figure soon emerges from the darkness. Jean looks at it and wonders if it was a demon, but it was another human being that came into the light. They recognized him as a warrior from Pether City. The warrior looks at them and recognizes Jean and the squad from Helios City, but his eyes then rolled backwards, causing him to collapse onto the ground in front of them. Ong and Jean started to question the warrior about what had happened to him in Pether City. He tells them that there was a demonic wave that had attacked Pether City, and that Pether City had already raised the city abandonment siren. Fear could only be seen on Jin's face as he heard what the warrior said. Lu immediately questions Jean about what the city abandonment siren was and whether they should provide support for them. Jean remains silent to gather his thoughts before revealing what the siren was. He tells them that regardless of whichever city it was, there was only one situation where the abandonment siren would ring in a city, and that is when all of the warriors in the city have perished. All 3 members of the squad were horrified to hear that from Jean. On the other hand, was filled with anger over the fact that a city was conquered from the demons, making him question just how many people lost their lives from this. But a light started to appear from the darkness where the warrior came from. Ong looks at it with curious eyes, but the light sped up and stabbed itself into the warrior, who fell onto the ground. Ong curses at the fact that he was distracted and wasn't even able to react. The light soon pulls the warrior away from Jean and Ong back into the darkness. A demonic claw held onto the warrior's head as a voice spoke out. "Found you, huh? Why are there still people here?" said the demon as it emerges out from the darkness. It talked about how if it doesn't kill them all, it wouldn't be able to report its mission's success. The warrior tried his best to tell Jean and the others to run, but the demon soon slices his head off, telling him that the dead should remain silent. Its massive claw soon breaks the tunnel walls as it touches it. It walks towards Jean and the squad, telling them that it should continue to kill them all. This was the first appearance of a double-fin demon whose core was red and its element was fire. Its killing records was 21 newbie warriors, 10 single-fin warriors, and 2 double-fin warriors. The red demon started to walk towards Jean and Lu's team, wielding its scythe. It was excited to see so many humans together. It started to swing its scythe around, wondering which one of them it should kill first. It soon finally comes to a decision and swings its scythe towards the one that it had chosen to kill first. He had decided on the little red head, which was Snow. He was too slow to react in time to the red demon's attack, but Jean had managed to just barely stop the red demon's attack from slicing Snow's head off. Stopping the attack with his blade wasn't enough as he held onto it with his other hand. He continues to struggle against the powerful demon's attack as he grunts hard to stop it. Using all his might, Jean had managed to deflect the attack into the ceiling from where they stood. The red demon was surprised to see this happen. It complimented Jean for being pretty good as compared to the other warriors from before. Jin's hand was bloodied and trembling over the attack. He started to breathe heavily as he thought of the fire element double-fin demon that stood before them as being stronger than he thought it would be. He curses over the fact that he wouldn't be able to take on another similar blow like the one previously. He gritted his teeth hard as he knew that this wasn't the time to be fighting against it, as he needed to protect the kids. Jean thought about how there was no time to think a little more about this and could only do one thing. Now, he immediately grabs onto Aang's arm with his injured hand, which surprised Aang. Jean had decided to run away from the red fin demon as he grabbed everyone and made a mad dash to retreat. Seeing Jean running away with everyone made it question if he wanted to escape. It started to lean backwards and took a heavy step forward before lunging itself forward with immense speed, which causes it to bounce throughout the tunnel. The red fin demon was covered in flames as it reached closer to Jean and the others. Lu sees the button and informs him that they needed to quickly get through the door and that she will press the button. But the red fin demon appears right behind them, shouting at the group that they will all die. But Aang presses his hand against Jin's back in that same moment. Before the red fin demon could grab onto Jean and the others, Aang had pushed them in front to escape from its grasp. Seeing this sudden reaction caused the red fin demon to stop in its tracks. As Aang and the rest continued to roll onto the ground, Jean looks back at Aang with concern and wondered if he was going to do what he was thinking about. The red fin demon slowly walks over to Aang as he stood up with his dagger inserted into the ground. The red fin demon tells Jean and the others that they would only survive for a little longer, as it had said before that they will all die. The red fin demon had once again launched itself forward to chase after them with incredible speed, but Ang was right beside the button and lifts its cover while his back was against the demon. Seeing that the red-finned demon was coming close again, he instantly turns around and smashes the button along with its cover. The tunnels had began to seal itself as Ang remained separately from everyone else. Lu rushed forward and called out to Ang with concern. She tells him to watch out and to get over to their side, but the tunnel doors began to seal itself shut. All she could see was Aang's face as he looked back at them while the red-finned demon was just inches away from him. "A&G!" shouted Lu as the doors of the tunnel finally shut closed. She began to knock against the doors, calling out to Aang and asking him if he was alright. Jean could only recall the moment that Aang had whispered to him before pushing him away. Aang's last words were, "Protect those three." Jean finally regains his composure and tells everyone to calm down. He informs them that Aang had created a chance for them to survive and that they couldn't let that go to waste. But Tomo informs him that the demon was a double-finned demon. Snow voiced out his concern as well, telling Jean that even if it was Aang, facing a double-finned demon was too much. Tomo agrees with Snow and argues that it wasn't right to leave Aang behind like this. Lu slams her fist against the metal door, telling Jean that they should break open this metal door and rescue Aang. But Jean reveals to them that the door has been reinforced with a unique material, and then reinforced with an alloy. It can tolerate even an attack from a triple-finned demon. It was not that easy to break open. It has such great sealing abilities. They weren't even able to hear what's happening on the other side. Jean mentions that it was pitiful that they couldn't do anything at all. Snow then begs Jean to think of something. Tomo agrees and wonders if there was any other way they could help Aang. Lu suggests that they head back to the city and get squad leader Joel and Jel to help them. She even tells him to give them further instructions on what to do next. But Jean replies that even if Joel and Jel were here, there was no way they can be sure that it would work. But his eyes soon open wide as he came to a sudden realization. He immediately recalls that there was another route that they can take and tells everyone to come with him. As they run through the tunnels, Jean informs them that these are tunnels that are split into different routes. One of them leads to the Rank A city Brian. So his idea was that they go to the Rank A city and ask them for help. He soon recognizes the tunnel that led to the Rank A city and rushes into it quickly with the others following closely behind him. Jean knew that choosing this route means that regardless of what had happened to the other Rank B city, they all believe that Aang can definitely survive till they make it back. We return to the metal doors as a green liquid is splattered onto it. The red-finned demon had come to a stop as it tried to attack Aang. It turns out that Aang had managed to stab the inside of its mouth with his dagger. Our boy had activated his Sharingan. He then kicks the red-finned demon away from him, taking a superhero pose. Aang looks up at the red-finned demon to tell it that he can finally use all of his strength as his demonic energy started to seep out from his body. The red-finned demon was alarmed to see the current state that Aang was in. It made it question if Aang was a human or demon. Aang replies back to the demon that he wasn't sure himself, but if it had put in a little more effort in trying to fight him just now, then Aang might have had to change into this form in front of Jean and the others. But now Aang was just curious about that fire element of its. Our boy licks his lips over the thought of having the fire element power. The red-finned demon started to back away as it recognizes that Aang was at the level of a one-finned demon, but it changes its mind about it as it felt that Aang's aura was even more than a single-finned demon. Aang had finally unleashed his wood-bending skill as the tree branches started to appear beside him. He aims his hand towards the red-finned demon, which causes the tree branches to launch themselves towards it. Seeing that Aang was a single-finned wood type made the red-finned demon happy as its fire element was just perfect to counter Aang. It lets out a powerful pillar of flames which burned away the tree branches that tried to surround itself around it. But Aang continued to stare at the red-finned demon with a calm and silent expression on his face. The red-finned demon tells Aang that it was going to eat him and turn him into its source of power, with a ball of fire forming from inside of its mouth. The red-finned demon unleashes a powerful fireball attack directly towards Aang, but he manages to bend it like Beckham and dodges the fireball with ease. Using the tree branches to boost his speed, Aang manages to come close to the red-finned demon as it continues to shoot flames from its mouth. Seeing Aang so close to it made the red-finned demon wonder if he was going to engage in close combat with it. The red-finned demon remarks that Aang couldn't touch it as he would be burned if he comes near the red-finned demon. It soon poses an AT pose and set itself on fire as Aang watches it from afar, but he still manages to deal a heavy blow to the red-finned demon's back as it shouts out in pain over Aang's attack. Aang smiles and asks the red-finned demon about who it was that told it that he only had the wood element. He tells the red-finned demon that it was his turn to counter him. The red-finned demon couldn't believe that Aang had the water element, but what was more shocking was that he had two elements. Ang had managed to grab onto its core and covered it in water when he attacked it from the back. An explosion soon occurs from where they both stood as water and fire mix together. The dust and smoke soon clears away to reveal that Ang was victorious. He held the red-fin demon's head in one hand and its core in his other. More demons started to appear as growling noises came out from the shadows. Hearing those noises catches Aang's attention as he turns to see where it was coming from. An endless horde of demons soon began to make their way towards him, but our boy remained cool and collected, seeing that these were finless demons who must have been attracted by the sound of battle. Looking at the core in his hand, Aang wondered about the fire element double-finned core and about the kind of power it will give him. He soon smashes the core into pieces. In doing so, it unleashes a wave of fire aura that spread all around him. Raising his fist covered in flames into the air, Aang proclaimed that the devil's fire will become his power. The core on his chest started to absorb the flame aura that his hand held. Closing his eyes to absorb the power of the red-fin demon causes a bright line to appear on his face and body. Aang bends over as his hair grew longer after absorbing the powers. Splendid. I can feel that flame burning in my body, yearning to be put to use, said Aang. His evolution had been completed. Aang had achieved double-fin demon form. Seeing that the countless finless demons were rampaging in this direction, Aang recalls the way the red-fin demon had used its powers. He started to form a ball of fire in his mouth as well and lets out a devastating wave of flames that burned all the finless demons that were coming to him in one shot. As the finless demons continued to scream in pain over being burned, Aang makes his way through the flames with ease, telling the demons that he was going to use their screams to console the dead soldiers that they had killed in the tunnels. His demonic aura started to look more vivid as he walked back into the tunnels. An exit appears in a damaged state along with some debris surrounding it, but an explosive attack soon opens it wide. Aang had appeared in it, but looking around his surroundings shocks him. He could see numerous civilians that had been killed all around from where he came out of. This was the current state of the B-rank city Pether. Aang couldn't believe that the B-rank city was completely razed to the ground. He walks past the endless dead bodies. Noting that this was a high-ranked demonic wave, he notices a fellow soldier that had been killed by a wood element. Aang could summarize that the warrior had been killed by a demon with a single strike. Seeing another damaged area beside him, Aang knew that this was the result of a skill with a large area of effect. Aang was afraid that with this kind of power, it meant that there was a triple-fin demon that has gone around killing citizens. Aang soon recalls that Jean had mentioned before that the Pether city had 2 triple-fin core warriors and wondered where they were. As he walked through the ruins of the city, something catches his attention. His watch as the crows which led pulled his attention to something above him. He sees 2 warriors being skewered and hung above him. These were the 2 triple-fin warriors who had gotten slaughtered. Aang looks at them and started to cast his wood ability skill. He focuses the tree branches to reach out to the bodies of the triple-fin warriors. He takes them both down and places them onto the ground beside him, telling both of them that they were admirable warriors. He soon closes the eyes of the triple-core warrior, telling both of them to rest in peace, and that at least they can have a proper rest now. Aang thought silently about how this was such a terrible war as he recalled numerous warriors fighting against the demons. "You goddamn demon! What are you trying to do to them?" shouted a young boy who appears behind Aang. Aang was alarmed to hear that there was a survivor. The young boy held a dagger in his hands but was still trembling. He began to cry and noted that Aang looked like a high-level demon based on his appearance, and that he was a demon that can change its form to mimic a human. He tells Aang that he was saved by those warriors and wouldn't let things be if he wanted to desecrate their bodies any further. Aang wore a painful expression on his face as he knew that based on his current appearance, the young boy probably wouldn't believe him based on how he currently looks like, which meant that things were going to be troublesome. But as he continued to be immersed in his thoughts, 2 finless demons appeared and slices the young boy apart. Aang was alarmed to see this as the young boy fell backwards after being attacked by the finless demons. Before his body could even touch the ground, Aang appeared beside him and blasted the demons away with one hit. He immediately grabs onto the young boy and curses over the fact that there were still finless demons hiding within the city. He tells the young boy to not speak anymore and informs him that he was going to heal him with his wood element power called recovery. But life was draining out of the young boy as he questions Aang about whether he was a demon or a human. He soon drops dead within Aang's arms as Aang looked at him with a sad expression on his face. The boy's question lingered in Aang's head as he wonders himself if he was currently a demon or a human. As Aang continued to watch over the young boy who had died in his arms, countless numbers of finless demons soon surrounded him. Aang slowly stood up as his body began to leak flames and demonic energy all around. He thought about how whether he was more of a demon or a human, but he knew that there was one that will never change. and that was his determination to kill all of the demons. Aang had created wings made of flames as he looked towards the waves of countless finless demons that approached him.
The battle against the finless demons starts as Aang stood alone in front of the horde as they rushed towards him. In response, he bends over to reveal the flaming wings that were coming out from his back. Within a single movement, Aang had flown straight into the horde of finless demons in an instant. As he flew past them in the air, the finless demons noticed that he had left behind a blob of light. That blob started to erupt brightly, and soon enough, explosions occurred throughout the battlefield where Aang had flown past. He comes to a screeching halt after the explosions had died down. He looks back at the work he had just done to the finless demons, impressed by it as he experimented with his new powers. He had noted that gathering the flames behind him would give him a speed boost, and that he could use it like phosphorus powder and ignite explosions, but it was sad that he couldn't use it to fly. So then Aang decides to try something new as he rushes back to the demons. He sees one of the red demons being thrown into the air and thought of something new. He grabs onto its throat and thought about what if he embed the flame into the demon's body instead. The demon roars out loud as Aang continues to hold onto it while unleashing his flames inside its body to the point that it could be seen from the outside. He then throws the red demon into the middle of the horde of demons, telling all of them to just roll back to that pile of bastards from which they came from. With a smile on his face, he tells them surprise in a singing tone. The effect of his experiment was immense as the red demon's body caused an explosion that was even more powerful than any other skill he had used before. Aang smiles upon witnessing the immense strength of his new power. He thought about how if condenses the fire and embedded in the demons' bodies, they would become demon bombs. He finally realizes that it seems that thinking a little more about these elemental energies will allow him to come up with different ideas for it. The finless demons that remained soon looked up to Aang, but they simply turned around to run away, roaring and howling as Aang spotted them from above. He looks in them and wonders if they thought they could escape his grasp. A pillar of light appears in the skies as Aang chases the demons that were trying to run away. He lands between all the demons as pillars of fire toasts them to cinders. He stands up and informs the burnt demon bastards that it was already too late. Some time had passed as Aang remained standing on top of a mountain of dead demon bodies. His demonic powers were switched off as he resumed his human form. He thought deeply about how he was originally looking forward to coming to Pethor City with Lu and the rest of the team, and also that squad leader Jin also needed to come here to collect the energy crystal. All these thoughts about them made him wonder how they were right now. He knew that their Helios City's energy core could still sustain them for 3 months, but currently, the road to Pethor City is closed, so if they don't bring back an energy crystal, the city would be in danger later on. Knowing all this information made Aang decide that he needed to find the place that hides the crystal that was originally here. He knew that he must take at least one back with him, but looking at the city in ruins all around him, Aang didn't have a clue on where to start looking for the crystal. He continues to think about how he couldn't just run around aimlessly. He needed to think of the resources that he currently had on hand. After seeing what he had, Aang come to a sudden realization. He could use his wood element energy, which he does as tree branches started to appear near his foot. He starts to spread them all around. Knowing that the energy crystal was the core of all crystals put together, so there should be energy fluctuations around it, Aang could spread his vines to search all over the city and search for such energy fluctuations. That way he would be able to detect the exact location of the crystal. More vines started to spread across the city as time passed. Aang remained still in order to sense where the crystal was. His vines soon spread to a location that contained the crystal. His eyes opened instantly as he knew that he had found it. Wasting no time at all, Aang makes a mad dash towards where it was located at. He sees that it was underground and could feel that the energy fluctuation was weak, which meant that it should have been protected well, which was great for him. Aang then leaps down the hole that his vines had discovered. As he fell down the hole, Aang could see that there was something else under here. He soon lands on the ground and stares at the machinery in front of him. He wonders if this was the system that maintains the B-rank city's energy. He noted that it looks pretty amazing but wonders where the crystal was in this place. But an automatic broadcast message catches his attention. The broadcast states that all soldiers are to guard the energy crystal. It repeated those words in a broken tone. Aang was glad to hear that, as the source of the automatic broadcast must be where they store the crystals. He immediately makes his way over there, not knowing how many they had managed to store, but upon entering the room, something shocks him. Various energy crystals of different colors were destroyed alongside the dead warriors who tried to protect them. Aang was furious to see this sight as he realized that the demons had already ruined all the crystals. He walks past the crystals and dead bodies, knowing that these warriors had died desperately trying to defend the crystal. Seeing this kind of scene, Aang concluded that this was an attack with a goal in mind. The demons that entered here had a goal, which was to destroy all the crystals. Aang thought about how they must have been instructed to attack this place. Compared to the demons from before, they had become much more clever. Aang lets out a deep sigh, knowing that there were no longer any energy crystals that aren't damaged here, so he needed to go to the military base to fund some supplies and equipment so that he can set off again. He gritted his teeth hard as he also knew that he needed to find some energy crystals before he goes back, due to the chance that squad leader Jin and his team might have some trouble getting back. Then Helios City will be in a paralyzed state and everyone will be in danger. So Aang was determined to find a new city within 3 months and to bring back the energy crystal back to Helios City. The doors to the battle preparation station were destroyed, but lights started to appear in the darkness within them. Aang was pressing down hard onto the pedal as he rams himself out of the walls of the station in his new ride. Aang continues to drive out of the city, determined to find a new city for the crystals. As he drove through the wilderness, he knew that the wilderness outside the city has never been explored, and that the mist will thicken when night falls. The desert terrain was a huge city that's been covered by a sandstorm in the past. Aang knew that all these broken buildings were all places that teemed with life before, but they had probably become nests for these demons. Looking at a map, Aang could see that the next city that was pinpointed on it should be in that direction. But a figure appears in one of the destroyed buildings as Aang drove by. A knife appears to cut a rope. It causes a bunch of logs to drop right above where Aang was driving through. He sees this and immediately turns the steering wheel. Aang was able to just barely dodge the bunch of logs that were about to crush him. He soon stops his vehicle and came out of it, wondering what those logs were about. He thought it was the work of demons but sees the ropes that were attached to it and knew that it was someone. That someone else soon appears on top of the log trap, pointing a gun at our boy. She tells him not to move and to tell her his name as she questions Aang on whether he was from hunting. Hunting teams were human warriors that did not live in the cities. These warriors live in small grounds, and their individual abilities are usually extremely higher and specialized. Aang looks at her and could only think about how unfortunate it was that it really is a hunting team. The female warrior continues to point her gun at our boy, telling him to say his name and that she wouldn't ask him a second time, but Aang could only think about how troublesome it was for him, as he never thought that he would meet someone from a hunting team here. He then tells her to not get it wrong and that he wasn't a part of a hunting team. He was just a human warrior that was passing through this place. But she laughs at Aang for introducing himself as a warrior, as she knew that a warrior from a city would never come to a place like this all alone. She then accuses Aang of being a scout from the Silver Hunting Team. Aang wonders about the Silver Wolf Hunting Team while continuing to tell her that he really wasn't a part of the hunting team and that it would be hard to explain it to her. But his words had no effect as presses the trigger. Bang! Went the gun as she had shot a bullet near from Aang's foot was. She continues to scream at Aang, shouting at him to shut up as she knew that they were all a bunch of bastards that were even worse than demons. She then questions him on whether any of her comrades from the Branded Guns hunting team were still alive. Aang could only stare at her while being confused about the words she was saying, but he concluded that it seems like her team was attacked by the Silver Wolf hunting team. So then he tells her to listen to him, even though there was no way for him to prove that he was a warrior right now or whether he was from a hunting team or not. But she wouldn't be able to talk with anyone if she keeps pointing her gun at them like this. Hearing Aang's words started to make sense to her as she finally lowers her gun. But Aang immediately turns his head to the side as he felt that there were more people here. Seeing his sudden reaction caused the girl to point her weapon at him once again, warning Aang to not move. But a couple of bullets pierced her arms through and through, which causes the girl to fall and drop her weapon. Aang could spot some figures on motorcycles from a far bit distance away from them. It turns out that they were part of the Silver Wolf hunting team. One of them had actually shot the girl and were excited to capture Aang and the girl for a reward from their boss. The girl drops to her knees and notices that it was them, the ones who killed her team, but she curses at the fact that she couldn't even raise her arms anymore. One of the members of the Silver Wolf team grabs onto her, amazed that there was a woman here. He holds onto her hair to see what she looks like. It was revealed to be a pretty woman. That kind of looks like Lu. The man exclaimed to his teammate that there was a top-tier bitch who was really pretty and that they would definitely have some fun with her before bringing her to their boss. But Aang appears with a swift kick to the douchebag's face. His teammate remained stunned over what happened as Aang landed on top of the logs himself. He tells the man that he didn't want to get involved in the private grudges between the hunting teams. But it seems to Aang that the Silver Wolf hunting team were truly a bunch of awful bastards. And since a lot of horrid shit had happened to Aang today, he wasn't in the best mood either. So he was willing to give the man a chance before he makes a move. Aang looks at him with his demonic core activated, telling the man to F off, but the man was alarmed to see the look that Aang had. He screams out loud, "Demon!" and pointed his gun towards him. Aang simply grabbed onto it and crushed the barrel of the weapon. He tells the man that he already had a gun pointed at him twice, which makes him really upset. The man could only quietly tell Aang to leave and that his team wouldn't look for him, but a might fight made of wood appears and punches the man into the air. Even the woman was shocked by this sight. The man rolls onto the ground, holding onto his chest that hurts. He then started to question Aang about whether he was a human or demon because of the core that was embedded into his chest. Aang then breaks the weapon into strips and lights it on fire, telling the man that being a human or demon no longer concerns him anymore. The man's horrifying scream could be heard throughout the desert as Aang did certain things to him. He soon uses his healing abilities, telling the woman not to worry. He informs her that the bullets pierced through the muscles of her forearms, so he just needed to repair the damaged muscles. The woman remained timid and quietly thanks our boy for the help, but then she gazes back in silence, seeing the members of the Silver Wolf hunting team being beaten and tied up. She then looks at her forearms and was amazed that they had really healed. She exclaimed that the skill he used was amazing as she heard that only quadruple core warriors are the only ones with skills, and that these skills will trigger unique phenomenon and that they can use those abilities easily. She continues to call Aang amazing and questions him on whether there was a quintupled core warrior. Aang slowly stood up, thinking that he could clearly feel the strength of the double-finned demon in his body, but although the strength of his abilities were way stronger than that of the double-finned core warriors, he tells her with a smile on his face that he was only a double-finned core warrior, and that his abilities were just a little more unique. The woman was still impressed as she calls double core warriors amazing too. She then thanks Aang for saving her life and apologizes for pointing her gun at him earlier on. He tells her that it was alright as she needed to be careful whilst outside the cities. He then asks her if she knew how to get to the nearest city from here, but her face was sullen as she tells Aang that she knew how to go to the city, and that if he was going, could he bring her along as well. Hearing that request amuses Aang as he tells her that they had just met and didn't even know each other's names, making him wonder if she was willing to trust him that much, and so he asks her about the reason why she wanted to go to the city. She answers back to him that the nearest city was the Manhwa town. It was an extremely small rank C city, but it has already been taken over by the bastard Silver Wolf hunting team. She informs Aang that a few days ago, her team, the branded gun hunting team, tried to rescue the town from them, but they all had failed, and all her comrades were killed. They originally had a chance to win, but they didn't know the leader of the Silver Wolf hunting team had recently broken through to become a triple core warrior, which increased his strength tremendously. Her group leader was a double core warrior, so he couldn't contend with a triple core warrior, and that she was the only one that managed to escape. She then wonders if Aang was willing to help her in rescuing the city as she was willing to do everything that she can to assist him. Aang thought deeply about how in his previous life there were already hunting teams that appeared, but under his strict management, they were never able to do such ridiculous things like this, and now he discovers that they dared to take over the cities, making him wonder what the hell was the current management doing. The woman continues to tell Aang that she had heard the reason why the Silver Wolf hunting team wanted to take over the city. It was so that they could the energy crystal. Although she had no idea about what they want to do with it, Aang couldn't believe that they were even going as far as to snatch another city's energy crystal. He then slowly stood up, telling her to take him there as all the events that she had mentioned to him was enough to make Aang furious. Guess someone's gonna die soon.
Aang and the female hunter drove through the thick jungle where she pointed out to him that Manhwa town was right ahead. Aang understands and informs her that they would be hiding the car somewhere near the town. As he hopped out the car, Aang thought about how this town was something he had no memory or impressions of, and had not even appeared on the map back in his time. Now, Manhwa town, which has been taken over by the Silver Wolf hunting team. He tells the female hunter that they would walk over there and check out the situation inside the town, but just as he did, a ferocious mouth filled with sharp teeth appears behind Aang, hidden in the darkness of the jungle. She immediately spots this and shouts out loud, "Demons!" as even more of them came out from the shadows. But Aang was prepared as his wood-bending style activated, causing tree branches to appear from underneath the ground, stopping any demon that came to them in their tracks. Instead of killing the demons straight away, Aang simply tied them to the ground. He informs the hunter that they wouldn't kill them as these demons like the smell of blood and corpses. If they die here, it will only bring more here. Seeing that they were all tied up, Aang turns back and tells her that they should go now. She instantly replies back with "Yes sir," enchanted by Aang's riz. As she followed Aang into the town, she couldn't believe that he was this strong, and whether it was because of the town or because of her comrades, she was glad that there was hope now. They soon found themselves hiding in the bushes in front of the town's gate. Aang noted that it was strange. He couldn't believe that there were no guards keeping a lookout in this town. The female hunter agreed with him, adding on the fact that even the town's doors were wide open. But they soon spotted someone carrying a child exiting from the town's gates. The man carrying the child tried to shout for help, but another figure appeared right behind him, slamming the man's head hard into the ground, causing it to break into pieces. "Silver Wolf, those bastards!" shouted the female hunter as she aims her rifle towards them, preparing to end their lives with a single bullet. But Aang intervenes and forces her rifle to aim downwards. He tells her that shooting right now would reveal their location, so he wanted her to leave it to him. But a giant yellow demonic hand soon exits from the town's gate as well. Aang immediately takes notice of it as he quickly turns to see it. The demonic hand lifts up the man and the child within its claws, before disappearing back into the town. Both Aang and the female hunter were shocked to see that there was a demon in the town. Aang thought about how if there was a demon in there, then they couldn't use their original plan to attack anymore, so they needed to save the civilians one by one now. Without any prior notice, Aang disappears from his spot in an instant, before teleporting beside the two Silver Wolf members and knocking them out together at once. The female hunter chases after our boy, shouting at him to wait for her as this was originally her request. But as she sped past the knocked-out Silver Wolf members, she couldn't believe that Aang managed to knock them out. Seeing the bodies of the Silver Wolf members caught her attention, she stopped in her tracks as she wondered what was wrong with them. Their skin was rotten, as if they had died for a couple of days already. Seeing the red flashing light before her eyes, she sees that all those inside the city were all the Silver Wolf members. Aang could be seen cutting and slicing his way through each of the members, with his dagger in hand. He knew that these were all corpses and that they were being controlled by a demon with a unique ability. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be merciful anymore. Slice, cut, dice, went Aang as he cut through the crowd of zombies. He soon inspects the dead corpses of the Silver Wolf members, noting that they were likely being controlled with the black string-like aura that's been attached to their heads. He also knew that demons like these that have unique abilities always work alone. Looking at the black string-like aura, Aang knew that he had to find the demon based on the auras from these corpses. He tells the female hunter that he was going to save the father and son duo now, and find out if there are others alive in the city along the way. Aang wasted no time at all and dashed across the city in mere moments. As he leaps across the rooftops of each building like Batman, he soon comes across a chapel. Inches away from its door were the black string-like aura which seemed to be gathered together. He knew that this was it. Ka-pow! Went Aang as he kicked the doors right open. But the sight that greeted him shocks our boy. He sees that the father and son duo had been tied up and were most likely dead. In his demonic state, he curses the fact that he was too late in saving them. A single demon stood alone amongst the father and son duo who were hung up on crosses as well as the town's energy cores. The demon began to speak out loud, "Everything in this city belongs to me. Whether it's dead or alive. I was leaving this father and son behind so that we could play a game of cat and mouse. But they wanted to run out of the city, and that crossed the line." "Come," said the demon to Aang. "Let me see who my latest visitor is." This was a triple-finned demon. Its abilities belonged to a purple core and has illusion and corpse control skills. Its element was currently unknown. Aang wonders if those were the energy crystals behind it, and sees that there were 3 of them. He knew that the Silver Wolf hunting team took over cities because they wished to snatch their energy crystals, which concluded was why the demon was attracted to this town. But it made him wonder what the demon wants to do with these energy crystals. The demon began to speak once again. "Hi, stranger's face? Ooh, are you a human or a demon?" it asked Aang, but Aang remained silent, only showing a pissed-off demonic face. He sees that it was definitely a rare purple core. Purple core demons have the ability to create illusions. Aang spoke to the demon. "That group of Silver Wolf hunters must have already been killed by you, and even if that Silver Wolf team leader had already broken through to a triple core warrior in front of a corpse-controlling demon like yourself, I presume he had no chance to fight back." Hearing Aang speak about the triple core warrior interests the demon as it strokes its chin, asking Aang if he was talking about this one. The moment it spoke those words, something fast came out from its side. Aang was alarmed to see this fast object coming towards him, as he instantly leapt back in reaction to its sudden attack. Aang could now see that it was the leader of the Silver Wolf hunting team, the triple-finned core warrior. More undead warriors started to emerge from the shadows, like a horror film. The demon had summoned everyone, telling the undead that there was a guest here. Aang could see that it was not only the Silver Wolf hunting team, but also all the warriors in this city. He also knew that there were too many people. The demon laughs mockingly as it tells Aang, "Welcome to my party. as the undead horde was unleashed upon Aang, who stood alone against them. He thought about how his opponent was a triple-finned demon and that he was still in his double-finned form. If this demon was a regular triple-finned demon, then he might have had even more of a problem. But he considered it lucky that it was a purple core demon, as it was not experienced with fighting battles. Instead, it was more experienced with using its illusions to control the direction of battle. Aang started off with his firebending style and covered his fist in flames. Using the power of fire, he sends flames spiraling all around his body, covering and hitting the zombie warriors that came close to him. As the zombie warriors collapsed onto the ground while covered in flames, the demon questioned the fact that Aang didn't look like a regular human. But Aang had already decided on something, and that was the fact that he used his fire to burn all of their bodies. The demon was pissed off by his actions as it talked about how these treasures were so hard to collect. Hearing those words angers Aang as he tells the demon that although this might be a little disrespectful to the warriors, in contrast to letting them be controlled by the demon, having their corpses burnt is the best ending for them. With another massive and powerful leap forward, Aang appears right in front of the demonic bitch, his dagger raised high and ready to cut the little shit. Without any bodies to control, Aang knew that its strength in battle had dropped significantly. His endless strikes with the dagger had finally given him the chance to land a final strike on its core. But Aang stops himself just barely as his dagger was inches away from the son's corpse. Aang sees this just as the demon hid itself behind the child's body while giggling. Seeing that Aang was hesitating, provided a chance for the demon to counterattack as it landed a powerful blow onto our boy. But before it could land a second strike, Aang turns into water to escape from its clutches. Backing away from the demon, Aang could feel the damage to his abdomen but was lucky that he managed to avoid a serious injury with the use of the water-type elemental powers. With its leg transformed into a sharp blade, the demon shouted out to Aang that it didn't just know how to control others, but that it also had the sharp gold element as well. Aang heard what it said about the gold element, but decided to heal his deep injury on his abdomen using the wood element. The demon began to speak out loud once again as Aang healed himself. It tells Aang that it was going to have to take a risk in order to destroy him, and that it would have to use that thing that was so hard for it to get. The demon then orders the father's body to bring it here to it. The father appears behind the demon with a green vial in his hands. The demon took it from the father, exclaiming that it couldn't believe that it was already using the father and son. The demon then went on to place the green vial into its mouth. Aang sees this, although he didn't know what that green vial was. He instinctively felt that it would be dangerous to let the demon consume it. So without fully healing, he grit his teeth against the pain and rushed forward to interrupt it. With flames covering his dagger, Aang intends to end this match before the demon could do anything. But it was too late as the demon swallowed the green vial whole. Before he could land the decisive blow onto the demon, a barrier appears and stops Aang's attack in its tracks. The sudden appearance of the barrier causes Aang to leap up onto a pillar. He couldn't believe that he was ricocheted off, as he questions where the demon had gotten that energy burst from. Aang could now see that the demon was actually forcibly extracting the energy from within the crystal for more energy. But that was not possible. The energy from inside the energy crystals are chaotic energies that have been refined and compressed by humans. Aang knew that if it absorbs the energy directly from the crystal, its body will definitely explode. This was a theory that he had managed to verify was true in his previous life, but he soon spots something that was off. The energy in the demon's body was still going berserk, but it stopped at a certain threshold. He wonders if it could be because of that green medicine it took. He knew that medicine was definitely not created by humans, so how did it manage to get one? But as he thought about it, the demon started to stutter, slowly shouting the word, "Evolve," as its body started to crack. Soon enough, a bright pillar of light appears from where the demon stood. Aang was shocked that the demon actually used the energy inside the crystal to forcibly evolve. Mamma mia, comment below if you would smash this demon if you know what I'm saying. The demon had transformed into a quadruple-finned demon. Its abilities were still purple core and illusion. Its element was gold. Seeing the appearance of the quadruple-finned demon, Aang knew that he was in trouble. The demon started to raise its hand with purple orbs of light surrounding it. It spoke out loud, "Is this how being a quadruple-finned demon feels?" It wonders, before telling the purple orbs to go, which sends them flying towards Aang, who was alarmed to see that the purple orbs were actually made of gold. But the attack doesn't stop there as the demon said its skill, sharpened gold wind nails. Aang couldn't believe that the demon already had the skill ability of a quadruple-finned demon as purple spikes appeared in the holes of the golden orbs. Aang immediately casted himself into a ball of wood to defend against the spikes, like that scene in Avatar: The Last Airbender. But the demon wasn't going to wait for our boy to come out from his shell. It kicked Aang straight out of the wooden ball he made, telling Aang that it wasn't good to keep hiding. The kick sends Aang flying straight onto the podium where he crashed heavily. The smoke clears to reveal Aang posing seductively, as if he was on the cover of Vogue magazine. The demon soon lands on top of him, causing him to grunt in pain. I'm sure you can see it now. With each evolution to the next fin, there's a great gap between each fin that you can't bridge across. This is where you end, said the demon to Aang. As it transforms its claw into a sharp blade, the demon tells Aang that it likes him, and is going to take him in as one of its collectibles. But as a corpse, of course. Its blade soon comes to a stop just inches away from Aang's face as he lies still. 3 portals started to appear from behind the demon, which caused it to stop its attack on Aang. Aang couldn't believe that the space around the air was twisting. The purple portals soon surrounded the demon on all sides. Hey, said a voice just as a hand appears from out the portal and places itself onto the demon's head, much to its shock. A new demonic mommy appears out from the portal. She tells the demon that they couldn't let a small side character like it get in the way of all their plans. The demon seems to recognize who this new mommy of ours is as it stutters to say her name, but before the demon could finish its sentence, demonic mommy said compress. The head of the demon soon wrapped itself, and its body soon followed the same fate as the demon's entire being looked like it was sucked into a black hole. In an instant, the demon was gone, leaving only Aang and our new demonic mommy. She soon steps out from her portals as the quadruple-finned demon was now dead. She looks down on our boy, telling him that they couldn't trust those trash humans. Now can we? All hail the new demon queen, everyone. Aang stares at the demon queen, knowing that she was an octuple-finned demon who had an immense pressure. It was just like the red demon king inside his body. The familiar feeling made Aang realize that this demon was the other octuple-finned demon from his past. The demon queen tells Aang that if she had left things like this, they would never know when the crimson-finned king will wake, and that Aang couldn't even beat a quadruple-finned demon. She mocks the humans for being a truly inferior species. Those words angered Aang as he asked her about what she just said. But she ignores his words, as she knew that Aang was supposed to be the strongest of all humanity but was still evolving at such a slow rate. Arise, she said as she lifted Aang's body against his will. She tells him to just be a good boy and evolve into a quadruple-finned demon for her. She then proceeds to slam the purple demon core straight into our boy's chest. The action causes Aang to drop onto his knees. He couldn't believe that she had just stuffed the quadruple-finned demon's demonic core directly into his chest. But he thought about what would happen if he skips the triple-finned evolution stage, but his thoughts were cut short as a tremendous feeling of pain overcame all his senses. He screams out in pain, shouting at the demon queen that he was going to explode and that his chest couldn't take it anymore. He continues to tell her that the power inside the quadruple-finned demon's core was too much for him. You stupid bitch. Our boy has balls. The demon queen looks at Aang with an unimpressed expression on her face. She couldn't believe that he was really this weak, to the point where he was unable to absorb the strength of a quadruple-finned demon's core. Aang continues to shout at her that he couldn't take it anymore, and that his body won't be able to tolerate it. As light started to pour out from the cracks across his entire body, he tells the demon queen to think of a way to help him. The demon queen finally steps in and casts the octagon spatial lock. She tells Aang that she had locked down the space around him, and that he better survive this. But Aang's body was still expanding as more cracks and light started to burst out. He even curses out loud as he screams in pain. We now turn to the Big Daddy demon, who finally opens his eyes. He tells the demon queen that she had disturbed his rest. The demon queen soon transformed into a lovesick teenage girl as she heard the crimson-finned demon king's voice. Aang's body began to shrink and heal itself over the regeneration power. Blood flowed from his eyes as the crimson-finned king took over. He looks at the demon queen, asking her if she had forgotten what he had instructed her on before. Obsidian-finned king? His crimson claw soon breaks out from her spatial lock, much to the obsidian-finned king's surprise. The crimson-finned king has appeared, T-posing straight away from his slumber. He tells her that she shouldn't have gotten in the way of Aang's evolution. The obsidian-finned king trembled as she called out to Crimson before running into his arms to hug him. Damn, our man has a side chick. The two demon kings embraced one another while standing in the light of the church, ironically surrounded by crosses. She then tells him that she had been observing Aang quietly in the dark, but only this time, his powers were unable to fight against the quadruple-finned demon that had just evolved. She was worried that if Aang had died, then the Crimson King would too. But he tells her that this body of his needed to go through countless tribulations in order to be refined well, as humans did not have the same kind of bodies that they have. Humans were weak but also full of potential. The Crimson King explains that Aang had only absorbed and evolved to a double-fin state, but she made him jump an evolution stage to the next one. Aang's body wouldn't even be able to bear the strain of absorbing the energy from the quadruple-finned cores. But thanks to the energy that leaked out from the quadruple-finned core, it allowed him to temporarily awaken from his deep sleep. He then warns her that in the future, she was not allowed to involve herself with Aang's evolution. Aang needs to evolve sequentially step by step, in order to become the perfect vessel. "Do you understand?" questioned the Crimson King to the Obsidian King. She tells him that she would listen to whatever he says. But sudden comes across her mind. She tells him that during the period where he pretended to be dead, the other four kings have all come to a stalemate and are all unwilling to be the first to start a fight, despite harboring hidden intentions. They've maintained a perfect equilibrium, countering each other, just as the Crimson King predicted. Hearing that information made the Crimson King recall that those four kings joined hands to fight against him back then when they were terrified of his power, but it seems that even when he was not around, they couldn't change their habits of being paranoid of each other. He wondered if they had long forgotten the true purpose that they've all had since the beginning. The Crimson King soon asks the Obsidian King about how she was and whether they were suspicious of her. She tells him that at least he still remembered her. But noted that even if they were suspicious of her, they probably won't have extra time nor energy to investigate what happened back then. She tells him that she was fine and that he didn't have to worry about her. As she places her hand onto his chest, Obsidian tells Crimson that all she wants is to welcome the strongest version of him safely back home. He looks at her, and tells her that she will, as it was only a matter of time. He continues to tell her that he had forcibly evolved Aang's body to the quadruple-fin state. But he needs time to adjust and stabilize the power within his body. He also warns her that she shouldn't involve herself with Aang, in order to continue keeping a low profile, so that their plans are not ruined. But our queen blushes hard, telling Crimson that she just missed him, which was why she came over to take a peek, even if it was just his vessel. Talk about bad luck as the female hunter appears in front of the king and queen. She stares at them in horror as she couldn't believe that there were octuple-finned demons here. The demon queen covers her mouth, surprised over the fact that she had forgotten to clean up this place, while the Crimson King remained silent. He soon stares at the female hunter, to the point that her reflection was reflected in his demonic eyes before a slicing sound is heard. We turn to Aang as he falls into the abyss of darkness. The female hunter's voice reaches him, telling him that it turns out that he was a demon too. Her words seem to awaken our boy as he opens his eyes to her voice. But upon awakening from his slumber, he finds his own hand deeply penetrated into her body. He soon recognizes her bruised face as the girl from the hunting team, but he couldn't believe that he was the one that had made her into this state. With his hands covered in her blood, he stares at them, trembling in horror and fear over what he did. He bites his lips hard to the point that they bled. He lets out a fierce and hurtful roar that unleashed a red demonic aura. That powerful cry for help was strong enough to be seen far away from the town where he stood. Once again, Aang had evolved and reached a higher state. He was now a quadruple-finned demon whose form evolution was complete. As Aang's powerful transformation unleashes a bright red beam of light that pierces the skies, his demonic form was undergoing a new change. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Aang's latest and most powerful demonic form ever, the quadruple-finned form. We turn to a past memory from a few days ago, when the female hunter was still alive. She cheerfully tells Aang that once she sees the city of the breaking dawn, if possible, she wants to become an apprentice gardener. Since she really likes flowers, F in the chat boys, cause we now return to the present where Aang stood before a massive tower of flames. It turns out that he was burning her body, as a part of a warrior's ceremony. He even recalled her telling him that she found their apocalypse far too cruel, which was why she thought that they needed prettier flowers. As numerous similar towers of flames appear throughout the city, Aang vowed to never forgive himself for this mistake of his. As he walks out the city, he knows that all of this happened because he couldn't suppress the demon's energy inside of him, hoping that these flames will spare the warriors' bodies from being ravaged by demons, so that they will no longer suffer. Even though he had gotten the strength of a quadruple-finned form, he was no longer in the mood to test out how strong he had become. Plus there were a lot of problems that he had to think about, so he knew that he needed to reorganize his thoughts first. He recalls the octuple-finned female demon with that terrifying spacebending ability, which made him wonder what kind of relationship she has with the demon king inside his own body. Seeing as how they forced his body to jump past the triple-fin stage right into the quadruple-fin stage, Aang could only wonder what those bastard demons were planning for him. He also recalled that the triple-fin demon used strange equipment to help it break through to the quadruple-fin stage, making him feel uneasy about it. Seeing that it wasn't something that demons made, Aang wonders how they obtained it, or rather, who was the one that provided it to them. Seeing that it was an equipment of that high caliber, which was only something that can be made by the highest-ranked city, Aang knew that it must come from the city of Breaking Dawn. Either way, Aang needed to find a large town quickly, so that he could let squad leader Joel know that he was safe. Which made him wonder if Lu and the rest of the team were alright. As he rode in his car, with sunglasses on, Aang hoped that they had managed to safely escape the tunnel and had already reached the city. Based on the information he knew, Aang decides to continue in the same direction, so that he could reach an A-rank city called Pikadia, hoping to report his status back to Helios from there. And so, our boy rides into the wilderness once again, leaving behind a city filled with burning bodies. Meanwhile, the 4 other team members and Jin had safely reached an A-rank city called Brian. A man with a red eye and scar on his other tells the team that unfortunately, they could not send out any of their soldiers to rescue Aang, as they had just received the news that the B-rank city Pethor had just encountered a high-level demonic wave, and had been destroyed. This man is a quintuple-finned core warrior and a battle instructor called Kurt. He even tells them that the Aang was probably dead as well, and that sending the soldiers to rescue him would be irresponsible of them. But Jin wasn't going to accept Kurt's decision that easily. He tells him that Aang had a unique talent, which could provide him the chance to survive the danger. Kurt doesn't change his mind, telling Jin that there was no lack of young and uniquely talented warriors, but as talented as they are all incapable of surviving a highly ranked demonic wave. His reply made Jin silent as he thought about it. Kurt then lets out a sigh, knowing that in this apocalyptic world, no human life should be left behind. So he lets Jin know that even though they couldn't send reinforcements directly, he would be able to send the scouting warriors on their way back to check on that city for any potential survivors. Jin was glad to hear that and thanked Kurt for it, and so Kurt decided to leave as he was busy, but as he left, he mentions that he hopes that the high-ranked demonic wave in Pethor City would affect the demon hunting competition in the city of Breaking Dawn. Jin tells him that he had heard of their demon hunting competition that would be starting soon, but also knew that their C-rank city couldn't participate in it. Kurt hears this and turns around, telling Jin that they could stay here for a few days to understand the only S-rank city, the city of Breaking Dawn, and the demon hunting competition that they were going to hold. He informs them that the criteria for participation for a city is to be at B rank, but knew that the 3 warriors behind him could participate in the future. As a gesture of good faith, he tells everyone to look around the office in the city, to understand more of it, much to their surprise. Jin and Lu's team immediately bowed their heads, thanking Kurt for his kindness as he left the room first. The moment he left, Yuhui approaches Jin, asking him about what the demon hunting competition was all about. He explains to her that it was a competition that only the city of the Breaking Dawn can hold. The idea behind it was to use the hunting of different levels of demons. To select a new warrior representative, the city of the Breaking Dawn will also bestow upon the selected warrior a unique gift. He further tells them that this was an event that is held only on a specific date, and something many warriors have looked forward to. But he noted that it was a pity that in order to participate in the demon hunting competition, the city needs to be a B rank. But he believes that they would have a chance to participate in it. Snow was curious about how Aang was doing, knowing that he would have been extremely interested in the demon hunting competition if he was here. He still couldn't believe that Pethor City had been invaded by a high-ranking demonic wave, and hoped that Aang had managed to survive and wait out the demonic wave. Even Yuhei never thought that their first venture outside the city would be something like this. As Lu gazes out the window, she knew that Aang was only in danger because he wanted to save them. Hearing their words, Jin lets out a deep sigh, before telling everyone that they could only wait for the scout warriors to bring back news for them. He had also borrowed the communication center in this city to inform Helios about their current situation. So for now, they would stay in Brian temporarily, since it was a rare opportunity for them to come here, he hoped that they could learn from everything that they observe here. Since there were a lot of amazing warriors here, we now turn to a rank city Pakadia. In the waiting room of the Pakadia city, two warriors were talking. One of them was able to verify the news that the other had given them, about the fact that B-rank city Pether had already been destroyed in a demonic wave. She tells him that they helped him send a message to the C-rank city Helios, explaining the current status of his team, confident that they would receive further news of them soon. But as for his other request, the lady with a scar on her eye and a newly lit cigar in her mouth, she tells the warrior that she was sorry that they couldn't give Aang an energy crystal. She explains to him that they were not the ones that decide the energy crystal's rations, as it was decided by the upper rank cities. Check out the babe with nicely toned abs. She is a quintuple finned core warrior, known as Paris. She is Pakadia city's battle commander. She continues to tell Aang that since the city that was originally in charge of Helios had been completely destroyed, then Aang could relay this to the city of the Breaking Dawn, requesting for a new upper-ranked city to be in charge of their resources. Hearing this bit of information, Aang couldn't believe how troublesome it was to get the energy crystals, but if that was the case, then he thought that maybe he could make his way to the city of Breaking Dawn, to also investigate how that demon had that equipment to break through. But his current identity is a problem for him, since there is no way for him to enter the city of Breaking Dawn with it currently. As he thanked Paris for the information, he asked her if it was possible for him to represent Helios City to go to the city of the Breaking Dawn. As she twists her cigar onto the ashtray, she tells him that it wasn't possible. She informs him that unless he was Helios's current leader, or was able to obtain the authorization to do so from Helios City, then he wouldn't be qualified to do that, as they just can't have any random person be the representative for negotiations. Aang thought about what she said, thinking that if wanted to get the authorization from the city, he would have to go back once more, making it troublesome. But then, Paris tells him of another way. Much to his surprise, she reveals to him that another way to go to the city of the Breaking Dawn was to have an upper-rank city vouch for him. Someone like her would do the trick. Surprise, surprise. As Aang asks if she could vouch for him, Paris agrees but with a request. Aang tells her to reveal it to him as he was curious about it, so she tells him about the demon hunting competition, something that he had probably heard of. She wanted Aang to join her team as an aide, and to help them investigate some information during the competition as a vanguard member. In exchange, she was willing to vouch for him, but with a cold look in her eyes, she warned him that she couldn't guarantee his safety. It turns out that there are vanguard members in every team in the demon hunting competition. The purpose of these members is to scout out the levels of the demons and to gather information quickly, similar to that of a scout. But due to the extreme difficulty of the demon hunting competition, and the difference in demon levels, vanguard members are often the ones embroiled in the most danger, and it's normal for them to die or be heavily injured in the process. They are seen as cannon fodder, and as such, many warriors participating in the competition will all actively avoid taking up this particular role. Seeing that no one from her team was willing to take up this particular role, Aang told her that it was fine and that he would accept her conditions. After all, Aang was the brains behind the demon hunting competition back then. We now turn to see them inside the nanotech equipment storage, brought to you by Tony Stark. Just kidding. Paris tells Aang that making him a vanguard member was an act of desperation on her part, since the current cities participating in the competition will never choose members to be a part of the vanguard, because for the past few years, all vanguard members have all died or been seriously injured. As she warns Aang once again, telling him that she couldn't ensure his survival, but will try her best to satisfy all his demands and to cooperate with him. She then introduces the nano wings that are in their storage, telling Aang to pick whatever he wanted. He understood her intentions and began to look around. As he did, Paris thought about how Aang's core level insignia has been ruined to the point that they couldn't even see what level he currently is, and that his core was that originally without any finned levels in it, plus the fact that he was from C-rank city Helios. She knew that most of the soldiers that they had were a double-finned core warrior rank, but Aang seems to be confident of himself. That's cause is the main character. Plot armor vibes. Looking at Aang as just a warrior from a C-rank city, Paris wonders if he had some hidden cards up his sleeves. And so, Aang made his choice of the nanotech equipment, which seems to surprise Paris. As he stood in front of a massive sword, he told her that he had chosen the nanotech equipment that can change its form into a large sword. Aang knew that he can move freely with the battle knife he had, but it doesn't do enough damage when used in a fight. Before he takes it, Paris shouts at him to wait, informing Aang that there was a condition to use that nano wing, and that he needed to at least be a triple-finned core warrior in order to use it. She knew that based on his current abilities, forcibly activating it won't just destabilize it, but may end up hurting him. But our boy ain't no bitch. He immediately takes the nano wing, ignoring all of Paris's warnings, and replaces it with the one on his chest. The moment he does, a bright light appears all around him. As Paris shielded her eyes from the light, she continues to look at Aang, thinking about a certain possibility. The light died down as something spins in the air before landing heavily onto the ground. Aang had obtained a new weapon, stating that it was pretty convenient to use as its weight makes it seem really sturdy. Paris couldn't believe that he actually succeeded in activating it, making her wonder if he had a unique understanding of nano wings. She had heard that there were some warriors with a higher talent that can ignore the criteria of various nano wings and use them. Now that she had seen it for herself, Paris found it amazing. Aang then looks at her, wondering if she had a practice battlefield. They soon exited the nano wing room. As they walked together, she tells Aang that she was willing to fulfill his requests but wanted to know why he wants to go the practice battlefield. He tells her that he wanted to try out this new nano wing on some demons as a form of warm-up. Paris was concerned with the fact that Aang wanted to go into the battlefield alone. Even though the practice battlefield had already been flagged by them, she warns him that there were still chances that some single-finned demons would appear, so she offers to come with him if he thinks that he couldn't deal with it. Side note, the term flagged is known as utilizing the fog dissipating system to dispel the fog in certain parts of the wilderness outside the city, used to temporarily claim a section of the wilderness outside the city. For scouting, practice battles and experiments. But Aang says that it was fine, since he could handle a single-finned demon. Paris couldn't help but think of Aang as an interesting kid based on his reply. She tells him that pride and bravery are two qualities of a warrior that are rare to come by, reminding Aang to be sure. She even reveals to him that she had a couple of quadruple-finned core warriors to teach, knowing that if they had a fraction of his bravery, then things would be much easier for her. As they parted ways, they told each other that they would see one another later. As he left, Aang couldn't help but smirk, knowing that there was no way that he could let her accompany him. He didn't need to just test his new weapon. What was more important was for him to check what kind of ability he had whilst in his quadruple-finned form. We are now sent to the flagged domain. As Aang took a look around, he could see that all of the fog had dissipated, making it the right place just when a familiar right foot appeared behind him. The tapping sound it made was enough for Aang to hear it, making him think that the demons have already started keeping their eyes upon him. The red demon then lunges right at him with its massive claws, but Aang casually dodges to the side. Summoning his new weapon, he lets out a single slash, enough to cut the red demon in half. Seeing the effect of his attack, Aang was happy with his choice, knowing that he was much more comfortable in using a large sword. As he swung his sword to remove the blood, he could hear even more growling from behind as he turned to see what it was. The answer, an entire horde of red demons. Instead of being afraid, Aang was amazed by this sight, having thought that none of them would come out during the day. He confidently walks towards them, telling the demons that he wanted to familiarize himself with his new weapon, and to go on a demon-killing spree was great, as he had held himself back and suffered way too much after all. With a heavy step strong enough to smash the ground, Aang leaps into the air with his sword raised high. Aang swung his huge sword, the one in his hand not in his pants, cleaving flesh from each demon, their blood splattering around each time he swung his greatsword. Aang's silhouette started to whirl within this blood-filled dance, as though he was someone that was born to kill demons. Without using the four elements of wood, water, fire and metal that he had mastered from the demon's elemental energies, he swung his sword repeatedly, hammering and refining his current body's muscle memory. Amongst the ruins, Aang battled the countless demons. No, perhaps, a more accurate way of describing it would be a one-sided massacre. Within the darkness, only the sound of demons crying out in pain resounded loudly. Aang had no idea how long he had been cutting down demons. He finally stabs the last demon of the demonic wave. As he looks at his tired body, Aang questioned if this was due to the fact that this body was constantly evolving together with the demonic energy in his body. Even though it was much stronger than when he first arrived in this world, it was still far from what he expected from his body. He couldn't believe that he was panting like this after moving a little bit of his body. But as he thought about it, wooden sticks appeared right behind him, coming at a great speed. Aang causally blocks them with ease, but simply placing his sword on his back. As he turns to see where it came from, he sees two one-finned demons. A wood and fire type had appeared. The wood demon tells its friend that it had sensed that something was wrong. Seeing a human warrior here, they thought of Aang as their food. Aang on the other hand was happy to see them, telling the demons that he had waited for them. The demons were confused by his reply, wondering why he wasn't scared of them. But seeing his weird expression, they thought that Aang was actually feeling terrified. As the wooden demon wondered if Aang was the one who killed all the finless demons, the fire demon was impatient. It rushes forward with its flames activated all around it, telling the wooden demon that it wanted to try and fight Aang. As it stretches out its demonic claw, shouting burn, in a blink of an eye, the red demon was sent flying back to where it came from. Even the wooden demon couldn't react in time, as it could only turn to see that Aang had stabbed its friend in an instant. Aang had used the metal element, knowing that it was the best type against the fire element. As he transforms into his demon mode, Aang felt that it was right to try out his new quadruple finned form's abilities. The wooden demon had collapsed onto the ground, slowly inching away from Aang. It couldn't believe that he wasn't a human. Aang recalled that the purple core quadruple finned demon's ability was to control warrior corpses, and since he was the one to consume it. Play the solo leveling music, if there is one, arise, said Aang as a dark energy surrounds the dead body of the fire demon. It soon stood up, much to the horror and shock of the wooden demon. The red demon snarls at its former friend, siding with Aang this time as it stood behind him. The wooden demon was left trembling in fear, wondering how it was possible for Aang to control the demon's corpse. Now that our boy Aang has obtained the powers of a necromancer, similar to solo leveling, we return to the city of Pikadia. Where Paris was shocked to learn that Aang had still not yet returned, the guard on duty reports to her that it was true, even informing her that as the sun is setting along with the recent attack on Pethor City due to a demonic wave, they were closing the city doors soon, including the side doors of the city. Flexing her hard-toned abs once again, Paris yells at the guard to report to her about the levels of the surrounding demons right away. The guard was alarmed but remained hard. If you know what I mean, he reports to her that recently, there hasn't just been one finned demons appearing, but double and triple finned had been spotted alongside the quadruple finned demons that they had sighted recently. Hearing that information made her nervous as she bit her nail, thinking about the chance that Aang might have been eaten by the demons. She knew that she had to get him back here. Since she reported the names for the competition, she could only hope that Aang doesn't make things complicated for her. And so, she rushes out to the city, telling the guard that she was heading to the practice to find Aang and that they would return before the city doors close. Paris darts across the ruins of the forest at a rapid pace. As she did, she thought about how she had become too lax. Knowing that Aang was just a kid who was a regular warrior from AC rank city, she couldn't believe that she had let him go to the battlefield on his own. Even though he had insisted on it, she knew that the practical battlefield basically only has finless demons. But just a few years ago, quintuple finned demons were sighted here too. She continues to rush with all her might, feeling ashamed of herself as a quintuple finned warrior if she lets Aang die in the practical battlefield, and also feeling that she had failed Helios City as well. Leaping through the trees, she hoped that Aang was still alive, but as she delved deeper into the forest, she soon came across a dark and eerie aura. She could feel a demon's presence, making her wonder how there was such a thick presence of death that was coming in the direction of the practice battlefield. She could also feel that the aura she was sensing wasn't good, as it seems that there were quite a lot of demons around. She could easily see in her mind that there were a large number of single-finned and double-finned demons, but then triple-finned demons started to appear as well. She began to question this, wondering why there were large numbers of double-finned and triple-finned demons gathering together. As she continues to make her way towards the source of the deathly aura, she meets a familiar demon. It turns out to be the loser who tried to kill Aang. It soon sees the core of Paris's, which made it immediately stop in its tracks, knowing that it had stumbled across a quintuple finned warrior. So it tried its best to run away from her, but it was useless as she appears behind him in a flash. Like Minato from Naruto, she lands a powerful downward strike of her own, smashing the skull of the wood demon into pieces with a single leg strike. After seeing and killing the wood demon, she felt that something was strange, as though it was different from usual. Whilst in the middle of her thoughts, a horde of demons emerged from the darkness of the forest, surrounding her. Paris was still calm, looking at the horde of demons. She commented that it was strange, wondering when demons like them started to congregate together. But it didn't matter to her right now, as she knew that she needed to kill them all before the city doors closed. Seeing that time was tight, she immediately summons her nanotech weapon. It turns out to be Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade. A guando to be specific, a Chinese pole weapon. Upon close inspection of the demons, she sees that they were acting like corpses, she could smell the scent of death on their bodies, and that they only have the goal of pushing forward in mind. But still, Paris smiles knowing that all these things don't matter, as long as they were demons, they simply needed to die. And so, as she takes a massive step back, posing with her mighty weapon, her eyes glared hard, unleashing the warrior within. She flexed every inch of her muscles, from her face to her arms that could be seen through her suit. One swing was all it took. Paris had unleashed the secret arts of the sweeping bowed slash. Becoming the ultimate wood chopper, her attack slashes through every demon throughout the forest. But even after her attack, she could see that there were more coming up from behind, making her wonder how many more were there. Then Aang makes his appearance directly behind her. Much to her surprise, she immediately swings her weapon at the presence behind. Bang! Went their weapons as Aang summons his greatsword to block hers. He shouts at her, telling Paris to look at who she was attacking more carefully. His voice manages to snap her back into reality. Surprised by his sudden appearance, she calms down and asks if he was all right. But what was more alarming to her was the fact that Aang had managed to block her sweeping slash. That slash was a reflective attack, so both its speed and power were immense. And yet Aang was fine as he retracts back his weapon, making her surprised that a kid like him from a C-rank city was able to block it, knowing that even if he was a quadruple-finned warrior, he would have needed to use all of his strength to block that attack. As Aang shakes his hand, he tells her that her quintuple strength core was really amazing, as his hand had gone numb from blocking the attack. He then apologizes to her, explaining that he had been trying out some new moves, making him forget about the time. Paris tells him that it was fine, since he was all right, but now what was important was that they eliminate these demons that were acting strangely. Seeing that there were many triple-finned demons among the horde, she thought it was dangerous for Aang, so she told him to get behind her. But our boy casually tells her that they were all dead as he walks past. With just a snap of his fingers, the deathly aura that was inside the demons were all released, rendering them completely dead this time. Much to the surprise of Paris, seeing that it was settled, Aang looks at her, telling that they should go back to the city. But our girl wasn't that dumb. She slams her hand against his chest, asking him how it was possible for him to control all these demons when his core was clearly a strength-based red core, so she asks him, "What is your ability?" But Aang simply pushes her hand away, telling Paris that they were simply collaborating partners with one another and that there was no need for him to explain things to her. His reply made her fall silent, but he does reveal to Paris that he had the ability to control dead demons slightly, knowing that in this apocalypse, it's normal for a warrior like him to keep quiet about some of their abilities so that they can use it as a hidden card. Seeing the dead demons, she couldn't believe that Aang had such an ability, as it was rare even amongst the quintuple-finned warriors like her. Believing what he said, she then tells him that they'll make their way towards the city of the breaking dawn, which was happy news to Aang as he shouted out loud that it was great, since he needed to settle the problem of getting Helios City's energy crystal reissued to them quickly. And so, he probably announces that they should go tomorrow. Paris simply followed behind him, thinking that she could look forward to Aang's performance on the day of the demon hunting competition. But Paris, who had been busy trying to return to the city, failed to notice the statue of the practice battlefield in the distance. As we zoomed past the trees to where Aang was previously, we saw tons of dead demons, piled up like mountains all around. According to the report that eventually came later, the practice battlefield was reported to be completely destroyed by an unknown power. A heavily armored vehicle soon comes to a stop. Aang and Paris come out of it. As they did, Paris tells him that they were here and warns him not to embarrass their city. But his eyes were drawn to something that left him shocked, recalling the environment and terrain he saw during the ride. He couldn't believe that he was right in front of the city of the Breaking Dawn, the only S-rank city, the city that he used to manage. Looking at it closely, he could see that the city had been renamed to Breaking Dawn City, after he died in battle during his past life, making him wonder if it was because of that battle that they renamed the city to Breaking Dawn. But he thought that it looked way more majestic now compared to back then. He thought that it would be a long time before he returned to this city, but the thought of seeing the 6 of them here brightens his face. The strongest team he brought together in his past life, his 6 strongest subordinates known as the 6 Talents. He wonders what happened to them after the battle for Breaking Dawn. Would they believe him if he told them about his current situation? Paris appears by his side, asking him if he was scared out of his mind from seeing Breaking Dawn City for the first time, but she tells him not to be shocked yet since he hadn't gone in yet, as Dawn City is humanity's only S-rank city, representing the core of their strongest forces. But she tells him that not everyone was lucky enough to be able to visit Dawn City at least once in their life. Hearing all this from her, Aang thought about how Paris knew some useful info as one of the quintuple core warriors, so he asks her about what happened to the 6 talents after the battle for the Breaking Dawn and how they were now. His question was enough to make her pause in her steps. As she finds it a little strange, she turns around, asking Aang if he was talking about the new 6 talents or the old 6 talents. Aang was confused by what she said about the old and new, so he asks her about the group that was led by the strongest warrior called Aang, the king bearing the same name as him. But the moment those words left his lips, Paris immediately blocked his mouth with her hand, calling him a bastard and wondering if he was an idiot, or just pretending to be. She informs him that everyone knows that the new 6 talents didn't like hearing others talk about the old 6 talents, so she warns Aang not to say anything like this inside the city. As for the king, she reveals to him that the dynasties have changed, and that the king was no longer a king. And right now, the strongest warrior is the new king, while the king he was talking about, the strongest warrior Aang, is now the old king. And so she warns him again to not say such thoughtless words inside the city, but Aang still wanted to know more about the past talents, so he asks her once again. This time, Paris was furious as she grabbed onto his shirt, yelling at our boy about whether he understood her words. Her scolding was loud enough to be heard by everyone around them as the other members of her team looked at her, which made her let go of his shirt, but as she did, she told him that she couldn't understand why Aang would use the name Aang. Even though it might be out of his own respect, she never intended to ask. This is when she warns him for the 3rd time, that at least within Breaking Dawn City, there shouldn't be any mention of the old king and the old 6 talents again. As she turns to leave, she reveals to Aang that there might be people in C-rank Helios City who still respect such beings, but not everyone does, especially in Breaking Dawn City. This new information shocks our boy's world as he remains still after hearing it for the first time. Paris then tells him to hurry up so that they could enter the city, reminding him to remember what she just said. And so, as they made their way inside the city, Aang's head was filled with the thoughts that not everyone had acknowledged him, not even his sacrifice, making him question what in the hell happened after his death. He had led the 6 talents and all the warriors, fighting the demons with all their might. The reason he entered the Steel of the Ancient King alone was also to find the secrets of the demons. Steel of the Ancient King, in the year 3069, 69 baby, 6 enormous stels of the Ancient King descended from the skies. Crimson, yellow, green, blue, violet, and black, demons of 6 different core colors poured out of the stels of the Ancient King endlessly. That was the origin of the demons. Nobody knows what is hidden within the stels of the Ancient King. Right now, only the former Aang discovers the secret that the stels of the Ancient King contained an 8-finned demon. But as he walked, Aang couldn't help but think that everything he did was meaningless, making him question if he had not died as a hero. He soon reached the end of the hallway and was greeted by a bright light. The moment he stepped into it, he could see many people walking around happily. There was even a dog. As he looks up to the city, he sees that the center of it has been upgraded a lot. The mega-city known as Breaking Dawn City cannot be adequately described with the word city. Within the city, there are mutually independent stylistically distinct urban areas and various types of architecture. There are forests, lakes, seas, and mountain ranges. It can be called a self-sustaining independent realm. This city of terrifying size encircled by towering city walls is divided into 7 major zones. The 6 major zones are managed by the new 6 talents, and the central zone where the new king rests. Although most of the architecture has changed, the distribution is practically unchanged. Even the air smelled familiar to Aang as he basked in the city's vibes. He recalls a past memory, where was being celebrated by the people. He remembers a location, where there used to be his statue. But seeing it up close now, it was covered in bandages. Paris tells him that the statue of the old king Aang respects has existed for decades, and that the people carved it of their own accord back when the old king was still around. She even went on to tell him that the old king had captured the hearts of the people back then, but decided to stop talking about it as she heard that they will soon take it down, replacing it with an even larger statue of the new king in its place. But as she rubs her face, she comments that she didn't know if it's luck or misfortune, before telling Aang that right below the statue is a member of the old 6 talents he was speaking of. Aang looks in the same direction, shocked and surprised to see a green-robed figure standing before the statue, holding a bouquet of flowers. Paris reveals that the figure is the old 6 talents Vera Lina, the strongest septuple core recovery warrior. Just the mention of her name and presence were enough to cause Aang to tremble as he stood still. Recalling the past image of his comrade, he calls out to her, "Lina." She hears his voice. Taking down the hood, she turns around to see who it was that was calling for her. But a man comes in and smacks the flowers out of her hands, shouting at her that she couldn't reminisce here even though she was one of the old 6 talents. Lina could only stare as her flowers fell to the ground, while Paris looked away with a painful expression on her face. Aang on the other hand was excited to see what would happen next, seeing that a simple patrolling warrior was messing with Lina, who might be a recovery class warrior, but was famous for having a violent temper. But then she simply apologizes to the patrol warrior, dropping down to her knees to pick up her ruined flowers. Damn anyone else tearing up right now. This sight of her was shocking to Aang. As the patrol warriors continued to scold Lina, his face was filled with anger, shouting at her that the old 6 talents were no longer warriors since they lost the qualifications to possess a core. He reminded her that if the new king hadn't allowed for her to stay in the city, then they would have thrown her out of Breaking Dawn to fend for herself against the demons a long time ago. He even points to Aang, statue, cursing Aang for acting so cockily as the old king, blaming him for causing humanity to live so passively right now. He continues to tell her that the statue of someone like him should be demolished as soon as possible since it was a garbage waste of space, but Lina had enough of his words, slapping the douchebag right across his ugly face. Which causes him to strike back, but something quick intervenes as a familiar greatsword appears just inches away from the asshole's face, making him freeze in fear. Aang had appeared by Lina's side, wielding his greatsword. He looks at the douchebag, asking him with a pissed-off face, "How dare you?" Aang's greatsword was just inches away from the douchebag's face, causing him to shake with fear. Aang was furious at him, telling him these words, "Don't you dare." The 2 other douchebags immediately drew their guns, asking Aang about what he was doing. They pointed their weapons at him, warning Aang that if he didn't drop his weapon, then they were going to shoot. Thank God the author drew Aang as white or else the manhwa would have ended here. Aang tells them that their morals and actions were no different from those trashy hunting teams outside the city, so he decided to punish all of them properly. But a hand appears onto his sword, telling him enough. Paris had appeared with her hard-toned abs, telling the guards that this was all just a misunderstanding. She even introduced themselves as warriors from the A-rank city Pikadia that are here to participate in the demon hunting competition. Before asking the guards if they wanted to get into a conflict with the demon hunting competition participants from other cities. She then turns to Aang, telling him to sheath his weapon while not forgetting that he was a representative warrior of Pikadia City now. Aang thought about her words in silence for a few moments before deciding to follow her orders as he unsummons the greatsword. The guards on the other hand were whispering amongst themselves, about knowing that Paris and Aang were warriors participating in the competition. They decided they weren't worth the trouble of getting into conflict with warriors from other cities. Plus, they were afraid about what would happen if the law enforcement team leader learns about this, as they would get scolded as well. The lead douchebag was trying his best to hold in his anger after hearing his friends. He decided to follow their advice, telling Paris and Aang to return back to their hotels since they were participants in the demon hunting competition, but warns them to consider themselves lucky this time. And so the 3 douchebags finally left them alone. As soon as they left, Lina turns to Aang and asks him if he knew about her. Aang could only stare at her in silence, thinking that he almost told her that the strongest warrior has returned, but he was worried that saying such things without thinking them through will end up causing her more trouble instead. Paris then bumps Aang's shoulder, introducing him to Lina as Aang, the one with the same name as the strongest warrior. Her eyes immediately opened wide, as though hope had found its place once again in her life as she looked at him. She called out the name, Aang. Our boy could only let out a deep sigh because of Paris's actions. He then introduces himself as just a guy who coincidentally had the same name as Aang. Lina was stunned to hear this and immediately pulls out her hood to cover her face. As she turns to leave them, she tells Aang that his name causes a lot of headaches. Paris was angry to hear that as she yelled at Lina for saying such things and even leaving them without a simple thank you to the guy who saved her. But Aang tells her to forget it and that they shouldn't disturb her. Looking at her leaving, Aang thought about how he was going to find a chance to explain things properly to her afterwards. Because he was sure that Lina also had a lot of things to say to him too. The next day, back in the Breaking Dawn city, the demon hunting competition parade commences, with red flags everywhere and the citizens of the city gathered in rows. A red flag was waving through the air with the name of Pakadia written on it. Paris was leading the city's warriors through the parade. The citizens spotted the new faces and even admired their handsome and good-looking faces. Paris tells Aang that once the competition ends, she was willing to personally vouch for him and recommend him so that he could talk with the person in charge of the energy crystals. Aang was glad to hear that she remembers their promise. He tells her to relax as he was sure to bring their team a good result in the competition. As they continue to walk through the parade, Paris warns him to not accidentally die in this competition, but just then, Aang notices something. He turned around to look at the crowd and spotted a familiar green hood. He could see that Lena had attended the parade and was watching them, so he smiled and waved at her. Seeing his actions, Lena immediately pulls down her hood to cover her eyes. We now turn to the Breaking Dawn City Forest competitive arena. It was a forest arena the size of a city that's used specifically for the demon hunting competition. A city within a city, such large designs are commonly seen throughout the Breaking Dawn City. The Pakadia group were seen gathered in front of Paris, who tells them that since she wasn't a participant in the competition, this was where she was sending them off. She even tells them that after they enter this place, they will have to rely on their own abilities. With a mighty slam of the flagpole, she proudly shouts out, "For Pakadia glory and honor, warriors, please bravely kill all demons." The troops shouted back in response, "For the city's glory, we will not fail in our mission." Aang was smiling nervously, thinking that he should have shouted together with the team. But then an announcement is heard, calling for all teams from various cities to please enter the arena, and for every team's vanguard member to gather in front of the judges' area. Hearing the announcement and looking at it, Aang knew that the competition had begun. As he entered the forest arena, he could see that everything was lively, even though it had only been 10 years and yet, the demon hunting competition he created had turned into a competition with rules and regulations already. He even remembered that it was just a merely small competition within his city that year, which gave him a strange feeling. The announcement announced to the crowd that the team from Pakadia City was entering the arena and highlighted to them that they were known for boldly utilizing external aid for their team's vanguard member. The crowd was excited to see them as they knew that the A-rank city has the same kind of architecture and walls as their city. Upon entering the arena, the 4 members of the team turned around to call out to Aang. They bowed their heads towards him, for their everlasting friendship. One of the members was all teary-eyed, telling Aang that they were relying on him to gather all information for this mission and that they were going to remember his sacrifice. The other members started to crowd around Aang, offering to shake hands one last time, but Aang assured them that he was going to do his best and that he wasn't even dead yet. Aang knew why they were acting this way, as being a vanguard member was extremely dangerous, so they were acting as though they were sending him off to his death. After all, being selected to be the vanguard member is a role that has a slim chance of survival for them. He could see it on the other vanguard members' faces. All their downcast faces were pitiful. All the vanguard members had been gathered, wearing green cloaks in front of the announcer lady wearing a bunny outfit. Wow, this author has some unique taste. The bunny lady announces that every team's vanguard member has prepared themselves, and to start off, she wanted to first salute them with the greatest honor that they can have, since their mission was filled with unknown dangers. And the fact that they were all taking up the mantle for this dangerous role shows how truly admirable and courageous they are. Whoa, she's a 5-core warrior. The bunny lady announces to everyone that their mission is to enter the depths of the competition arena and collect all kinds of information and clues about the demons for their teams. Upon hearing the mission details, the crowd started to cheer on the vanguard members. But the bunny lady reminded them to be careful and to take note of their own safety, because what's waiting ahead of them were demons with unknown levels. As Aang stood amongst the other vanguard members, he realized that all the warriors currently participating in the competition were just double-core warriors, and figured that this demon hunting competition was just a method for them to select warriors with good potential. To select the best warriors from the newer generations amongst all the cities. Naturally, they wouldn't allow warriors with a higher level to participate. Then a smile came across his face as he figured that Paris knew that his strength was definitely higher than that of a double-core warrior, which was great for Aang. Because as long as he doesn't speak about it, no one else will suspect his true strength. But before the competition starts, the bunny lady wants everyone to welcome someone with their greatest cheer and applause that they can possibly give, because for this competition, that someone will be judging the competition as the highest-ranked judge, as he is someone from one of the 6 greatest warriors. Aang's eyes instantly opened wide upon hearing her announcement. He turns around to look at the entrance, anticipating the arrival of one of the 6 greatest warriors. The bunny lady announces him as humanity's strongest regeneration and support soldier, so welcome him. The moment he showed himself, the crowd went wild and crazy, excited to see his handsome face with the fact that he was also a double-core warrior. This is one of the greatest new 6 talents, a double septuple core warrior, Dylan Fan. With green hair and a single monocle on his face, and 2 cores on his suit, this is Dylan Fan. The energy of the crowd went up immensely the moment Dylan made his appearance. The crowd's energy could be felt and seen from outside the forest arena. They continued to chant the words, "The 6 new heroes, Lord Dylan," repeatedly as Dylan enters the arena. He looks all around and waves at the crowd as they continue to chant his name. Aang was staring at his chest. He couldn't believe that the idea of a dual core, that was still in its theoretical stages in his previous life, is now able to be utilized. A dual core indicates twice the strength, but if the synchronization rate is high enough, it can even end up showing an incomprehensible amount of strength. A warrior's ability stems from the energy provided by the demonic core. The higher the synchronization rate a warrior has with their core, the more they can utilize the power hidden deep within the demonic core. But the higher the synchronization rate, the more the warrior's body will have to tolerate the demonic energy's attack. It's just like a power suppressing the other. That's why warriors with low synchronization rates or even weak bodies can still match with some of the cores. In Aang's previous life, humanity's technology could only invent equipment that could utilize a single core in the grafting equipment. But it looks like in this life, the 6 new talents don't just have a double core grafting equipment, they were also much stronger as Dylan's aura radiated strongly around him as he made his way into the arena. All the vanguard warriors, and even the bunny lady who thanks Dylan for taking the time to view their competition despite being busy, immediately bowed their heads towards him in a 90-degree angle, the ultimate sign of respect. All except for Aang, who was surprised by their actions. The reason he didn't bow to Dylan was because thinking of what happened to the older 6 talents makes him angry with Dylan. Dylan started to praise the vanguard warriors, calling them amazing for being here despite knowing the dangers of their positions, and yet they still had the courage to do it. In order to reward their bravery, Dylan was personally going to give everyone here a triple-finned core as a souvenir after the competition in hopes that they return back safely. The vanguard members immediately shouted thank you at Dylan's generosity. Another member turns to Aang, whispering to him about why he was being disrespectful and that he should bow his head quickly. Whoa, flexing his hard-toned abs and body, Aang explains to everyone that he couldn't bow because his waist hurts. Causing an awkward silence between him and Dylan, who continues to just stare at Aang in silence before giving him a lovely wink that came with stars. Aang sees this right away, and immediately felt weird about it, thinking that Dion was so disgusting for smiling so flirtatiously at him. The bunny lady announces to everyone that there was going to be a feast for their eyes as the great warrior Dylan Fan, one of the great warriors of the new 6 talents, will be showing them a performance of how he kills a quadruple-finned demon. Using that, she wishes for their demon hunting competition to be held perfectly. And so, the demonstration was about to begin, drawing the crowd's attention as they cheered even louder. The bunny lady invites all the vanguard members to take a look from the sidelines as well and to leave the stage to Lord Dylan. Aang looks back at Dylan, thinking about the performance of killing a quadruple-finned monster. He believes that the new 6 talents were trying to showcase their strength and capability with such a method. He also knew that it wasn't easy to capture live and securely imprison a quadruple-finned demon, which meant that the overall battle strength of the Breaking Dawn city is truly greater than before. As Dylan approached the bunny lady, he had a single question for her, asking her if she was a new referee instructor. The bunny lady excitedly replied back that she was and that it was an honor for her to meet him. Dylan then leans in real close to her, which startles the bunny lady as she didn't know what he was doing. Play the Homelander music. As Dylan whispers into her ear that they were going to have someone replace her later, he reminded her in a cold way that they were the only 6 talents, and yet, she kept going on about the new 6 talents, which pisses off Dylan as he hated hearing the words new. He continues to threaten the bunny lady, telling her that if she wasn't a warrior from the Breaking Dawn city, then he would have accidentally shattered all her internal organs with a single palm. While the bunny lady was feeling scared for her life, the crowd was still in love with Dylan, thinking that he was gentle for bowing his head towards her. Dylan then tells her to get lost, and so, the bunny lady leaves in a hurry. Aang on the other hand could feel that something was wrong as he watched Dylan silently. One of the green cores on Dylan's robes started to glow before forming a type of microphone headset on his head. He announces to the crowd that as a representative of the 6 talents, he was going to show everyone a hunting demonstration with the quadruple-finned demon that he brought along, in order to wish for their demon hunting competition to be held happily. And to also give these brave Vanguard member warriors a good start, the crowd continues to cheer Dylan on while Aang remains silent. Soon enough, the ground they were on soon to show signs of being opened. A massive metallic cage was sent flying upwards. Dylan stood in front of it by himself, telling the others to open it. As a horrifying quadruple-finned demon emerges from the cage, Dylan explains to the audience that in order to capture the quadruple-finned demon in this box, they had to send out a total of 3 quadruple-finned warriors, a proof of the demon's terrifying strength. Dylan proudly announces to everyone that this quadruple-finned monster that is rare and one of the most brutal, is the strong yet fierce red core gold elements quadruple-finned demon. As the demon emerges from its cage, it tells everyone that it was a mistake to not kill it and to release it out in an open-air battlefield like this, with so many people watching. Which isn't something clever to do. The moment the demon stepped out from the cage, its legs started to expand. It shouts out that the warriors were stupid and instantly leaps past Dylan, going straight into the crowd. The crowd were shocked and scared at the sudden appearance of the demon in front of them. Some even tried to run. But then the demon wasn't even able to come close to them, as it realizes that there was a purple protective shield protecting the crowd. Soon enough, a green rope was wrapped around its body, without the demon even noticing it. It came from Dylan, who pulls the demon right back into the arena easily. He tells the demon if it understands that the warriors aren't the ones that were stupid. He reveals to the demon that there was an entire purple shield surrounding the arena that is quite sturdy. He explains that this protective shield was made by one of the 6 talents, the one called the strongest illusionist-type warrior, and was cast by them. A little girl was amazed by it, telling her brother to look as there seems to be a shield that they couldn't see, but her brother was amazed by the demon, even calling it fun. Dylan started to move on to the next part of the demonstration. Walking towards the demon, he tells it to die while unleashing the deadliest demonic aura in the form of a green skull towards the demon, who is trembling in fear before him. The demon was saying, "No, don't get close to me," it screams while summoning its serrated handblade, sending a powerful attack towards Dylan's direction. But from out of the smoke, a green shield protects Dylan from the demon's attack. He tells the demon that it was truly a low life and brainless, without any ounce of etiquette. But the demon doesn't stop with its attacks as it slams a heavy fist onto Dylan's shield. But it does nothing at all, only leaving cracks onto the demon's own hand. In an instant, a halo ring appears around Dylan's shield, causing the demon to fall backwards as its left arm explodes. With a creepy look on his face, Dylan tells the demon that it has no right to fight back. With its arm missing, the demon was confused about how a mere green core power has such invasiveness. Usually, a green core represents the idea of regeneration. Many of the medic warriors are green core warriors. Even with its arm gone, the demon was still confident that it could kill Dylan with just one arm. But before it could attack again, Dylan sends out multiple green ropes to catch it, holding its body and arm in place. He tells the demon that although he was a green core warrior, he was actually a double septuple finned green core warrior from the 6 talents. The green ropes that entangled with the demon started to glow, which made the demon realize something: it was entering its body. With a twist of his hand, Dylan had forced the demon to swallow its own serrated blade arm deep inside its throat. Damn boy, talk about a blowjob. Looking at the demon, Dylan tells it that it talks too much, so he was going to start with its mouth first. Within seconds, the entire demon's body started to bloat up, becoming like a balloon before exploding into a giant green smoke blast that covered the entire arena. Using Aang's T-pose, Dylan announces to the crowd that with this demon's blood, let us begin the prologue of the demon hunting competition. And so, the demon hunting competition officially begins. As the green smoke dust settles, the crowd continues to cheer the words 6 talents, as Dylan basks in the glory of the city. Aang was watching him closely the entire time. He could see Dylan's strength. Based on the way that he utilized his strength, the double core probably gives him a battle strength that's far above twice the amount of strength of just a single core. And they even complement each other to trigger a greater amount of power. Aang felt that the new 6 talents weren't as simple as they seem, which made him wonder what the new king is like. However, the way they treated Lena still pisses him off. As Dylan bows his head to the crowd, the announcer announces to them that the Great Six Talent would retreat from the battlefield and that their Vanguard members would return to the battlefield. As Dylan exited the battlefield, the Vanguard members continued to bow their heads as he walked by, showing that Lord Dylan was truly deeply respected by all. Meanwhile, a certain dude simply walks by the so-called Lord with his hands in his pockets, causing Dylan to stop and telling him to wait. Aang turns around, almost activating his demonic mode as his eyes were bright red. Diane asks him about why he seems to hold bloodlust towards him. Aang thought of the question silently for a while before explaining to Dylan that he was mistaken. He further explains that he was using bloodlust to maintain his hostility before all his battles in order to keep himself on his toes. After all, being a Vanguard member wasn't that easy. Dylan, too, took a moment to absorb Aang's explanation before letting out a laugh, calling Aang interesting and informing him that he was going to keep an eye on him. "I hope you won't disappoint me," were Dylan's last words to Aang as he left the battlefield. Those words angered our boy as he thought about how Dylan's parents weren't even born yet when he was out there playing and yanking out demon guts. And so, the Vanguard members were gathered together once again. The announcer tells them to prepare themselves and to listen to the rules carefully. They explain that being a Vanguard means to take the initiative. Before each team makes their moves, they are the eyes of each team scouting in this forest. So their task is to assess according to their team's total strength, and to find the best path for them to fight their battles. They must also finish hunting down the demons before the time is up and earn points. In this year's competition, there aren't just finless demons, there are also single-fin demons and double-fin demons, and even some triple-fin demons. They will all be released randomly into the City Forest Competition Arena. The City Forest Competition Arena covers a wide amount of space. Each team's Vanguard members need to scout carefully for the best path. While scouting, please keep in mind your own safety. This isn't a joke. The announcement reminds them that their safety is paramount, and since they were all on their own, it was best not to attract the attention of the demons. After hearing the explanation of the event from the announcer, every Vanguard member around Aang started to become nervous. After all, the survival rate of the Vanguard members was around 36%. Hearing their worries, Aang looks at them and could see that these double-finned core warriors simply have a double-finned core, but they probably didn't even reach the strength that a double-finned core warrior should have. In terms of synchronization rates, each warrior's aura is incredibly important as well. Perhaps it's because they were far too young, and don't have the responsibility of a leader upon their shoulders, which was why they seem so immature to Aang. Unlike Jin and the other single-core warriors back home, who have such sharpened auras and presence. Since they came from a city that doesn't have much resources or help, they manage to refine their techniques and enlighten themselves with each battle to protect the city that they go through. And yet, over here in the S-rank city, there were even some warriors that have already begun to give in to their fears, like this young female warrior. But then the announcer calls out for one last thing, telling everyone that there was always a special segment in each year's competition. And that is the presence of a quadruple-finned demon. That's right, within the competition arena, there's a quadruple-finned demon. This demon has been trapped in a container, so if their team's overall strength is great enough, then they could consider setting it as one of their targets. As long as they hunt down the quadruple-finned demon, the competition will immediately end, and that team that hunts the demon down will win. Aang was happy to hear this as he was right. They kept his practice until today. While the other Vanguard members were worried about the presence of the quadrupled-finned demon as they knew that none of the teams would take that risk. And so, the announcer proclaims the start of the competition. The moment he does, every Vanguard member vanishes from their spot in an instant, leaving Aang to stand alone. Aang takes a massive step, destroying the ground beneath his feet. As he charges into the forest by himself, he thought of how perfect everything is, as the quadruple-finned demon was his end goal after all. After running into the forest for quite a while, Aang comes to a stop. Looking around, he could see that everyone had separated from each other and that most of the Vanguard members were still following the tracks of the other members. It looks like the other Vanguard members have no intention of finding that quadruple-finned demon like Aang was. But even if they know that hunting a quadruple-finned demon means that they would win, these young warriors were still afraid of dying. As the other warriors and Aang were roaming through the forest, multiple screens appeared in a room, showing where and what the warriors were currently doing. Dylan was paying close attention to all the participants to the point that he asked his assistant to find all of their information. Looking at her tablet with a sweat drop on her face, the assistant wanted to know if he had a particular Vanguard warrior that he was interested in. While looking at a screen with Aang on it, he describes to her that he wanted the warrior with a lock of white hair, the one that was casually taking his time and strolling around in the forest. With a quick few taps on the tablet, the assistant had found Aang's information. She reports to Dylan that Aang was a warrior from Pictia City and was a triple-finned core warrior. Hearing that Aang was a triple-finned warrior, Dylan's curiosity was increased. Knowing that very few triple-finned core warriors were willing to join this competition, since it doesn't benefit them much, it requires a lot of work. But he could also see that Aang was at a higher level when compared to the other competitors. This made Dylan wonder if this was the reason why Aang was so arrogant. But to this point, Dylan didn't know what Aang's name was, so he asked his assistant. As she read Aang's information, she started to stutter while behaving all nervously. She finally reveals to Dylan that the arrogant warrior's name was Aang. Upon hearing that name, Dylan immediately smashes the corner of his seat in rage. His powerful aura started to spread all around him as he looked at his assistant with murderous eyes, telling her to repeat what she just said. His assistant immediately shows Aang's information on the tablet to her, reporting that she was only reading according to the information report. Looking at the tablet, Dylan could really see Aang's name as it is written. He could only comment out loud that Aang's name was truly a name deserving of death. We now turn to the crowd who were watching the competition. Their cheers and support could be heard loudly in the arena. They could also spot that the vanguards have found the demons in the forest. The competition broadcaster announces that the vanguards have found the demons, and are using their own unique methods to record down the location. As they were now in the area where the finless demons were. After noting down the spot on their maps, the vanguards have all moved on to the next location. While the other vanguards were moving quickly through the forest, Aang was still taking his sweet time. He could see that the other vanguards were recording down the location and plotting the best route for their team, which was the task that a vanguard needed to complete. Seeing them fighting to rush through the forest made Aang recall some of his sweet past memories. Meanwhile, his own team from Pictia City were watching him closely. They were a bit annoyed by the fact that Aang was still chilling while the other vanguards were on the move, making them wonder if he was going to be reliable or not. They soon turned to instructor Paris to have a look at what Aang was doing right now. But she already saw what he was doing as she gazed out the window. A past memory is recalled where Aang spoke to her. He confidently tells Paris to believe in him, as he won't be taking the same path as the other vanguard members, but he promises her that Pictia City will win. Paris recalled how confident Aang was to be sure of winning. She could see the look in his eyes then, which was full of confidence, which made it seem like he wasn't making a joke. She also remembered the power that Aang had showcased at the practice battlefield. But her face was starting to get pissed off after recalling how much more daring Aang was becoming since he always called her by her name, but in the end, Paris was smiling because she found Aang even more interesting after his actions. The vanguards were still moving fast throughout the forest. One of them was being chased by 3 single-finned demons, warning his team to stay away from this spot or else their chances of them getting points will be lowered. The other vanguards discovered a double red-finned demon in other spots of the forest. The remaining others run for their lives after discovering a triple-finned demon nearby. One of the vanguards who was running away passes by Aang, warning the main character that there was a triple-finned demon over there, and to not go there unless he wanted to die. But our boy ain't no bitch. He calmly marches forward to the area that everyone was running away from, as it happens to be leading to the path that he needed to take. As Aang stood his ground, various vanguard members in front of him who tried to run away were instead stabbed with massive spikes made of wood. A triple-finned demon who has the wood element and a blue core emerges from the darkness of the forest with a low growl, holding onto the mouth of a vanguard member. The crowd were shocked to see a triple-finned demon emerging, so they shouted at the vanguard members to run away. This demon was pissed off at the humans for trapping it inside the forest for so long. He unleashes even more of the wood element attack towards Aang, shouting out loud that all humans must die. Aang easily dodges the wood attack with ease, knowing that the demons inside here were all more brutal and cruel than the ones outside, as they had been trapped for so long in here. Thinking that Aang was running away, the triple-finned demon lunges right at him, warning Aang to not run. As he landed onto a tree, Aang was annoyed about how insanely inconveniently it was for him to be watched by so many people. So he needed to finish this fight as quickly as possible. It's demon time as Aang lunges straight towards the triple-finned demon this time. As the demon's sharp claws were just inches away from Aang's eyes, he instantly bends down and dodges the demon's grab attack in just 0.25 seconds. As he slides beneath the demon, he spots its core's location in 0.5 seconds. At 0.75 seconds, Aang lets out a massive stomp onto the ground right beneath the demon. Knowing that the quadruple-finned demon was still waiting for him, Aang didn't have the time to play with this demon. In a total of 1 second, Aang had dodged the triple-finned demon's attack, slid it underneath it, found its core location, and stabbed right through it with his massive greatsword. As the greatsword enters the triple-finned demon's body, it unleashes rings of light all around them. The crowd were left stunned with their mouths wide opened. They all couldn't believe that a single Vanguard member was enough to kill a triple-finned demon in an instant. Using the gold element broadsword, Aang had coated his weapon with the gold element, which increases a weapon's sharpness and damage, resulting in Aang getting a triple-finned demon's blue core, as it stuck to the tip of his blade. Just the tip. Dylan was paying close attention as well, as he sensed that there was a fluctuation of the gold element. Aang was glad to have received a blue core from a triple-finned demon. But he needed to run now as the quadruple-finned demon wasn't that far away from him. If his plan doesn't meet any changes, in order to let those with prestigious statues witness an exciting tournament and have a great time, then Aang should find the quadruple-finned demon placed at the highest peak that's nearest to the audience. As Dylan could spot Aang moving fast through the forest this closely, he figured out that Aang's target was the quadruple-finned demon that was currently sealed in a metal box. With its deadly red aura still coming out from it.
Deep within the quiet forest where the Vanguard warriors were, a sudden explosion of golden light appears in the center of it, destroying the forest and pushing everything away, as though pain from Naruto had arrived in this manhwa. From out of the smoke and destruction, appeared Aang, who was wielding his massive sword, the one in his hand and not in his pants. It appears that he had slain his 5th demon as dead demons surrounded him. Looking at the last demon he had slain, he noticed that the attacks from these demons have increased in strength, the deeper he ventured into the arena. He found it strange and was interested in investigating it a little further. But he realized that he couldn't leave the demons be when they kept trying to attack him. He realized that this was why the Vanguard member's spot was always vacant. For the other low-ranked warriors, this position would basically be a death sentence for them since they didn't have main character plot armor. But right now, as his team's Vanguard member, Aang had already helped them by killing 5 finned demons. So his team should be able to see that their team's points have risen quite a bit by now. He just hopes that they won't be too shocked by it too much. It turns out to be true, as his team including Paris were all too stunned to speak as we turn to look at them in the Pictia's waiting room. Looking at the top of the arena, where Dylan is, Aang figured out that the quadruple-finned demon should be placed at the top of that mountain that has the highest vantage point. And the person that is sitting right at the top in the audience box is, yeep, you guessed it right. The new 6 Talents Dylan fan. With a sinister look and aura on him, Dylan was smiling creepily while looking at Aang. He could see that Aang was truly ambitious since his target for his team was the quadruple-finned demon. Which made him wonder if the decision to hunt the quadruple-finned demon was his team's or just a decision that Aang had made on his own. Staring down towards the forest, Dylan could spot a figure looking right at him. It was our boy, Aang, with an ice-cold stare right back at Dylan. Meanwhile, back in Pictia's waiting room, the announcer was telling everyone about how Pictia's Vanguard warrior, Aang, was currently walking towards the direction of the quadruple-finned demon. Which was strange to everyone, as they couldn't believe that our boy had found the location of the quadruple-finned demon in such a short time. Aang's team started to panic as they watched him on the monitor, thinking that Aang was designing a path for them to kill the quadruple-finned demon. But they were worried because they knew that their current strength was not enough to defeat a quadruple-finned demon. They then turned to Paris, thinking that this was her idea instead. With a nervous sweat drop dripping down the side of her face, Paris tells the team that she had no idea what Aang was trying to do either. In her mind, she was hoping that the little bastard would stop creating trouble for her, as she knew that with the current team here, there was no way that they could kill the quadruple-finned demon. But it was too late to think of escaping, as the announcer reveals to everyone that Aang had finally reached the location of the quadruple-finned demon, which was covered with yellow tape, cautioning the warriors to keep out of this area. Looking at Aang, the announcer could see that he was looking around, believing that he was scanning the area and making a plan. The announcer even believes that Aang was about to leave, as he knew that as long as Aang returns safely to his team would be the first to be able to set off. But the complete opposite happens instead. The yellow tape that was meant to keep warriors away was cut down into pieces, leaving the announcers and staff in the broadcasting station too stunned to speak. Even the audience members became quiet after witnessing what happened. Aang had purposely cut down the tape, walking closer to the quadruple-finned demon. The container keeping the finned demon started to glow, as it announced to Aang that he had removed the seal as the demon's aura started to leak out. Aang wasn't fazed by this. Instead, he looked at it dead-on, telling the quadruple-finned demon to get out. Seeing how Aang defied everyone's attention turned Dylan on as his aura started to leak everywhere. He couldn't help but find Aang interesting, after realizing that Aang wasn't planning on hunting the quadruple-finned demon with his team but instead, he was going to kill it for himself. This prompts a question in Dylan's mind: is Aang trying to win the competition with just a Vanguard member title? Even the announcer was smiling all weirdly as he couldn't believe that Pictia's Vanguard member had removed the seal by himself. He tells the crowd what he thinks, revealing that Aang may be aiming to defeat the quadruple-finned demon on his own. This was a situation that has never happened before since the demon hunting competition first began. The people of the city, the audience, everyone present, started to cheer on for Pictia, after witnessing Aang's boldness. Paris, on the other hand, was still stunned to hear that her Vanguard member was going to challenge a quadruple-finned demon all by himself. Even her cigar started to fall apart from the tip. The Pictia's team members were panicking, wondering if Aang was crazy and that he was going to die when facing against the quadruple-finned demon as the announcer revealed that the crowd was reaching their peak of cheering over Aang's actions. Thinking back to the time that Aang showed off his solo leveling Arise skill, which gives him the ability to summon dead demons, Paris still believed that it would be hard for Aang to defeat the quadruple-finned demon. As she snaps her cigar with her own hand, Paris personally found it hard to win against quadruple-finned demons as she needed to use all of her strength to win. Knowing that he was going to do it by himself, Paris was concerned whether Aang could actually win. We now return to the container holding the quadruple-finned demon. After having its seal removed, the top of the container bursts into pieces. It turns out that the quadruple-finned demon inside was a blue core water element type. The quadruple-finned demon was glad to finally see that its cage had been opened. As it looked at Aang standing in front of it, the demon wondered if there was only one human warrior. Seeing no one else present around them, the demon lunges towards Aang without hesitation, thinking to start its killing spree with him first. Using its special move, Exploding Riptide Drill, the water demon transforms into a pillar of water, heading straight towards Aang, who prepares himself by swinging his broadsword backwards as the water demon comes even closer to him. But before the demon could reach him, Aang uses his broadsword to block the attack with a mud wall. But it does nothing to stop the speed of the drill attack from the demon. As a simple mud wall is almost as easy as shredding a piece of paper for a quadruple-finned demon, hence placing Aang in a dangerous situation. As he stood still against the incoming water drill attack, the demon taunts our boy, telling him he was stupid to face off against it by himself with a weak little mud wall from before. As the demon finally revealed its form, reaching out to stab Aang with his sharp claws, the ground beside Aang started to glow purple as something was reaching out from beneath. Another demon, covered in yellow, comes out from the ground and stops the water demon's attack from reaching Aang. Our boy, covered in purple ore this time, looks at the water demon who was caught in the grasp of the yellow demon, telling it whether it thinks that Aang was truly alone. Dylan was quick to notice that the yellow demon was one of the double-finned demons that Aang had slain from before. Surprise, surprise, because from above, two more demons appeared right above the quadruple-finned demon. Using a combination of fire and wood elements, the demons launched a surprise attack. But the water demon was able to transform itself into a torrent of water, allowing it to escape from the demon's attacks. As it resumes its form after escaping the combined attack from the demons, the water demon could smell the scent of death upon his once comrades, making it wonder how this was possible. Seeing the demons lining up behind Aang, who confidently stood in front of them, the water demon realizes that Aang has the power to control corpses. Aang looks at the water demon with a smirk on his face, knowing that the skill he was using right now belongs to the demons, but he didn't have the time or mood to explain the things to the water demon. Paris was watching Aang closely and spotted the fact that he had finally used his unique ability, controlling. Everyone in the arena and even the announcer were stunned to see Aang's ability. The announcer couldn't believe that there were 3 demons helping him in battle and noticed that they were the demons that Aang had killed. The audience couldn't believe that a warrior could have such a superpower. Calling it insane, wasting no time at all, Aang orders for all the demons to go and kill the enemy in front of them. All 3 demons immediately obey the command, lunging at their demon comrade. The water demon wasn't planning to go down that easily. It summons 3 spears of ice, telling Aang that it was impossible for him to defeat it using a mere couple of deceased double-finned demons. So in return, it was going to have Aang taste its high-speed water gun skill. Watch out, shouted the announcer as someone else makes an appearance right above the water demon. With a powerful green shield and aura surrounding his body, Dylan makes his appearance, after crushing the water demon into the ground. Aang couldn't believe that he was able to crush the quadruple-finned demon with just the impact of his fall. With a very evil and sinister look on his face, Dylan turns his attention to Aang, apologizing for the sudden drop, as he was curious to know about his abilities and strength, so Dylan decided that they should have a match against one another instead. It turns out that Dylan was interested in Aang's ability to control demon corpses, as it was something that he had never seen before. He also believed that Aang was strong enough to be able to defeat a quadruple-finned demon by himself. So this time, Dylan wanted to be the one to test Aang's true strength instead. Unleashing his powerful green aura that takes the form of death as Aang stood against it. The announcer seems to know what Dylan wanted and reported it to the crowd. He announces to everyone that the great warrior Dylan wishes to test the outstanding warrior Aang's strength by himself, which meant that they were in for a great treat. Hearing this, the crowd goes even more wild, chanting out Dylan's name in unison, while wondering if Aang could hold up against Dylan longer than he did with the quadruple-finned demon. In the Pictia waiting room, Aang's team was confused by what was going on as one of the great six talents wanted to test Aang's strength. Paris couldn't believe it as well, thinking that now, everything has gone to shit. We return to Aang, who was covering his face with his arm, thinking about what Dylan was planning by testing Aang's strength, as he could feel the bloodthirst that Dylan was giving out, meaning he was going to do something else. Dylan could see Aang's reaction and tells him to chill for a bit, even though he noticed that Aang seems like someone who was very experienced, unlike the other young warriors here. Aang explains that he had received more training than others, and due to the unique ability that he was born with, the instructor that was in charge of him trained him very strictly. Our boy takes the chance to flex, stating what he said previously was the reason why he was stronger than most of his peers. And as Dylan figured out, Aang was kind of a genius. Our boy said all this utter nonsense, because he was sure that Dylan wouldn't be able to verify it with anyone here if what he said was true. Instead of being pissed off by Aang's utter nonsense reply, Dylan found him even more interesting. Which prompts him to suddenly lunge himself towards Aang without any warning, using his green aura to cover his fist and light his eyes. Aang manages to leap out of the way in time as a giant fist made out of Dylan's green aura crashes the spot where he stood previously. Dylan shouts at Aang to use all of his strength to let him know how truly strong he was. Using his broadsword, Aang deflected the shattered rocks, as they ricocheted like bullets at him. He was amazed with their speed and strength. As he lands sliding backwards, Aang realizes that if he hadn't placed his guard up against Dylan the whole time, then he wouldn't have been able to dodge that strike. As Aang lifted his head, he could see that Dylan was being serious about their fight. Goddamn bastard. Out of the smoke, Dylan was slowly coming out. He tells Aang that he knew about how he had been keeping up his guard constantly against him. Else he wouldn't have been able to dodge the strike from before. Knowing this, Dylan wonders if he should increase his anticipation and expectation of Aang as his arm starts to release his green aura once again. But before the fight started, Aang wanted to ask a question. He could feel the immense hatred coming from Dylan, which made him wonder why he was being like that. The moment Aang asked that question, Dylan disappeared from his sight, explaining to Aang that there were 3 reasons why he was being so hostile to him right now. Appearing behind Aang in a flash, Dylan explains the first reason: he didn't like Aang's attitude. Just as a giant green fist smashes the spot where Aang was. The moment our boy escaped from the sudden attack, Dylan appears right behind him once more, stating the second reason. Aang stinks of demons. Using the same giant green arm skill, Dylan misses once again as Aang dodges away from his attack. But the impact of Dylan's attack was strong enough to send Aang flying through the forest, breaking the branches of trees. As he flew, Aang thought about how Dylan would still be suspicious of him as long as he had the power of the demon inside his body. But he could also see that Dylan's power output was definitely not even above 50%. Aang hadn't felt this much oppressive tension from a difference in strength since he was facing off against the octuple-finned demon from that time not long ago, but as he was immersed in his thoughts. Dylan's face appears right beside Aang, telling him the final reason. He whispers into our boy's ear, revealing the third reason to be the fact that he really hated Aang's name. Our boy immediately gritted his teeth hard, holding back his anger as he realizes that Dylan hates him just because he was their king once, a while ago. Aang had even dedicated his entire life to all of them and sacrificed so many of his own comrades. As Dylan reaches out to grab Aang with his green aura hand, he tells him that he was just here to play along with him. Hearing that he was the final straw for Aang as he sinks into his mind. Slowly activating his demonic side, Aang finally snaps, "Who the fuck are you to be able to do that?" Shouted Aang as he turned around to face Dylan, charging towards him with his broadsword and surprising him. The two warriors finally faced off against one another, broadsword against giant green aura arm. Two pillars of massive powers, red and green, were smashing straight into one another, in hopes of overpowering the other one. The clash between the titans was enough to send shockwaves throughout the forest and into the stands where the audience were. They were lucky that there was a shield protecting them. After the clash, smoke was formed as a figure covered in green aura leaps away from the area. Dylan had retreated from the spot he fought against Aang directly. On closer look at his face, the septuple warrior had actually gotten a cut, causing a drop of blood to spill from his face. As though the fight isn't over yet, Dylan takes a step back, preparing himself for what was next. Aang appears from out of the smoke, unleashing his demonic energy to the point a demon's skull is formed in front of Dylan. The announcer was shocked to see that a Vanguard member was actually able to withstand a strike from Lord Dylan. Aang was now just standing there with an intense aura emanating from his entire body. Even the announcer couldn't make sense of Aang's strength. Using his green core ability, regeneration, Dylan looks upset and silent as he heals the cut on his face. The announcer was quick to notice his wound and reported to everyone that for a moment, the indomitable Lord Dylan had actually bled. Those words seem to trigger something inside Dylan as he unleashes another wave of his green aura all around him. With a pissed-off look on his face this time, Dylan announces to Aang that he was going to kill him, then explained to everyone that he was forced to due to the thick demonic aura he had around his body. The crowd didn't hear his words but were excited over the fact that Dylan was finally showing off his skills, giving them the performance of a lifetime. With a single step forward, strong enough to smash the ground beneath his feet, Dylan lunges himself towards Aang without holding back anymore. Seeing that Dylan intends to kill him, Aang covers himself with his demonic aura completely, knowing that if continues hiding his powers, then he is really going to die here. Meaning that the manhwa ends here. Dylan had forced Aang to do this, since one of the new 6 talents wanted him dead. Aang was determined to take him down with him, as he knew that he couldn't win this time. Letting the demonic side take over, his eyes turned bright yellow as he charged towards Dylan without hesitation. Summoning his deadly red aura behind him as Dylan himself charges towards Aang with his green death aura following close behind. But before the two titans could clash with one another, someone else appears from above. Coming in between the two powerful forces, Dylan's attack was blocked by a shield as he retreated backwards. Looking up with a pissed-off look on his face, he tells the intruder that it wasn't a smart move on their part, which made him wonder why they had intervened. From out of the smoke, Unveil, one of the previous 6 talents, a septuple finned core, regeneration type, appears with a green shield protecting her and Aang. She reminded Dylan about how he said he hated Aang, but for her, she quite liked him. Did somebody say mommy?
Thanks for watching the latest part from the voice of Manhwa. Subscribe for more content and don't forget to comment below what you want to see in the future. Like and share for more.